At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Roger, Houston, we've got it from here. Things are nominal. You can leave now. You can all fuck up. No. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind coming to you live from 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. And I thought maybe we'd do a little bit of looking into stuff together. I think this would be interesting. And what I was thinking about today, we already know their excuse in the space station of why they don't need deliveries of water, because it seems that they drink their own urine. They recycle it. They have some kind of a really awesome pee recycler. And then they get rid of the waste out of it, and then they have their water. And I was sitting there wondering about, without any kind of an eco environment or anything, what are they doing to actually replicate the respiration process? And by respiration, we know that in an ecosystem, respiration is the through the process of equilibrium and equalization, we constantly have the exchange of oxygen, carbon dioxide on Earth through, how the photosynthesis producing oxygen, we breathe it in. We produce carbon dioxide. We have a symbiotic relationship with the plant life through that process there. We also have, the respiration of water constantly evaporating and condensing again, almost like some kind of a recycling system. And so on a artificial environment such as this, basically a airliner that you can never get out of with a lot of wires in the way to trip over, how do they recycle the air? I mean, where are they getting a continuous supply of air? Now, as most of you know, at least I hope most of you know, that we don't breathe a lot of oxygen. Okay. although there is a higher concentration of that gas in the mixture of gases that we breathe in at sea level or slightly above it in some cases. It's a more oxygen rich environment. However, it still only accounts for a very small percentage of the atmosphere. The atmos. I got to stop. That's a hard habit, getting out of some of these things, out of these habits that are brought about by this satanic lie of a globe. That's what's so crazy. So it's easy. I always want to. So atmos, if we're going to use that, it's not a sphere. There's no bubble of gas floating around a ball in a void. That's just ridiculously stupid on its concept. And so, of course, they have to make up gravity to make that be a real thing. And of course, if you're indoctrinated with that and constantly as an explanation, they show you the cause and then call it the effect, or rather the other way around. They show you the effect and call it the cause. And it's really quite stupid. But we take it on trust because we're trained like little monkey children to just respond to stimuli and trust in what we would perceive as an authoritative figure, whether it be for knowledge, law, whatever else, that there's certain people that by volition of their position that automatically we go ahead and trust it. We're under the perception that there are those so much more smart than us that, it's just beyond you. And if you don't understand it, well, that's just because you're an ignorant peasant and shit. And that's not the case at all. We all come in here with the same tools, and hopefully we end up learning how to use them at some point in our brief existence on this plane. And I think that it's a bad habit that they've got us into. It really is. It's really kind of a shitty habit. To just trust based on perception. And we do that a lot. We pointed it out before. It's due to years and years of indoctrination. But, where do you go to get information? Well, of course, just like mom and dad did and grandma and grandpa, you go to the quote unquote news. Okay. Well, once you come to the realization is that what they call the news is nothing more than several propaganda outlets giving you the illusion of choice on information. Now they may present it with a dichotomy flair, like here's a Republican swing to it, and here's the liberal swing to it. And, so these little divided groups are going to go forth and get their propaganda fed to them, seasoned the way that they like it. Okay. But nevertheless, it doesn't matter. It's still just fucking propaganda. And people need to realize that from now on. And so it kind of blows people's minds when they first find out. And I don't mean this as a derogatory term, but like baby truthers. And what I mean by that, people that are just starting to come to the reality of the whole thing. And some of us that have been seeing this for a really long time, I love it. I love it because somebody will come up to me and say, man, did you know that the Federal Reserve is a private bank? I was like, yeah, I did, man. Keep going. You're on the right track. You're going to learn some really cool shit. Let's go talk about this. And it blows their mind to find out that, oh my God, there's even more. Oh my, so we get this tendency to want to follow with what is fed to us, and what we got to do, and most of you, and like what I do, it's like I started wondering about that. So I thought what we would do here tonight, after we kind of get acquainted, get talking about some stuff, I got some stuff I really want to talk about too, before I get into that, and I'll go through here and see everybody that's in the chat. Let me give a shout out to whoever's here. Sean Hawkins, Sean Unique Hawkins. What's the end game? Why do they spend so much time and resources to keep the globe lie alive? Because the biggest reason I would say would be because it's to their benefit. Okay. So now we have to say, why would it be? Always ask cui bono, right? Who benefits from this? All right. So all we can do is start to wonder now whether you take any stock in what Admiral Byrd said or not, I know he was a Freemason, and there's a lot of people that think that he was maybe there for the propaganda or whatnot, but he did die shortly after revealing on Longines Chronoscope television program in pretty detailed about a land bigger than the United States beyond Antarctica. And you can kind of overlay the United States onto what they tell you Antarctica looks like, and it's roughly like the same size. How would anybody in the world ever miss a landmass that size? I'm sorry, it just doesn't make any sense. And some of the things that he said about the resources that could be found there. So there's one, because we know that this entire system works off of this whole Ponzi scheme that they run everything on. This money and everything else is all based on what we could, on artificial shortage. Artificial scarcity is what drives the markets. Now imagine what would happen. And it's just like when there's an overabundance of anything, right? It becomes less valuable. It's commonplace. So can you imagine what that would do to this whole thing if all of a sudden, because we got people competing to sell oil and acting like it's rare, for instance, what if we found like a whole ocean of oil and anybody could go there and get it if they wanted to? What if that was the case? What would that do to the oil industry or lumber or coal or iron or any other thing like that? By keeping it artificially scarce, they profit. There's other motives as well that I can think of, because knowing that this is a satanic, a Luciferian world, to take you away from the Creator. Absolutely. How could God be looking upon a little infinitesimally small micro fucking dot of nothing whizzing through a void way out at the corner? They got to make sure they tell you you're way out at the corner of it too, out at the edge of the fucking thing. There's nobody would even fucking notice you. You're nothing. You're not important. What's that do? What does that do to you? Also, the idea that you're not a divine creation, but the fact, the result of a random accident, that also does a lot to the human psyche. So if you've got everybody believing that I'm just here because of some fucking accident, rather than God, I was created by God for a purpose. I have a reason to be here. You know, that's a much different, profound reasoning in your mind with just those little subtle nuances. So I'm going to look and see who all I got over here in my chatterino and see who we got. We got Chillings here tonight. Welcome. Jay Heighton, Malcolm Sheen, Mike Finan, Mike Jones, Neo Theon. It almost sounds like a Spanish explorer. Maybe I'm thinking of Ponce de Leon. Space Miner, Jehovah's Daughter Barbara, and ZXL Master. Welcome everybody. And those of you that aren't in chat, watching on other devices such as television sets or whatever, and I'm sure the audience will pick up a little further here as we go along. Let me see if I can address anybody's questions in the chat that may pertain to me. I don't see anything. You all just kind of doing your whole thing. Sean, that was a very good question. A lot of people do ask that question, and there are a multitude. And you also have to remember, anytime you're dealing with these folks, you know, anytime you're dealing with them and one of their shenanigan things, you always have to keep in mind that the purposes and the benefits of it are usually multifaceted. I mean, look at all of the things that came about just from an event in September 22 years ago, coming up this week, right? Or this next week. I guess what, Monday? Monday is the 11th. Is that correct? I think it is. So just take a look at that. All the things that came about from that. We got Homeland Security that locked us down even tighter. We got the Patriot Act. A whole host of restrictive legislation, everything. I mean, that just on that front alone, endless war in the Middle East, right? which feeds the industrial military complex and also feeds the beast through sacrifice of the firstborn who go off and foolishly die at the hands of another firstborn. So this is all just a big sick fucking thing, man. But there's a lot of reasons. There really are. And I can, those are just to name a few. Yes, thank you, Austin. Smash that like button. Absolutely, everybody. We're zooming up there. And speaking of things here on the platform, I don't know how many of you know of, or what is going on here? Something happened. Something happened. Did I glitch out? Ha ha ha. We're still good. Okay, so some of you here may know of a channel. It's a pretty big channel, Flatzoid's Perspective. If anybody's familiar with that, you know that there's a lot of good information on there. He often debates people like McToon, a host of different people, and it's usually pretty rational and laid out, and he counters the arguments very, very well. I watch him all the time. I love it. He's got some good stuff, but I watch a lot of different creators in the flat earth community. And, you know, I never take anyone for the gospel. You know, I don't do that. That's what you do when you follow people. But if I'm an audience member or, you know, someone who subscribes to that I'm interested in their material, it may contradict another flat earther's material at some point. Some of his ideas may contradict, you know, but there again, they're only theories and they can be discussed. But by watching everybody's theories, and we're talking about, you know, our own within our own community, watching all that is great, because who knows, you may come up with a third option just by listening to the two different sides of a theoretical argument of, like, for instance, what's causing the downward vector. Some believe it's the absolute buoyancy and density, as I was demonstrating with the airflow behind the object. And some believe that there's incorporated along with that an electrostatic charge, which I subscribe to, because everything is electric. So anyway, that being said, Flatzoid's Perspective was hacked and his channel was deleted. This was shitty because he had hundreds of videos and all of his interviews and everything on there. And it's just total, man, I would love to get my hands on whoever did that. And I don't even care if they did that to McToon. I would have the same reaction. I would want to throttle the shit out of that person until they were blue in the face. What a horrible, reprehensible, shitty thing to do to anybody, right? But anyway, I've put a link in the description to this video tonight to his backup channel. He's been uploading all of his old material there. And I think he's starting from the latest stuff and going back, which is really good because the most current is going to be there first. So I'm going to put it also in the chat, because I'd like you all to go over to Flatzoid. And if you're not subscribed to him, check him out, man. Definitely check him out, because he's got some good material, man. And he gets some guys on there. He's got, oh my God, he's got this guy that comes on there from time to time. And this guy believes that the earth is flat, but the reason that things go down is because the earth is continuously rising at a uniform rate. How you doing, Sebastian?
Good. I'm doing all right, my man. Just hanging out, buddy. Doing the old same thing every day.
Yeah.
Dude, so I couldn't imagine if somebody fucking did that shit to my channel.
Have you ever? You probably haven't, because you're kind of new to the FE stuff anyway. So you know, Flatzoid, he's really got some good stuff. He's from across the pond, and he's really got some good stuff. And the way that he responds to stuff, even to the hostility, he's usually pretty calm. He's usually very, very calm. You know, he doesn't get all jacked out of shape and shit, but he just presents his shit right there, and he dissects what's given to him. I mean, I like his approach. So I've put the link in the chat, and I've also put it down in the description. And if any of you, if you're already, yeah, Barbara's likes Flatzoid. So if there's anybody that hasn't checked them out, please go over there, because this, I know what that's like, man. I had my channel deleted by YouTube. I had like 1,500 subscribers, and they deleted my fucking channel, and I had to build it all back again, you know? And it's just really a pain in the ass. He is working with YouTube and all of that to get everything sorted out, and they're trying to get his channel back up for him. But wow, what a crock of shit, you know? But this is the level. I suspect a spiteful globetard. I really do, because this is the level of shit they go to. The only way they can make their fucking globe true is to shut you up. And that's basically it. That's the only way the globe can be true, is to shut any critical discussion about it down.
That's crazy. I just looked at his channel. He's got like, he's been posting them back today. I can see. Or
yeah, I've been getting notices for premieres and
ago.
shit. Yeah, all day.
That's crazy. Because I see he's got 4 of them from a year ago. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I can only imagine if somebody did that dumb shit to my channel.
I mean,
raging.
Yeah, man. I mean, but you know, I want to look into the mindset of somebody who would even want to do that. How does that benefit the person even that did it?
The sad thing is, nowadays it doesn't even need to benefit them. As long as they feel good and be like, oh, I won, I got the one up. That's all it takes for some of these people, man.
The Schadenfreude. They call that Schadenfreude. Like if somebody you hate, you see something bad happen to them and it makes you feel good, that's called Schadenfreude.
Yeah. Pretty much. They're just trolling, man. They're just trolling. It's the fact of they want to put more energy into looking into it and trying to destroy the man's life instead of just walking away because of a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
This is why I suspected Globetard. And I'll tell you why. Because it is a childish thing to do. And when they get angry, they revert right back to that child mental maturity state where they were at when this fucking programming took hold. It really is. I mean, it's almost, you know, I'm surprised some of them haven't threatened to hold their fucking breath until they die. You know, I'm going to hold my breath until you say it's a globe. You know, they're that. I have literally had the "I know you are, but what am I" response from degree holders.
Wow.
I mean, completely insane. But
children.
One of my fields of study is mind control. It fascinates the shit out of me. And I'm also flat earth. And I see the correlation between the two right there. And I'm like dissecting these people. It's like I go on Twitter and I spar with these idiots. I just spar with them, you know, because I'm not really care about trying to convince them the earth is flat. They already know. They're just being shitheads, right?
Yeah.
But I'm dissecting them like a little bug, looking at them with a microscope. I'm like, okay, watch. This response is just like this response. And this other guy said the almost exact same response. It's like you can pick out where everything is programmed in these people. And it's funny as shit. I just laugh, man. I just sit here and laugh.
I couldn't go my whole life just living off of what someone told me. I'm too hard-headed.
Oh no, that sucks. How are you getting experience from somebody else, man? That's what, experience through proxy?
Yeah. And I mean, like, to each is their own, you know, they're like, there is a balance. That's what I've like when I say, like, we've talked about my beliefs and stuff. I believe there is a yin and yang. There is a balance. You have good people, you have bad people, you have lazy people, you have productive people.
Yeah.
You need it. You can't have light without day. Sad to say, but yeah.
So you would say that
we have to deal with it.
So you would say that life was like a box of chocolates, or would you say life is like a box of chocolates?
I say life is like a box of chocolates. If you take a second to read, you'll know what's inside.
You know, that's one of the Mandela effects, right?
What?
The Forrest Gump movie?
Yeah.
Okay, where he says, Mama always said life is like a box of chocolates. Now it's changed. He says, Mama said life was like a box of chocolates.
No, I'm sorry. I die hard fan watched that movie on repeat while I went to sleep. Life is like a box of chocolates.
Yep.
You never know what you're gonna get.
But
That's
you
what
know
he
what?
said.
Here's the thing. It's not that no more. I'm not shitting. I'm not shitting. You got a copy of it. I know you do, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
All right,
yeah.
go back and watch it when you get a chance. Go back and just watch it. It's right at the beginning, right?
It's gonna piss me off, Dave. Don't tell me to do
Yeah,
that.
it's for real because that's crazy.
Like
Um,
I'm a diehard for that. Like one of my alt accounts for my games, the gamer tag is Bubba J Shrimp.
you know what? There's a Bubba Gump shrimp store, but it's like
Mhm.
it's got all kinds of shit. I know they got one in Vegas. I saw it in Vegas.
Yeah, I plan on for my job, we're gonna be going to Vegas for 3 days. I've already picked it out. I want to go there.
Dude, what date?
We don't know just yet. It depends because like the company I work for,
Make
they
it for
let me see how to
hold
say
on, man.
this.
Make it see if you can't finagle it so it coincides with the Flat Earth Fest.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I
Flattoberfest.
did.
That would be fucking badass, man.
One of the other things I want to see there is they have like a giant, like 8 to 10 foot flamingo just chilling on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Just weird shit over there. But like I said, I've been here my whole life. Fuck it, yeah, I'm gonna go see some shit when I go over
Listen,
there.
I can't wait to see that big sphere. Have you
Yeah,
seen
dude.
that Las
Yeah,
Vegas
dude.
sphere?
They've been working on that for how long? Like it's just like they've made so much progress in such little time, but it takes 4 years to build half a bridge anywhere else. They are on this sphere something crazy.
Yeah, that thing was really. I've seen some video of it, and it's finished now. I think it's going to have been open just a few weeks when we get there in October because it's not quite open yet. I don't think, or
Well, I
maybe it
think they
just
got
opened.
like little stuff playing on it now to tease people, if I remember right. Because I seen a video on a short of it like not too long ago.
Yeah.
I want to see what the fuck they do with it. Because I could have swore I seen some about them trying. They did a test run and it was actually Earth. They put like a thing of
Yeah.
Earth.
Of course they're going to do that. You know.
Yeah.
You
So
know.
like I think it's that's what I'm saying. So like I'm waiting to see what they do with it because they're already doing that.
I mean, it's supposed to be some kind of a really cool interactive theater inside of it as well. We watched a video on here one night of it, just a short video that was showing how it was built and what they have and what they're going to be doing with it and everything. It was pretty interesting, man. So I'm looking forward to see it. Of course, I like to see the cool shit in Vegas, but after I'm there a little bit, I'm ready to get the fuck on out, man. That place is like, you got to figure, man, that's an exemplification and an encouragement of all 7 deadly sins at one time. They even got a place there called the Heart Attack Cafe. Okay, or the Heart Attack Grill, I think it is, right? And it's right down there on Fremont Street. In this place, if you're 350 pounds or more, you can eat for free. And
I need to put on some weight then.
Listen, man, there's these people, there's a bunch of big old fat people trying to get on these scales before they go inside to see if they can go eat for free and shit. And they got like, if you don't finish everything on your plate, there's a naughty nurse that spanks you and shit, you know?
Dude, yes, I've seen the 300. It's a scale right out front. It's this
Yeah.
big ass flat plate. I've seen it on a short. Yes.
Yeah. They actually got that.
About.
Right down the street from that, we saw a woman people was paying her money to put her shirt back on. I'm not kidding you, Sebastian. This woman had 2 completely different titties, man. I mean, they were like she got spares. That's what happened. We got in here, she got spares, man.
That's insane.
Yeah, people were paying her money to put her shirt back on. It was gross. I mean, you never know what you're going to see in that place at all. But, at all, that's just crazy as shit. But yeah, that thing with Flatsoid, it really, I saw that and I just felt like, oh, it was just, I mean, that was just because I was like, put myself in that place, and then times it by 100 because that dude's he had a big fucking following, man. and he had a lot of videos and good shit too. Especially when it comes down to with his debates, because he does them to exactly what I'm suggesting a debate has the benefit of. See, it's not I'm trying to change that guy's mind. I'm countering his arguments. He's countering my arguments, and everybody out there in YouTube land is benefiting by it, because then they can weigh that out in their own. But there are a segment of the listeners that are more about the personality than anything else. And they figure if whoever, like if you got like that professor, not a Professor Dave on, and all he does is cast insults and act like an arrogant ass, there's a lot of his followers, that's what they think means you're smart. And so they think, oh, that guy won the debate. Well, he didn't make any points. All he did was call the other guy fucking names and shit,
It's funny. Like right before I got on here, I was scrolling on Facebook and there was a meme, and it's the truth. It said it was after I've argued for 20 minutes with straight facts, and they start insulting me personally because they can't think of anything else. And it showed Jim Carrey like, it's
yes.
like, yeah, dude.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I've always been the type of person, I'm not going to argue something. And sometimes when y'all talk, I'm just listening, because there's shit I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and act like I do. I'm not going to fucking know.
If you don't know something, you don't know.
I'm a factual person, and that's why I like technology a little bit, is because if I need to know something, I can look it up. Half the time, I'd say about 7 out of 10% of the time, it's true with the sources that I use. But I'm not the type of person that's going to go on Wikipedia and believe everything either.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm real skeptical of any quote unquote official information source that can literally be edited by anyone.
Yeah.
That's
just why I don't even read news articles. I don't believe in them. Like
right.
I grew up in an old-fashioned place, man. Like my grandparents says, early bird gets the worm. When I lived with them most of the time, it was 9 p.m. It was like Bill O'Reilly came on, and like right after that, it was bedtime. And then wake up in the morning, the Good Morning America, and then go out to the farm and do all that. Yeah, man. Like I've seen it ever since I was a child. All the media will do the same information the same way. And there's tons of videos out there of hundreds of different news studios saying the same fucking script, man. It's
you're familiar. Are you familiar with a thing called Operation Mockingbird?
I feel like I've heard about it, but I don't know.
Okay, this goes way back, man, to the Church Commission hearings back in the 70s about having CIA embedded in news agencies to put out propaganda and shit. See, because the information war, that's all part of it too, is the manipulation of people's minds. And that's exactly right. That one where they got where all these different news stations around the country are saying the exact same thing. But people that are watching it, oh, that's our local station. Look, they're so jokey with each other and they say the cutest things. And they don't know that a guy up in Anchorage, Alaska, and his chummy little anchor are saying the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah. Oh,
it's. So what are you getting? What are you getting? You're getting the propaganda of the day seasoned with the spice. It's dependent if you're watching the news channels like Fox or CNN or MSNBC. Those are all just propaganda seasoned the way that the viewer that subscribes to that channel wants to eat it. That's all. Mm-hmm. You see?
I don't know, man. I don't know what happened to the good old fashioned every news channel. You see it in movies all the time about paparazzi and all that news channels like hoarding people. It's because the news channels was trying to get the hottest topic the quickest, and they were trying to do something different from other channels. So you got to get different perspectives. Now they all just have the same script. It's like someone at Wall Street's printing out scripts now for them too.
Yeah, yeah.
Motherfucker.
It is, man. And it's gotten so bad. I've seen some shit where they had I know you've probably heard of Ashley Banfield. I think she's either CNN or MSNBC, one of those. But she was supposedly talking live to someone else who was also live and supposed to be in another location, right? And behind her, you see that behind Ashley Banfield, you see this bus go by. And then about a second later, you see the same bus go right behind the other broad. And it's like you find out they're only like a couple, about 10 or 15 feet away from each other in the same fucking parking lot.
Yeah.
And they're making it look like, oh, this person's in Boston and this person's here. They do this shit all the time. During the Gulf War, the first Gulf War, you weren't even born yet, but during the first Gulf War, CNN was covering it like 24/7, right? There were people that stayed up for days watching the fucking war on CNN. But they were faking it, man. They're on the scene. Reporters were actually in a studio in Atlanta pretending like they were in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, dodging fucking Scud missiles. I mean, it's funny as shit when you see these guys. Charles Jaco, that was the guy, and I forget what the other fella's name was. But I mean, it was just a complete fucking joke. And people were so into it that I'm not kidding you, man. People stayed up for days watching the fucking war on CNN. And that's where Wolf Blitzer, I made a joke. That's where that guy, he got his biggest popularity, this guy, Wolf Blitzer. And I was like, come the fuck on, man. Because I was pretty aware of the propaganda even then. And I was like, come on, man. He just made up that name for the war, for real. Wolf Blitzer. What a great war name. Jesus Christ, man.
Man, and that actually sparked a memory. Like thinking about it, they even targeted us as children in school, dude, with that media shit. Like I remember I was in elementary school. It was at the top where all those little buildings are. That was our classes. And I remember us one whole day sitting there and watching like the when I think it was Obama, I think when he got elected, we were watching all that and like getting deep into that. Dude, we're elementary students.
Yeah.
Like I didn't even think about that until now. Like shit.
Gigi, I want to tell you, that's a great one. Where I missed her. Damn thing jumped on me when I went to highlight. She's asking, why don't more pilots talk? They do, my dear. They do. There are videos. I think there's one video that's like almost 2 hours long of pilots talking about the earth being flat. Airline pilots, ex-military pilots, all kinds of shit. Polish astronaut, a Russian astronaut. So there are a lot. That's why I think that the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Flat Earth Clock app, that thing is awesome. Okay. Because you can search forever and a day on YouTube by even putting in the exact name of the video and still have to hunt for it and maybe not even find it. They're so shadow banned. But on that app, there's a whole fucking group of playlists, like even under commonly asked questions, the thing comes up and says, like common questions like that. What about airline pilots? Like Gigi said, there's actually a button there that, and you click that and it'll come up with a playlist of airline pilots and others talking about the earth being flat. So yeah, there are a lot. Now, back a few years ago, it was more rare because anybody that came out, any of these pilots and shit that came out and say that, there was somebody from, I think it was Qantas, that came out and spoke on it, and immediately she was fired, grounded. Boom, you're not flying anymore. So, and I don't know why that'd be a problem, because all flight manuals tell the pilot to treat the earth as a stationary, non-rotating plane. So why would they do that if it's a turning ball? I mean, that just don't make any sense.
Well, if you get into it, about I'd say 70% of the people that do know information like that is not going to just come out and say it. I actually knew a dude that was, I think he was
Google,
part of the Air Force.
right?
Um, he was very cryptic. Like he was to say that he signed his papers and signed his life to devour secrecy. But there was little things you'd ask him a question, and it's the faces, it's the smile, it's that. The There's some weird shit going on, man. Like
Yeah, man.
it's not what they crack it up to be. Like I'm telling you, there's something with this.
So, Ruhev says do the search on Google, not YouTube. Google is YouTube. Sorry, Google and YouTube are the same. Okay. And anybody who doesn't think so, just keep in mind you had to sign into YouTube using a Google account, didn't you? Right. And when monetization takes place on a YouTube channel, it's done through a thing called Google AdSense. All right. So it's the same damn company. Google bought YouTube. That's why it sucks.
Pretty much half of the devices you're using is Google. Like
Yeah.
any PC, like except for Apple, you're already on it.
Well, when I remember in fourth grade in our reading books, we had these reading books, and there was all these cool things that have a word, an odd word, and give you the definition of it. And one of those was a Google. And a Google was referred to as a 1 with 100 zeros behind it. That was one Google. It was an actual sum, right? And I remember I was, kept that in my hat, and sometimes I would use it, and tell people, hey, did you know that the biggest number with a name to it is called a Google? No, I didn't. And, yeah, it's a 1 with 100 zeros. Now that was in fourth grade. And then years later, all the way up into when Google first started to come about, I was like, why are they naming it after the largest number that has a name for it? What the fuck is behind that?
They want to own everything.
Yeah.
They want all the numbers. They want all the zeros.
Gigi, what I'll do is I'll see if I can, while we're doing some stuff on here or whatever, if I can remember or whatever, I'll go into the clock app and I'll see if I can find that video or the playlist or whatever. But I highly recommend, look, it's $2.99. You're gonna eat that at McDonald's and not even know it. Get the app. I don't make anything off it. I'm just saying it's a great learning tool, and I highly suggest getting it and looking at all the features and things that are on there. It's amazing. I'm still finding stuff that I didn't even know about, and they're adding new features all the time. A search function. There's a friend finder. You pull it up. If you're on the thing, you can, if you've got it, your location on, and you're put a profile into this, you don't have to have it, but it's part of it. It'll show you every flat earther within a certain radius of you that has the app. And you can send like a group message, like thinking about having a flat earth barbecue at such and such a park, and bam, people will show up. I mean, it's just, if they're not doing anything, hey, this would be cool. Let's bring some people with us or whatever. You could, the possibilities are endless. And for us to be able to communicate even outside of platforms like this, just exclusively with each other and shit, I think that's really, really cool too. But I mean, I use it as a demonstrative tool. I've shown it to you on my tablet when you come over, explain something. It's just really, I think it's at least worth the money. I think you'll have you'll learn a lot more than you would from Candy Crush. I can tell you that much.
But forgive me if I pronounce it wrong. Ruhif.
Yeah.
He is correct. Using Google, the biggest number with a name is Googleplex, which is the number 1 followed by a Google zeros.
Oh, a Googleplex. Okay. Well, they've added that now since I was in the fourth grade, because that was our little fun fact in our reading book. I remember.
It was saying that the biggest number with a name is Graham's number.
That's it. Grands. That's them things you put frosting on it. Pop out of that tube and cook them up in the oven. Them grands, those things are good, man. I like them. So I always just stuck
Crackers are pretty damn good.
Globe. Yeah. Well, that's your problem. You need to find those. You need to see those. If you're, this is, I'm just going to say this right out the place, right off the bat. Whenever somebody tells me Google says, I'm already going, I don't give a fuck, because I already know that Google is a crock of shit, right? And then you can even look at that when you do a search for anything and look at what it tells you. It says it found some phenomenal billion fucking results in a half a second or some dumb shit like that, right? Do you ever check to see if that's true? Most people don't. I do. And guess what? It's not. You're lucky if you got 9 fucking pages and the last 3 of them are usually repeats of the ones before. So Google's a crock of shit. It's very shadow banned. It's very biased in its promotion of what it puts at the top of the algorithm, and usually based on money. This is why you always get ads to begin with at the very first of it. Don't use Google. Here's an idea. Put the same search into something like Yandex. Yandex is an evil Russian search engine, because after all, the Russians are bad. Try that one time. But keep in mind, you're only going to get the information that they want you to have. And to put that kind of trust in something like Google, oh my God, what a shitty, corrupt, fucked up company. And ask any goddamn YouTube creator that is monetized how shitty and corrupt they actually are. Because all the money is worked through Google, baby, and they suck ass.
Speaking of the most used for gamers I've seen is Firefox, or there's another there's a new one coming out. You can do a bunch of weird appearance customizations and stuff. I don't trust it though. It's new though, that's why I don't. But yeah, though they use a lot of them use Firefox, things like that. Because I'm telling you, Google is just, you're selling your information, all of it. You're selling your soul.
Sure.
And everything you put linked with your Google is being sold somewhere else. So you half the time is what is said.
Well, see, I'll use it, and here's what I will use it for. Because I like to see, what are the normies fed? Okay. So that's what I did when I was looking here, and I haven't really looked it over a whole lot yet. But like when I said we should find out why. Hang on, somebody messaged me. Danny Breeden's messaged me. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, he sent me a thing. Mitch McConnell froze up again. And I think it's funnier and shit.
I was watching that today. She asked a question of something about if he's going to be running again, and he just froze up. And the lady was like, "Can you give me just hold on a second?" Then another dude came around, and then he's like, yeah, dude, I literally just seen that. That's crazy. Oh, Mitch McConnell. And the meme was Mitch and Biden should just check into the funeral or the nursing home already.
Don't that motherfucker look like a turtle? I ain't shitting. That dude just, I mean, think about it. That dude looks like a motherfucking turtle. He got this old wrinkly fucking, he's kind of like Mr. Mackey, only older. You know, like, I don't know. It is a freaky ass looking dude to me, man. That's for sure. And I want to go on record as saying, although you may think this, Oprah Winfrey and James Earl Jones are not the same person. Okay. I'm just going to put that out there for y'all. James Earl Jones is not Oprah Winfrey. Now, so what I was saying is, like, I like to look at, you know, what do the normies get, right? So what I did is I used, I think, what is it? Bing? Is that the one I used? Let me see. I got to get, how do they, all right, I got it.
Oh, don't use Bing.
Oh, any one of them, I'm still going to get the same crap, right? So we can do this off of Google as well. So what I did is I put into the chat, or into the chat. Listen to me. Okay. My search criteria is, how do they have air in the ISS? All right. And it says the steps needed for generating and maintaining oxygen in space are as follows. Water is reclaimed from the space station using the water reclamation system. What water is reclaimed? Now, is this the piss filter thing that they use? That's what I'm wondering. Where it's reclaimed from where? Where in the space station is there water that they're reclaiming? Unless it's from their piss.
It's from all over, you know, when they did the water and it went all over the really sensitive electrical stuff. They're just sucking it back up out of that.
That dumb broad trying to wash her sticking up hair shit over there in the thing with no shower curtain, just willy-nilly squirting water all over the goddamn ISS. That was hilarious. And it says, part of that water is utilized to create hydrogen gas and oxygen gas through the process of electrolysis. The hydrogen gas is then fed into the Sabatier system, which converts it back into water using excess CO2 generated in the station. A Sabatier system. We're going to have to look and see what that is. They have a thing down here for that. We're going to look that up. Sabatier system. Copy. Oh, and if any of you haven't had the chance yet, definitely go over to my community page, and on there I posted a link to a really, really good video. Y'all are going to want to see that. It's talking about eclipses and how they work on a flat Earth, and it's really something else. It also goes into some of the assumptions we've talked about, as well as more. So if you get a chance after the broadcast or whatever, go over there right now, bookmark it, check it out. It's not my video, but it's got a lot of really good information. All right, so let's see. So we have this Sabatier system, and the byproducts of the Sabatier system, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, are vented into space. So this means that there's things leaving and not being replenished. I don't know. But anyway, let's see what this Sabatier system actually is. I'm going to paste that in there and hit the old hourglass. Oh, it's a pair of scissors. Oh, no, here it is. The Sabatier system is the NASA Sabatier system since 2010, closes the oxygen loop in the ECLSS by combining waste hydrogen from the oxygen generating system. What? And carbon dioxide from the station atmosphere using the Sabatier reaction to reuse the oxygen. The outputs of this reaction are water and methane. What? So then why are they drinking their piss? Right? Waste hydrogen.
Waste hydrogen. Yeah, that's what I'm
from the oxygen generating system. Well, what is the oxygen generating system? Hold on a second. This is starting to sound stupid. Let's see if there's, why is that highlighted? Let's see if it's an ECLSS. Well, this is going to take us down a hole. I'm telling you. What? I thought I copied that. EC. Didn't I? Copy? Oh, it's got a little magnifying glass. Hold on. Oh, no, that's not it. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. That's not what I was after. God damn it, man. Why do they do that to me?
Control C, Control V, that thing.
All right. Let me just... there we go. It's already right here. Wiki. ISSECLSS.
Oh, we can.
RESPCT.
This is old Wikipedia.
Yeah. Fakepedia. Let's see what that's about. All right, so we gotta increase the size of this. So, I can't. I'm not showing it to you, huh? You can't see what I see. Here we go. It's the Wikipedia article. Here's a little diagram of it. Maybe we can click on it and bring it up. It says the International Space Station. Oh, Environmental Control and Life Support System. That's what that stands for. Is a life support system that provides or controls atmospheric pressure, fire detection and suppression, oxygen levels, waste management, and water supply. Why are they not employing this miracle here on Earth? I just wonder. Anyway, the highest priority for the we're just going to call it a life support, okay? Because that's a lot of letters to have to keep saying. The highest priority of the life support is the ISS atmosphere. Well, right off the bat shows, I just wanted to say, there is no atmosphere inside the space station. Where's the sphere part of that? Where is the sphere part of the atmosphere inside the space station? I just wonder. Okay. The atmos, but the system also collects, processes, and stores both waste and water produced and used by the crew. Produced. Why would I've never produced water, have you? Oh, from their pee. That's what they must be talking about, from their pee. All right. A process that recycles fluid from the sink, shower, toilet, and condensation from the air. Well, and then what, they collect it, I guess, and put it in those little pouches, like kind of like a Capri Sun. Is that what and then so they can squirt it on their sticking up hair. All right. The electron system, that's obviously German with the K there. Electron system aboard Zaveda and a similar system in Destiny generate oxygen aboard the station. The crew has a backup option in the form of bottled oxygen and solid fuel oxygen generation canisters. Carbon dioxide. So it's kind of, a lot of this is sort of like if you come across 5 orcs and you have a +5 elven sword, right? In the land of Mordor. I mean, yeah. Just all kinds of crazy shit. And they're just out hanging out like this. All the wires to it and everything are right here. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
I think that shit's nasty.
I mean, it would be
drinking your own piss.
I mean, basically human beings are really, even though that we've, we have hygiene, in a very short period of time without proper hygiene, human beings are fucking gross, man. They are. We stink. And there's a lot of funk that's going on there too with that shit. So this means you got to have some kind of, I don't know, did Febreze develop some kind of a funk filter to put in their little recycling machine or whatever? And I'm sorry, I just can't see drinking recycled piss. I don't think that would work. I think there was a video of somebody trying the recycled piss and they went to drink a little bit of it and you got this look on their face like it was horrible, which I can only imagine what would be going on there. But
no, I mean, absolutely not.
Oh, let me see if we can bring up the little diagram that they got. And this is supposed to show
some us naked and afraid shit. No, thank you.
So this is all going on the flying double wide with solar panels. All right, so what do we got going on here? How do we dissect this? We got 6 people. And they got a urine recovery. Okay, so this is their pee recovery, and I would imagine this is their poo, is this thing here. Let's see if we can. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Oh, that's so much gooder. Holy shit. All right, so that goes into potable water processing. And from there, it goes for the hand washer and portable water dispenser. What? A hand washer and a portable water dispenser. How do you dispense water? I mean, a portable water dispenser would be pretty much a bag, right? And all you have to do is have a straw on it or something. That, I mean, we're talking about in 0G. So we have water dispensers and hand wash and shaving stations. Okay. And then the wastewater goes right back into the portable water processing. So the condensate comes from the temperature and humidity control, right? Here's the cabin return. All the air comes circulating out of the cabin. And this thing this is a temperature and humidity control that sends the condensate here to the potable water processing. And then this is also sending air, okay, down here where it's CO2 is taken out of it. The regular air goes back into here where it's recycled back into the cabin, right? So the CO2 removal, what do we got going here? Trace contaminant control subassembly. Well, that sounds pretty fancy. Trace contaminant control subassembly here. This air goes into there too. So this, I guess, collects things or what? I don't know. But this goes this way. And the CO2 goes to overboard venting. So we have a loss of gases from the shuttle or from the ISS. They're venting and this gas is out. What's replenishing those gases? Anyway, this goes down here to the Sabatier system that we were just reading about a few minutes ago. And then this, and somehow we have an oxygen generation for some reason. And then nitrogen and oxygen control. And there we are. I feel like I'm doing one of those things in school, like help Billy find the cabin, one of those mazes.
I'm stuck on the fact that they have dispensable water. That shit would come out like bubbles out of a little bubble blower. If you turn that nozzle, even if it would get pushed out, you're in zero gravity.
Well, you're supposed to be in zero gravity. Yeah. Well, yeah, there we go. Now we're getting into it. If they were in zero gravity, and if the Earth was a globe, and if the sun was 93 million miles away, see, it's like that. If I had a great big +2 elven sword, and if 12 orcs were attacking me, I mean, it's the same fucking shit, man. It's Dungeons and Dragons for math nerds. I really think that. I really do. Because they can't distinguish this fantasy from the real world is what really blows my mind. But anyway, I hope that little picture helped everyone understand that. But the Sabatier system, we were looking, that's the ESL.
That's what Dave has to go through every day.
What's that?
That's what you have to go through every day over there.
Oh my God, yeah. It's amazing that we can get anything done up here, you know. It's like between untangling yourself from this fucking IT nightmare you see behind me and chasing each other around in gorilla suits. I mean, you know, what's that really leave time for? You know,
it leaves time to reproduce your water.
That's right. That's right. I'm sitting here, you know, every time I take a piss, I'm like, boy, I can't wait to drink you again.
Yep.
Damn, man. Give me a nice big steaming glass of recycled piss. That's what I'm after, boy. I'll tell you what. Damn. Where's that one I got? Let me see if I can find it. One about, is that the one? Serious Science. There you go. So just to give you an idea of what we're going through up here.
Space station is a serious place.
Stop. Just to give you all an idea as to what we're going through up here. This is just some of the fun stuff we like to do. There's our buddy. I got to give him the memo because we know he's famous for saying, I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we've lost the technology and it's a painful process to build it back. Hey, Don, the Indians found the painful process, bro. The Indians have found the stolen or lost technology. We're good to go. You do it, bro.
Space station is a serious place.
As he's sitting down.
We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research.
Yeah, we got guitars up here, everything.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research.
Today I want to demonstrate what happens when you cry in space, because I cry all the time. Take this ball of water here, and I'm going to put it on my eyeball. I don't know if you can see this ball of water. It's getting bigger. See, it doesn't fall down because I'm in space. It just sits there on my eye. And I got to wipe it off. Gonna wipe it off with a towel.
We're doing serious research, scientific research.
See his wire?
I know, right? This is what this 60-some billion dollars a fucking day, bro. Yeah, bro. This is what they're doing.
That wire was stiff as shit. I'm sorry.
You know, they really should get better special effects people, but government doesn't pay as good as the private sector. So Elon, oh, that's another thing. There was a live launch of the fucking Dragon or some shit spaceship today. And we watched part of it and everything. And it's another, they had these people on board, I guess, and they're wearing, like, you know, those boots they wear at the chicken plant? A big tall rubber boot. Yeah, that's, they had those now. They use those now, I guess, to go to space with. But yeah, it's
NBC boots.
Yeah. But my whole thing was this. I was like, you know, I started thinking about that today. I was like, wonder how come they never run out of fucking air up there, man? You know? I said, I bet their thing is they probably got some special magical device that recycles the air with no flaws or anything at all. You know, I'm like, okay, all right, we can go with that. I mean, I know that a submarine has a limit how long it can stay underwater. Don't they have one of those on it? You know, the thing can't stay underwater indefinitely. It's just ridiculous. We mailed up a gorilla suit, he says. I was just now going to look at something else, and I can't remember what the fuck it was. Do you remember what I was going to do?
I was saying something about look how stiff that cord was, and you said they needed to pay more, and then you were looking at something, and then we went on something different.
Oh, yeah, I do that sometimes. Man, it's all right. It'll come back
it's
around.
All good.
All right, so the one that we had the other night that we were looking at the cool map and shit, right? It got blocked for copyright. And so I looked into it, and that's
why I didn't see the video. Okay.
Yeah, all right. So it's back up now, though. It's under videos, and I had to take it, and because it was over 6 hours, and anything 6 hours or over, you can't edit it on YouTube. And that got blocked all for 1 minute and 52 seconds of content. And it was where we showed that eel that was going down into that underwater lake. And then
talking about where that little
yeah, and he tied himself in a knot and shit. He was suffering from toxicity because of it. And so they blocked the video for that small little bit. So I brought it in and I cut that little bit out and I left the gap. And I put in my own little video describing what you would have seen if the assholes from these various outfits hadn't caused us to, you know, and I didn't have very nice things to say about any of them. But in any case, it's pretty cool. It's back up. There were people that wanted to see it because we did cover some cool shit. We found that whirlpool. That was awesome.
Yeah.
You know?
So what, if you can say, what did they title the copyright for? Like, what was the
because somebody claimed
Misinformation.
BBC claims ownership over it or some shit like that. And I could have appealed it, but what they said was that if your appeal fails, then you get a copyright strike. Whereas by it being blocked, I don't get a strike, just a warning. So I was like, fuck that. I already know. That's like, you know, they're already, you know, they're going to rule against you. So fuck them, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I say. They're terrible. They're terrible. Google is awful. They're fucking awful. They really are. They're an evil entity. They really are.
Can't talk about nothing anymore, dude.
This is the crazy shit. But we did find out now our favorite propaganda appearing not to be propaganda, Tucker Carlson, right? Just recently did an interview with Larry Sinclair. Now, do you know who this guy is?
I know Tucker, but I don't know.
Okay, this guy that he interviewed, I posted that information back when Obama was fucking president. And I got kicked off Facebook for it. And now here's Tucker Carlson interviews this dude. And this dude's on there talking about how many times he gave head to Obama and had gay sex with him and shit. And dates, times, all the shit, right? Talking about Obama smoking crack while he was they were having coke and crack.
So he's the alleged partner.
Dude, this shit, and the way they even came at this dude was insane, man. It's pretty interesting to see, but the thing is here it's freely being shown on YouTube, and people are talking about it on Facebook. But back when Obama was president, and I tried to post information of that same guy talking and telling the story of it, I got kicked off of fucking Facebook for it, man. So why is Tucker Carlson all of a sudden allowed to talk about it? What's up? Oh, it's because he's a maverick, right? Oh, bullshit. I'm a maverick. Real mavericks get fucking smacked down when they, you know, by the big, that's how that shit works. So I don't know. Pretty wild. Pretty wild.
Dude, yeah. I mean, he's with the media. They're going to let him get away with the shit.
Well, see, they gave you the utter appearance that he was not anymore with the media because they fired him, even though he was the top fucking show on their network. And they fired him, and it was over dumb shit because they're trying to cover stuff up. What a great illusion, right? Okay, so here's what you do. You act like you've been fired and you're just not giving a shit anymore. And here's what we want you to put out now. Right? Let's get real, man. It's the same people paying him as was paying him before when you ultimately come down to it. And there again, like you were saying with every news station saying the same bullshit. It's all orchestrated. Every fucking last bit of it, man.
Yeah.
It's sick. If people believe it, they get so tied up into it. They get
it's easy. It's easy for them, so they're going to use it.
Well, this whole theater that's really starting to crescendo out, another act in the play, with this Trump indictment bullshit. And it's convenient that there's indictments coming down all over the place, almost like a campaign trail. so he can make these appearances at these courthouses and have shitloads of Trump supporters outside the courthouses yelling and yammering about how you're persecuting our Lord and Savior, Jesus Trump, right? It's a campaign fucking thing, man. It's none of it real. Think about that. And these people are eating it the fuck right up, man. I can't believe it.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, as soon as I heard them now starting to do all the shit, I mean, come on. It's elections are coming up. It's pretty obvious.
Of course. Now here we're going again. Repeat the repeat, repeat the repeat. How do you make a hit song? Repeat, repeat. Oh, look, we're going to have to wear masks and shit again. Oh, look, this shit's coming around. Ain't it funny how it always comes around election time, right?
Yeah. I've always said, when shit's going on behind the scenes when Kanye's on the news.
Right. Oh, he's back in the news, is he? Oh, okay.
I've already seen him back up on my phone for some different shit. I'm like, oh, here we go. What's happening?
Oh, is it that thing where he was freaking out Joel Osteen?
I think it was something like he was starting to get somebody all worked up and shit, and then they had to I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I saw one where he was on stage.
Thing.
I saw one where he was on stage with Joel now Osteen. I always remember it as Olstein with an L, but in any case, he was on there and he was like, I guess, going so far off script, you could see that Osteen was just like going, what do we do about this? How do we stop this fucking guy?
Oh no, that's not the one. Okay, yeah, but no, I ain't seen that one. But yeah, man, that's what I've always seen because I've been seeing shit about they're talking about Canada starting to push away from us. Like behind the scenes, I heard something about where Ukraine's still a thing from what I heard, but I don't know. They're trying to say Russia's now going on the loose, and then Kanye, and then another music person. That's how I always know. Media's trying to hide shit.
Well, yeah, and they use distractions a lot too. Especially when they're trying to get your attention completely focused on one thing, and it's like, okay, why are you wanting me focused on this so fucking bad? What else is going on? That's my reaction immediately. What is it you're not wanting me to see? I'm like the suspicious. I am completely 100% suspicious until confirmed to not be suspicious, because that's been my experience. Everything is a stage, And speaking of which, that reminded me, there was a guy I was sparring with on Twitter, and he wanted to argue with me about plumb and level. And I said, there's no such thing on a ball. And he says, yes. He says, which way do plumb lines point? I said, plumb lines point down 90 degrees to level, perpendicular to level, always, always. And he says, right, they point toward the center of the earth. And I said, why do you think that plumb lines point north? Blew his fucking mind, because I don't even entertain the idea of a sphere. I don't even entertain that. You ask me where the center of the earth is, I'm going to show you the fucking North Pole. Right? You ask that bird where the center of the earth is, he thinks it's some fucking molten magnetic core in the middle of a ball. Right? So he thinks that's where everything points to. It doesn't, man. And it does. And when he said it points to the center, I just arbitrarily, like, what do you mean? It points north? That's dumb. And he's like, no, it points toward the center of the earth. I said, I know, that's what you're saying. He's like, no, toward the molten core. I said, what fucking molten core? He goes, the one that's in the center of the earth. I said, there's no molten core at the center of the earth. It's the North Pole. Right? I'm not even biting on his little story, right? I'm just going, no, there is no molten core at the center of the earth. The center of the earth is the North Pole. No, in the middle of a ball. And I'm like, oh, that stupid shit. No, there's nothing that you don't know anything about that. What the fuck are you talking about? The deepest hole ever dug has been in close to 8 miles. That's it. And the geologists were wrong every fucking step of the way as to what they were going to hit. And you mean to tell me that they somehow know what's in the middle of the earth? That hole that they dug was about like you digging halfway through the skin of a fucking apple. and telling me what the hell's in the middle of it. I'm sorry, no, that doesn't fly. There's none of this molten core and magnetic properties of iron go away once it hits the Curie point. It gets to a certain temperature of heat. There's no longer a fucking magnet anymore. There's no such thing as a molten magnet anywhere, for any reason whatsoever. All, again, just theoretical nonsense. Well, because of this, and we believe that it does it because of this, there must be this. And it's like, holy shit, no, it's magic unicorn farts in the middle. You know, that's what's in there, not fucking that. Where do you get that idea from? Jesus Christ. That's the level of dumb that I get all the time. And it blows me away. Oh, now I remember what it was I was going to look for. Damn.
Yep, it came back.
It brought me back full circle. So here it is. We got the SpaceX rocket. I'm going to look for that. The space development. This is 5 days ago, 4 days ago. Where's the newest one that they did? Okay, here's some of their highlights. It's live right now. They got live shit going, but they're just playing a loop. Well, let's bring it up and see what it is. Maybe we can share this with y'all. Oh, yeah, this is showing it up there right now. And it does appear that they were able, whoops, there we go. That they were able
the time first stage completed the first of 3 burns heading back.
Notice that they got rid of the mouse. Did you ever see the one that they had on there? And somehow there was a mouse running around up on this part of the engine. There was this mouse that scurried out and ran down that crack and ran away. And it was like, yeah, sure, mice in space. Cool. What the fuck? So this is what they're showing us. And it's going, I'm going to make it big for everybody.
Flight, everything continuing to go well. First stage heading back. And
There they
there's
are.
the
See, they
crew
got
on
the
the
chicken
second
plant
stage,
boots, man.
getting the ride into orbit to
Oh,
the
they're
space
sexy.
station.
Be right back. Another sexy.
Coming up, we're waiting for the next trajectory call out from the guidance officer.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Love to hear those words. A nominal trajectory for Dragon.
Copy. Nominal trajectory.
And maybe even a little bit of excitement in the crew's voice. Commander Peggy Whitson calling back down, hearing that call out from GNC of a nominal trajectory. Left side of the screen, you can see the first stage. It's now beginning to orient itself so that the engines are pointed down towards the land.
Those little fly swatter things, I'm supposed to believe those are actual functional control surfaces that can steer a cylindrical object from the back end. Okay. Just having my own little experiences through my life with model rockets and shit like that, I'm calling bullshit. Okay.
As we will be descending towards the seaboard of the U.S., we've just heard the call out of Boston. That's the New Hampshire tracking station has picked up the signal.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Nominal. It's
GNC
nominal.
continuing to make those call outs that we want to hear. Everything
Trajectory
continuing to look
nominal.
good.
Easy,
And the crew
Barbara.
echoing them right back down.
Easy, Barbara. It's nominal, babe. It's nominal. We got it. That's it. FE Nation says, what kind of like a bat in the belfry? I'm watching the chat now. I was actually engrossed in conversation. What is it you got? Crow Radio 7 was behind the curtain, just more illusion free. All right, let me check that out here. Where'd it go? There it is. What is this? This is how long is this thing? It's 55 minutes. Cool. I'm not going to play a 55-minute long podcast on here, though. I see glowing rocket shell, red hot, where the rocket flames. Well, they're in space. They're in space, guys. You know, there's a little bit of fire. I see a little bit of fire behind it now, y'all. I want you to play this comedy skit about NASA urine. Okay. Let me check it out. We'll do it here in a minute. Whoops. What am I doing? Oh, look at that. Look at that. All right. We're going to take a break. Well, hang on. This is beautiful. I don't know. But okay, here it goes. It's going to land in those little fly swatter things. Look at that. Look at that. Just like in one of those 1950s space movies. That's amazing. Wow.
The
Fucking
perfect
amazing.
landing.
Yeah, every time. Every goddamn time. Right. Okay. So this is from Unindoctrinated sent me this. They said it's a comedy clip regarding the recycled urine on the space station. Let's see what he's got here. It's a test.
I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be back.
NASA recently sent a machine to
NASA
the
urine recycler, test 1, sample 1. It's the first water we've got out of the machine. This will allow astronauts to recycle their urine and sweat into beautiful, clean, clear drinking water. First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss. Smell, urine-y, and damn it! Oh, that's piss. I don't know why I have to drink it. It's piss. It's yellow. That's piss all the way down to the bottom. Results have not been promising. Edison, you know, it took him like thousands of tries to find the right filament for a light bulb. And maybe we're being idiots, or maybe we're... that's piss! Let's just see who drinks it. I'm not going to drink it. I can sit here all fucking day. You drink it! Do we even have a machine? Are we just pissing into this bottle? That would go great with a cheeseburger if you like drinking piss with your cheeseburger. Hey, that's not bad. Like a glass of water that a friend pissed a little bit into. We made water! Somebody give me a glass of piss. I want to celebrate.
That's cute. I can only imagine, man. I can only imagine. It's about like what's that movie? What was that movie they had with Matt Damon where he went to Mars and had to grow the potatoes in his poop? I mean, you're really kind of they got this thing about wanting to eat fucking poop and drink piss and shit. I mean, isn't it? Who was wanting to make artificial meat out of sewage sludge or some other kind of shit like that? I think they were doing that in China or some crap. It's amazing the crap that they'll go through. Barbara's losing it over here. Oh shit, I know that dude. No way. Charlie Welch is in here. Good evening, Charlie. Welcome again. Did you get a chance to watch that video that you so quickly commented on? I think you would benefit from it. Yeah, well, you know, it might be in the shape of an eye. It's of an eye. Maybe you got to zoom back further to look at it. But yeah, I know they're really obsessed with that stupid shit. And this is where we're at all the time. This is where we're at all the time with this. Just make up, pretend bullshit. The hair washing video last night was really quite good. That's probably part of that water reclamation thing that they do, because that broad lost half that Capri Sun into the damn interior of the ISS. It's at least what I saw. Let's see if we can get a different answer that kind of explains, maybe a video about recycling the air. Let's see if they've got that. an informative video. You guys want to see if we can find an informative video? I'll put the SpaceX up while I search for one.
We'll call a hold if it's not passing the check.
So this is
Expect
after
no
they
call.
drop the
If,
stage,
the
and they're
ticket looks
on their
good.
way up to the ISS, I guess.
Good to be back.
I like that comment. Thinking dry thoughts.
Oh, no. This is
Now we're
they're going
talking
back.
about
Like I
propellant
said, they're
loading.
replaying it over and over and over.
RP1 fuel is completely
Let me see
loaded
if I can
on the
find
second
that.
stage. Fuel loading is continuing on the first stage. We're just about full. It'll finish up at the T-minus 6 minute mark. Densified liquid oxygen loading is continuing on the first stage and the second stage. Both stages
Ooh,
are underway.
steamy.
First stage is nearing a completion, but it won't wrap up until T-minus 3 minutes. The second stage just began a few minutes ago. That'll wrap up at T-minus 2 minutes. As we get closer to launch, we will do various checkouts. One is the thrust vector controllers. These are what move the engine nozzles around on the first and second stage engine. And when we move those nozzles, we call it TVC wiggles. Those will be done inside 10 minutes. We'll also be doing checkouts of throttle valves on the engine.
Damn.
Now the range currently is go. Air and sea space are clear.
Now,
The
here's
weather,
something I wonder. Why
you heard the briefing
okay.
from the core up to the crew. We're watching one.
All right, why is that top of that capsule? Why is that line, that angled line? What is that for? Why is that so off center? I wonder. Other than to give it the same angle as the head of a penis has. It was the only reason I could figure that they had that on there, because we know they're obsessed with dicks. And they often they're obsessed with dicks and balls and shit.
Pointy is scary. Round is not scary.
Round is not scary. No, make it more pointy. You got to give it the more point.
That's actually fun fact. That's why Elon Musk put a point on his rocket ships. He said it's because of the Dictator movie.
So there's a couple of videos on how they get oxygen, and here is one from Mr. Engineering Guy, and that was 5 years ago. They're real short, so I'll go ahead and play them. This one is Mr. Engineering Guy is going to tell us how they get the air on the ISS. So this will be kind of interesting, I think. Yeah, I mean, what a hell of a guy.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I really didn't understand what the fuck was going on in their little diagram or anything. I mean, did any of you, rest of you, did you make any heads or tails of that diagram, the arrows and the vague explanations? I mean, not good enough for me.
Mark van der Heij, Joseph Akaba, Alexander Masurkin, Scott Tingle, Norishiki Kanai, and Anton Skaflarov. These are the 6 that form the answer on the question, how many people are in space right now? .com. These 6 astronauts use about 840 grams of oxygen per person per day. In total, that's about 5 kilograms a day. How does the ISS get this oxygen? Sending containers with compressed air into the sky is one solution, but a very, very expensive one. Launching costs tend to be in the order of $95,000 per kilogram of supply. That would result in costs of almost $500,000 for sending pure oxygen. Sending compressed air, which only contains...
All right, so how much does a fucking gorilla suit weigh? And let's see if we can figure out how much it costs them to send that. How much money did it cost NASA to send a fucking gorilla suit up to the ISS? If it's $95,000 per kilo, or a guitar, or bagpipes. Think about that, people. This is what they say. The cost per kilo is $95,000. How much does a gorilla suit weigh? Okay. Even just that would be, if it were true and they were really up there, that would be a blatant waste of tax money right there to take a gorilla suit up onto the ISS. How much does one of those weigh? You figure 1 kilo, 2 kilos? How much? I mean, it's at least 1 kilogram. Isn't that what's close to a pound? How many kilograms in a pound? I got a little converter.
I'll say I'm not good with the conversion on that.
Let's see. I'm not either. There's measurements, and then there's this gobbledygook from Europe, you know. That's what the fuck I see. So anyway, let's go down here.
I'm gonna pull this up.
We're gonna pull this up, and we're gonna go. So one kilogram. Well, come on. Oh, this stupid thing now is giving me commercials. Get the fuck out of here. All right, so we want go into weights, and we want 1 kilogram is how many pounds? Where are we at? Oh, wait, up here. It's 2 pounds. 1 kilogram is 2 pounds. And I would say that a gorilla suit probably weighs more, about at least 2 pounds. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you got all that fur, rubber face, and paws and all that shit. So even just say we say it's a real lightweight, special space age gorilla suit. And so it's 2 pounds. So just to take that gorilla suit up there was like $190,000, man. So that guy could squirt water on his face and say something stupid, right? Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Think about how many kilograms does a guitar weigh? How many kilograms does a fucking bagpipes weigh? And all the other silly nonsensical shit that you've seen them with up there in the space station. Remember, it cost them 95 grand a kilo. And this was a few years back.
23% oxygen by mass would result in costs of more than $2 million per day. Even the cheap SpaceX rockets will result in skyrocketing costs. So it should be obvious that a cheaper system is desirable. So in July 2006, the OGS, which stands for Oxygen Generation System, was launched into orbit. By using a chemical process called electrolysis, water can be transformed into oxygen. It works as following. As you may know, a water molecule is a combination of 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, H2O. By adding 1.23 volts of electricity, water molecules will get split and form hydrogen and oxygen molecules. Completing this chemical equation shows that 2 of these water molecules will result in 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen molecule. And since the weight of each molecule is known, we see that 5.7 kilograms of water is needed to provide for the 5 kilograms of oxygen. This water is obtained by recycling wastewater and urine. As a side effect, 700 grams of hydrogen gas will also be formed with this chemical reaction. This gas is highly flammable and also explosive, so that should be taken care of. In an ideal situation, plants and other flora would be used to generate oxygen.
Hold on a minute, just taken care of. What are they doing with it, man? How are they taking care of it? Is this what they're jettisoning out into space as hydrogen? I don't know.
Out of CO2. This would be called a bioregenerative life support system. Although several dozens of square meters of plants for every crew member is needed, this would be a very sustainable way of generating oxygen.
That's where we grow our weed, man.
Experiments on this matter have already been performed, but had severe problems with the rate of growth under microgravity. So for now, we are stuck with the OGS, but that could change in the upcoming years.
Well, that's an interesting thing too. So let's go back. There was other results for this. And here's one by that girl that I think she's the same girl that was washing her hair for us the other night.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, that one.
Right? All right.
Pizza Hut Big Dinner Box.
And Pizza
2
Hut.
pizzas, breadsticks, and wings or pasta. Everybody's eating.
I could set this up and get Prime, the paid for YouTube and shit, but I'm not about giving a fucking thing to Google or YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I don't do it.
They can just fucking chew my balloon knot for all I give a shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real. I feel the same.
The International Space Station is a manned satellite that orbits our planet at an altitude of more than 200 miles. At any given time, it hosts 5 to 6 astronauts performing a number of experiments, conducting research, and doing a bunch of other stuff to enhance our knowledge of how things work in space. The space station is suited for testing the spacecraft systems and equipment required for possible future long-duration missions to the Moon and Mars. It is the largest artificial International Space Station. The water recovery system is a component of the environmental control and life support system that provides clean water by recycling the crew's urine, sweat, other condensate in the cabin, and wastes produced due to extravehicular activity. The water that is collected is obviously put through a series of tests so that it's absolutely pure and ready to be reused to support the daily requirements of the crew, lab animals, and payload activities. This water is then used to conduct electrolysis and create breathable air to sustain life on board. Pressurized oxygen tanks provide a backup to the main method of synthesizing breathable oxygen. Unmanned cargo ships carry these oxygen tanks and deliver them to the space station. These tanks are stored in the space station and used whenever necessary. The crew can also produce oxygen chemically by igniting solid fuel oxygen generation canisters, which are comprised of lithium perchlorate. Each canister can provide a limited supply of oxygen for a crew member.
Okay. Focus on oxygen. And as I said before, we don't breathe pure oxygen. In fact, the amount of oxygen that we breathe in as we're respirating right now is only a small percentage of the overall composition of the atmos that you're breathing in. Let's see if we can get an actual breakdown. So what I'm going to say here, I want to go back to my little search engine, and we're going to say what gases are present in the atmosphere.
So you're just saying we're breathing some dirty ass gas.
Yeah, well, it's not good for you to breathe pure oxygen. It really isn't. What happens is people get the idea that we only require oxygen because when we have a lack of it, then we start to suffocate, right? But I think the oxygen level is only oxygen only makes up 12%. So usually the 4 most abundant gases are nitrogen, oxygen, argon, and carbon dioxide. So oxygen is 20.9476%. I'm going to put this up, little chart, so we can all see it. Let me do that. I'll stop that screen, present this screen. And what gases are present in the atmosphere? Okay, but I said at sea level. So yeah, I'm going to click on that. But what they're saying is the 4 most abundant gases in our atmosphere, 20% oxygen, almost 21%, 78% nitrogen, less than 1%, about 1% argon, and 0.0314% carbon dioxide. All right. So,
yeah, and they were teaching us in school that it was a whole process of trees put out oxygen and we put out carbon dioxide, and that was it.
Okay, so at sea level, if you want to have the air like you're breathing, see, let me tell you what pure oxygen is extremely flammable and dangerous. Okay, I don't know if you've ever heard of an astronaut named Gus Grissom.
No.
Okay, well, Gus Grissom was convinced that this shit was going to fail, that the lunar lander wasn't worth a fuck. And he was scheduled to actually go on the Apollo mission. And he went as far as to hanging a lemon for a photo op on the side of the lunar lander. All right. They had to get him out of the way. Anyway, during a test fire, the capsule that Grissom and 2 other men were in was filled with oxygen. And during the test burn of the rocket, something happened and it caught fire and incinerated all 3 astronauts right there on the launch pad.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, this is why when people are on oxygen, you can't smoke near them and shit like that, because oxygen. So we don't breathe pure oxygen. As you can see, only, as I said before, 21% of the air of the makeup of the atmos around you is oxygen. The rest of it is nitrogen mostly. It's mostly nitrogen. So where are they getting this all from? They're just running pure oxygen up there. That's all it's going to take is one fucking spark from the electrical and the entire place goes up.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, you're just
Come on.
fire at that point.
Come on. I'm smelling bullshit here, man. I'm smelling bullshit. But the average normie assumes that that's all you need is oxygen. That's all you need. But if you completely, all you breathe is oxygen, you're going to start getting problems. You're going to start having problems. An overabundance of pure oxygen is dangerous to your system. So I'm calling bullshit on their little reclamation crap, because you have to have that mixture. And this is what people say. This is what they think about this gradient thing, right? Okay, I specifically asked for the gases at sea level, right? On the ground where we walk around, where we breathe at, right? And this is what I got from the authoritative sources. And I find that only 21% of that makeup is actually oxygen, right? It's probably why we don't blow up in our house when we're just smoking a joint or a cigarette. There's Roofy. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah, not much.
Now, I would say, though, this is what I thought, too, back when I was a kid, because I wondered this. I can remember back when they had Skylab. And I was like, you know what they need to do is be having like plants up there. And then they said they were doing experiments with growing tomatoes and shit like that. And I remember in school saying, when they were talking about it, I was going, that's great, because that'll assist in the production of oxygen on board that Skylab. You know, because that's how we get it here on Earth. That's where the oxygen comes from here. It's through respiration of plants, their intake of the carbon dioxide. That's why when they go Greta and them blowing shit about carbon dioxide, it's like, okay, yeah, more plant growth, cool. And stop confusing carbon with carbon dioxide, right? So I'm just wondering how they are getting away with, you know, actually not having creating a dangerous environment with that. But I'm sure they've got a magical device that does that for them too, to go along with their bagpipes and their gorilla suits and all the other.
Well, what kept grabbing my attention is up in the shuttle. You know how they were moving that big silver piece, whatever the hell that was. There was a big thing that they would just keep going to, where they were moving this big silver thing. Well, it'd keep hitting the cord up top, and it would just swing back and forth.
Yeah.
It wouldn't. Yeah, it was the little shit like that you can just see everywhere.
It is. It's quite amazing to me. And it's like, I look at it like this. Look, if it's real, then you shouldn't have to fake any of it. I mean, I shouldn't see a guy in a scuba suit in the reflection of your helmet when you're supposedly outside of the thing doing this, whatever it is you do outside of the space station. I definitely shouldn't see a microphone go into your neck while you're talking into it. I shouldn't see your hand seamlessly pass through a cord of a microphone. I really shouldn't see you look like Scotty start to beam you up and then you come back, but nothing else in the image is distorted. You know, I'm just saying, it's just, if it's real, you shouldn't have to fake it. That's all. And whether it be for political reasons or whatnot, that's just quit lying to people, man. That's all. And if we're not as far ahead as you want us to think that we are, you know, it's better to just come clean with it and say, hey, we haven't done it yet, but we're fucking working on it, by golly. You know, I could go with that.
That was the point I was going to say. It's like it all started with the fact of the race to space. We already planted the lie, so now we have to keep going further and further to just keep covering it up.
Yeah. And the problem, I think, too, is that technology's outpaced the lie. You know, I mean, I could have so much more respect and understanding if it was like, look, we've never really done this shit. We're really working on it. And this is what we're hoping to do. And I'd be Godspeed, guys. Godspeed. But to tell me that you've accomplished all this remarkable shit without really accomplishing it, that's kind of like, you know, walking up to a target when nobody's looking and shooting the bullseye and then get back 100 yards and go, God damn, look at how good of a shot I am.
Yeah.
You know, come on, man. You can't be doing that dumb shit. And I don't know, it really seems really suspect to me why they want me to believe this ridiculous shit in the first place. You know, that's the thing. Why is it so important to you that I believe that I'm some accident that came from a fucking monkey spinning around on some ridiculous water ball, twisting and turning and corkscrewing at breakneck speeds and not feeling it because some dipshit made a math calculation? I'm sorry, man. I'm just not that gullible. I'm not going to ever be that gullible. You know, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. I was actually born. Do you know that I was actually born at the witching hour? 3:15 a.m. December the 3rd. So that's pretty.
Well, that explains it all.
That does
sums it up for me.
Well, yeah, that was because we're gonna go on a cruise and see Greece and Rome and shit next year.
Oh.
And so had to break down, get one of them little stupid blue booklets.
Yep.
Passport.
Get the passport.
Yeah, I've managed to go 58 years without one of them fucking things. And well,
the government's got you now.
Yeah, they got me now. They think they got me. Kiss my ass. That piece of paper ain't me, bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's how I work.
Oh, well,
I'm not in the little pretend world. You know, these people, they go with this stuff, but this, that, and the other. Yeah, that's for you. I'm not in your pretend world. I did the same thing during the last 3 years. People say, you have to put one of these on your face to come in here. I say, no, I'm not in that. I'm not playing that stuff. So you guys just go ahead. Just pretend I'm not here. You know, you go on with your little game and have a good old fucking time. And we'll just get with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the government got me today. I had to sign up for jury duty.
Are you in Georgia?
No,
No.
Virginia.
Okay.
Virginia, yeah.
Yep.
I like that. You know what they did to me? I went down and told them, take me off that shit. I got some kind of thing in the mail showing a voter registration card. Somehow I got registered to vote. And I said, you take my fucking name off that shit. They looked at me real funny. And he says, well, you don't want to vote? And I said, well, first off, I didn't do this. Somebody else done it. And secondly, no. I said, voting is highly immoral. She just looked at me really funny and goes, what do you mean? I says, it is immoral for me to seek a way to make you have to do something that you don't want to do.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to participate in that bullshit. You know?
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't either.
That's it. The internet is a hive. Jury nullification. You may be 100% yourself right now, but you're still in their pretend world. Well, only if I accept it, am I in their pretend world?
He's on the simulation.
You know?
See, he's right. We're all just playing our part.
Yeah. All the world's a station. Yeah. It's like, that's what I told that guy when he was talking about the plum. And I was like, no, man, that's not, you said that it points toward center. Center is north. What are you talking about? And he goes, well, no, they all deviate away because we have a theodolite. And I said, I don't give a fuck about your theodolite or none of the rest of it. Plumb lines are always parallel, man. That's all. And if they ain't, there's something wrong with your fucking plumb line. I can guarantee you that. There's either something wrong with your plumb line or there's something wrong with your level. Because I can guarantee you, if I build a big, huge fucking mansion or some shit like that, and my plumb line is not parallel with the plumb line down at the other end of the house, I'm going to have problems by the time I get to the third fucking floor. That's all there is to it. So I don't give a shit what a theodolite shows. I don't even give a fuck about a theodolite. I'm telling you what reality is, man.
How much tolerance do you have in this, whatever you're building, warehouse?
Oh, I don't know. We don't measure we don't even go and measure that tolerance. The shit better fucking work out though, because you can't stretch wood.
Okay.
Right.
But if the wood is a millimeter off, is that okay?
I guess it would be okay.
If the wood's a millimeter off,
what the application is. It would also depend on how high of a structure we're talking about, because that deviation causes a radiation away from the source of where it's at. And in a lot of instances, just a small deviation like that is enough to cause the structure to subside over a matter of time.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I was taught. You know, if one part's a foot or even a centimeter off, the whole build's a foot or a centimeter off.
Mm-hmm. It'll become more apparent as you rise up too. It'll become more apparent.
Exactly. As you put on. Well, it's one of those things is like you'll find out in cuts. Like if you're doing panel and things like that, you'll go to do your measurements and know that if it's this, you did your measurements, it's a such by such. You need this much cut on this panel, and you'll throw it up. It'll work for all of it until you get to the very last piece. And then you have to do a little extra cutting down. It's little things. You know, it might only be like this much off, but that much off is what a millimeter or a centimeter or whatever you want to do can do over time.
But if you're building, if you're building a really tall building, and let's say it's huge, like it's several hundred meters or several hundred yards wide.
Sure.
Is it acceptable that it's like a millimeter wider at the top than it is at the bottom? Or is
I mean, there's nothing's perfect.
Not if it doesn't have to be. Not if it doesn't have to be. I know, especially in a day and age where we're using lasers for that kind of thing. All right.
It depends on the build. Yeah, like if you're going off of like you're talking about towers, like scrapers type. Yeah. Something large like that. Yeah. It would depend, you know, how tall it is. You wouldn't want your top to be heavier than your bottom. I mean, you need a strong.
You don't want it leaning in any direction either. You certainly don't want it leaning, because the more of that lean, and over time, what it's going to do is cause it to subside. It's going to subside.
It'll settle.
How much do you think? How much do you think these plumb bobs are going to deviate by on a globe?
They don't. They really don't. In reality, deviate at all. Okay. Well, and that's going to be I'm sure that there's a slight bit of human error involved, because I can tell you this, I've actually used a plumb bob and not had it tied right, and it will give a false reading.
Okay. So, plumb bobs measurably deviate, but I'm more curious about how much you think is acceptable on a building site for like this, you know, like the sides of a building. Like if you guys think
like a skyscraper or something. No, I don't know. I've never done that. I've never had to build one of those. Absolutely haven't. I've built some rather large homes, and I do know that even a small deviation in your plumb line will be catastrophically disastrous when you get to the other end of that measurement and try to do something.
Okay.
Every time, even if it's just a small amount, every time, if you've got it out of plumb, you're going to know about it. Trust me.
Okay. But let's say one wall of your building, because we're on a globe and because plumbs are not parallel, one side of your building is like
that's the claim. That's the ridiculous claim.
Right. But we would agree that one side of a building being 5 degrees different to the other side of the building. So
of course, absolutely. Right. Absolutely. Okay.
But what do you think would be an acceptable difference in that angle?
Actually, there really is no acceptable. but there's maybe deviances due to human error that we run across that we can still work with. Yeah,
right.
But that's
Like
not due to that's not due to any kind of a ball. I mean, there is no way that you're going to tell me that somebody halfway around the world's plumb line is now perpendicular to mine in Virginia.
Okay,
That's
but
ridiculous.
They are.
That is
Measurably
absolutely ridiculous.
Okay. Except that they measurably are. Anyway,
Well,
if you're building,
that's your claim. They aren't, but
it's a
that's your
measurement.
claim because in your world you have to be on a ball. I don't know why you think you have to be on a ball.
Because it
But-
measures as a ball.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well, I've got the measurements. So
Well,
I've
you've
done
got
the
measurements that you made that would indicate to you that it's a ball, right? I have observations, tests, and all kinds of other things that indicate to me that it's not. And that
Yeah,
a deviation taken on a theodolite on a short distance due to most likely human error is not going to equate to the world being a ball. You're not going to sit there and go, because you don't go from a datum line to a point and then from that point to another point. You never do that. Not in any engineering practice whatsoever. Everything is measured from a set datum line. Okay? Because here's what happens. If I'm going to measure out where holes go on a piece of steel, for instance, right? I give it an XY coordinate to the center point of that based on a measurement of where I want that hole. Now, the next hole that has to go in there, I don't measure from that center point of that hole to the next one at all. I go from that same edge of the steel and I go over, and there's where my second datum point is at for both my X and my Y. Why do I do this? Because if I'm off by a small amount here on the first hole, that means I'm going to be off by that much on the second hole. But also, I have that tolerance of where I can be off on that one, and it's all going to add up, and those holes are not going to line up the way you want them to do. Okay. So it's always from a central datum point. Always. Okay. So if you're saying that you found a deviation between this plumb line and this plumb line, where's your series of plumb lines that you're checking this with? Because now we're accounting for human error with the fucking plumb line.
Okay. I made a video where I literally calibrated the auto level at the start of the video.
Mm-hmm. Right. So how many plumb lines were you using?
Just the auto level. One.
Just one.
Over to the other place.
You just used one. Okay.
One auto level.
That's not going to give you the data. That's only going to give you
I'll say two. All right. I'll say I used it twice.
Do a series of them, like 10.
Do you I get
no. Do you want to actually show that the plumb lines are not that they're actually radiating away from each other? Okay. Yes. Then you need more than two plumb lines.
So I used one auto level twice.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right. So use a series of plumb lines and show those. You can't go from one datum point to a point, and then from that point to the next point. You have to show it in a series, because what we're talking about is the reality of plumb lines being parallel and your non-reality of plumb lines radiating away like spines of an urchin from the earth.
Okay, let's do a hypothetical. Let's do a hypothetical on flat Earth. Mm-hmm. And I have two auto levels set up at exactly the same elevation. Okay. So they're basically pointing at each other. Mm-hmm. Right. We would agree, I think, that if I looked through one auto level, I'd be looking straight down the barrel of the other auto level.
Should be.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think would happen on a globe if I had that set up?
On a globe, if you had that set up, there would be a deviation, because if you carry that line out, which it is a line, lines are not arcs. And if you carry and extend that line out, you'll see that the deviation away from the ground is going to increase as you increase the line. Right.
That's what happens in reality.
But that's not what happens in reality.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
it's not.
Well, it would all depend on the type of surface you're using. If you're talking about using it on the grass, because you got to account for incline, you got to account for all of that if you're going to go off that.
Yeah, I've done this.
Okay, and trigonometry. Hold on a second. Trigonometry is involved. Yes.
No, the basic thing is they just point over each other, like they shoot over each other because they're both sort of leaning back. effectively, right?
No, they're not. Not in reality, they're not.
In
Level
yes,
is
they are.
level.
I've done
Level
it.
is level, bro. That's all there is to it. I don't
Well,
know
I
what
don't
kind of a
really
crazy ass
think
fucking
being
world you're
able to
living in that you
see-
think that that's the case, but it's not. Level is level. Level for me
Okay.
here is the same level it is for a guy in Tokyo, Japan, as it is for a guy in Moscow, as it is for a guy in fucking Mexico. It doesn't matter where we're at. Our level is going to correspond with one another. That's all there is to it. This is why we're able to use line of sight communication. You understand? Line of sight communication is a line, right? And a line of sight communication over a curved surface or over a ball is never going to work. Okay. You're going to completely miss the target station. Completely. It's going to go right over them. Because to them, you shot it up into the air, right? And they're going to miss it. Their antenna's in the wrong fucking spot to catch the transmission. So line of sight transmission should even indicate to you that that's not what we got going on.
Okay. My auto levels did shoot over themselves, as you would expect on a globe. That's just what happened in reality.
Wow. And then you had them set up wrong, bro.
Okay, then you've taken the burden of proof to go and do it yourself.
I'm just saying, then you obviously had them set up wrong because
I literally
a straight line is a straight line, and a straight line off of level goes level and stays the same distance, doesn't deviate up or down from its fucking source ever.
I literally calibrate it I do a 2-peg test at the start of the video.
Okay.
So
right.
You can just deny. It's hilarious. Anyway.
Well, I mean, it's fantasy bullshit. Like I said, do one with a series of plumb lines and show that deviation.
I did it with two plumb lines.
Do it with more than 2 plumb lines. You're checking this one with this one. Check all 5 of them. Check 5 of them.
Yeah, it's not going to
see
change.
What 5 of them do. You might find them going the wrong way even for your curvature. Because some of that is dependent. Some of that is going on with, like I said, if the plumb line's not tied right onto the weight, if it's not on there exactly right, it may show a bit of a deviation. I've actually seen that happen. However, they're not going to deviate. You put 5 or 15 of them out across the span of maybe 100 yards, check them with your little theodolite thing and see if they're all actually showing that radius. We all know that you're not really going to be able to indicate any kind of a radius or anything like that with 2 things.
Yeah, not over 100 yards, no.
No, and not over any distance.
Yes,
really?
Over distance.
Okay, what kind of distance are we talking about?
Was 5 kilometers, I think.
Okay, over 5 kilometers. Now set some more up and go from the same datum point along that. Okay.
Yeah. I can do that.
All right.
It's going to show curve.
And I'm not talking about go from this one now and then to this one. I'm talking about from the one datum point all the way. Yeah. That's the real test of it. This is kind of not really inclusive of anything.
It's basically the same as my theodolite measurements as well. You're just measuring drop due to curvature.
There is no drop due to curvature. The apparent horizon is just that. It's apparent. It's not physical. Take your theodolite when you think it's above the horizon when it's level and put a zoom function to that. And you'll find that the horizon is indeed at the crosshairs of that. Okay.
Have you made measurements?
I love how you try to use the apparent horizon.
I didn't say the word horizon at all.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is this is the whole thing with the theodolite, right? This is the whole thing with this theodolite. If you're actually going to accurately do that, it has to be with more than just 2 points. You're going to have to do it with a datum point and several points on to the distance. And that's going to indicate what your supposed curvature actually, if it's there, what it would be.
Yeah, I've done it.
Okay. You've done it. You've used 5. You've used 5.
I'll show you. Let me share a couple of photos.
Hold on, wait a second. You've used 5 or more plumb lines at one time with one single datum point.
I've taken measurements from survey benchmarks to a single object.
Yeah, a single object. That's what I'm talking about. You're not looking at it correctly. Okay. You're doing exactly what the rookie draftsman does when he dimensions holes between each other. Okay, you're doing the exact same rookie thing that takes place and results in disastrous machining scrap.
Hang on, let me share something. I keep getting the wrong photos. Okay.
Do you ever see that Rick and Morty where he says, "Yo, you want to experience true level? You want to experience true level, Morty? Okay." And he builds that fucking thing, and then he puts him on it, and Morty's like, "Oh my god, oh my fucking god!" He's like freaking out and shit.
He's like, "I want to go back. I want to go back." Tries to pull him away. Yeah, I remember that one.
We're gonna get us some urine therapy going on up in here.
So I haven't made a video about this, but I will one day. This is a big TV tower in a suburb called Artarmon.
Okay.
And what I've done is get relatively up close to it, so a few hundred meters away, use a theodolite to get the height. So set up my theodolite over a benchmark, and then take a vertical angle to get the actual height.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that same thing, just using what you familiar with what a speed square is?
No.
Okay, a speed square, it's a really cool tool. Carpenters and builders use it. It's actually a triangle, right? And it's on a 45-degree angle. It's an isosceles triangle. And I've actually used one of those and sighted out to the top of a tree and walked back until I've got that sighted out to the top of a tree to be able to tell where the top of that tree is going to hit when we cut it down.
Yeah.
It's a really cool tool. You can pick one up at the hardware store. They're only a couple of bucks, and it helps you measure your roofing angles, your hip joints for rafters, and your butt joints, all that kind of shit. You can figure it all up.
Yeah. So every measurement I make, I set up over the top of a benchmark.
You know, I found Roofy. I found one of those out in the middle of fucking nowhere in the desert one time.
Yeah.
I was dicking around out there. It was nothing for miles and miles and miles and miles. And we were climbing on some rocks. And all of a sudden in one of the rocks, there was one of those little surveyor marks in there. I was like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah. So I'll then go back further away, take another angle to it.
Mm-hmm.
And those angles, the difference in what it should be on a flat Earth and what it actually is equals the drop. I'm measuring drop.
You're measuring because
wait
a second.
There's the tower itself.
Because the object got smaller, you think that it dropped as you moved away from it.
Yeah, I understand perspective.
Wait, hold on. I'm just trying to get this straight. I'm just trying to get this straight. So you saying that as you got away from that tower, it appeared to be smaller in the distance.
I understand.
I believe you. I believe you. I have the exact same experience all the time.
Okay. So again,
goes just like this. Goes just like this
there's a relationship.
What we call the vanishing zone. A lot of people call it the vanishing point. I prefer to use the term zone because it's that little mirror line right there at the fucking horizon where everything disappears into.
Right. So I understand perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But this is my challenge to all the flat earthers who ask for measurements of drop. Answer this question. No one does. It's like, what should that angle be if the earth is flat, and what should it be if it's a globe?
So your contention is that water is curving around like this?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And what's making it do that?
The earth being a globe and having gravity.
Yeah, but wait a second. Whenever does water adhere to the shape of the outside of an object ever?
Yeah, when you have gravity.
Well, really? Gravity? What's gravity?
Yeah, but acceleration.
Acceleration, that's it.
Downwards.
Huh? That's it. What causes this?
It doesn't matter what causes it.
No. It does matter.
No,
it does matter. 100% it matters. Okay.
Sorry, we agree that there is an acceleration, right?
Well, I agree that things that are dense will fall to the earth.
Okay.
They sink to the earth. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So who cares why that is?
I do.
Okay, I don't.
Well, that's your problem.
Why is it a problem?
Because by ignoring that is why you have this impossible idea that water could actually do that. Okay.
Would water do that if it accelerates downwards?
No. What causes that? Why?
It doesn't matter.
Things go down? Yes,
the acceleration
is absolutely matter. No, it absolutely.
You just want to get off in the weeds.
No, it absolutely does matter. It absolutely does matter.
Why does it matter
what
the
difference
cause is?
Between reality and your magic water ball? Okay, it does
Let's say
matter.
it's electrostatics. Let's say it's electrostatics. Would the water still go down?
In its liquid form, of course. Yes. Sure.
Okay.
Right.
So we would have different ideas of what causes it.
Right. Okay, wait a second. Let's change the medium that it's in. Okay. It's all dependent on relative density of the medium. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
And so that's not going to cause water to curve around things. This is why it follows, of course, the contour of the bottom, its container, right? But on the top, it's level, right? It doesn't follow the contour on the surface as it does on the ground at all, right? It remains level.
Right.
That's
We agree there's an acceleration down. That would happen. Yes, we agree.
Well, sure.
Okay.
No,
So
it wouldn't. No, wait.
would
No. An acceleration down is going to cause water to wrap itself around an object and assume its shape?
Yes.
Why?
Because it accelerates downwards.
Well, yeah, but once it once it gets to the lowest point, it's down. It can't keep going.
Right. It's in equilibrium. Okay.
So why would it curve around something?
Because it's accelerating. I don't understand.
No, I don't understand what you're thinking. Why would it stick? It's not being pulled down. It's just merely denser than the medium around it.
Does it accelerate downwards? Yes or no?
Things go down at a rate within a consistent. Wait a second. No, things sink within the fluid atmos that we are immersed in. Denser objects will sink through that due to relative density. That's all.
Okay,
That's
but there's an acceleration downwards.
Well, so what? Change the medium.
Well,
The acceleration
that's why water.
changes. And it's not consistent.
The ground.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent. Secondly, is that it's changed the medium. It's all relative to the medium in which the objects are residing. That's all. Yeah. We also have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tons of water floating seamlessly across the sky in the form of things we call clouds. Yes. Right? Yeah. What happened to gravity?
By density and buoyancy.
Well, that's it. There you go. Now you get it. Now you get it. Now you get it, right?
Right. So you're asking why the water goes down.
It condenses, and that causes what? Because it is now denser than the air around it, right? Yeah, and so what happens? The dense water is heavier than the air that it displaces. Therefore, it goes down until it can continue no more. In fact, once it gets on the ground, it will seek the lowest point and be level.
Because there's an acceleration down, right?
No,
we're in violent agreement, Dave.
Show me how that could possibly show me an acceleration down, making water adhere around some fucking object.
Yeah, because the shape of the earth is a globe.
Show me this. Show me this. You said that acceleration can cause water to bend around an object and assume its shape. Yeah. Where do we ever see this take place?
Everywhere.
Where?
Water accelerates down.
Yeah,
the earth is a globe, therefore water will stick to it.
Well, no, that doesn't mean it will stick to it. It just means it goes down. It just means it goes down. It doesn't mean it sticks to anything. It isn't stuck. The water's not stuck. I can take something and pick the water up.
Right.
I can take an air hose and I can blow the water away. So it's obviously not stuck.
Right. You apply a force in the other direction, right? Okay.
Right. So there it is. It doesn't have to be stuck. It's not stuck.
Right.
Why would it stuck?
There's an acceleration down.
Well, because it's denser than the medium around it.
Yes, fine.
Okay, so now show this acceleration causing liquid water, to stick to the outside of an object and assume its shape.
Water goes down. It's going to stick to the surface.
It's not stuck.
Okay, then
Is it stuck? Can you pull the fucking? What happens if you dump the fucking cup over? Is it stuck in the cup now? No, it goes out of there. It's not stuck. So what are you talking about? It's stuck. Where do you get this idea that water is stuck?
Well, you say the word stuck to a spinning ball, so.
Well, that's what it would have to do in order to assume the shape of a fucking ball, and
it assumes the shape of whatever it's on. It's a puddle.
Really, show me this. Do this.
Show you a puddle?
You can take and put water. Grab a milk pitcher and put the water on the outside of that milk pitcher. And if you have to drop it so that there's a downward acceleration to make it work, go for it.
I'll show you a puddle. Water conforms to the shape of the surface.
Yeah, static tension, surface tension causes that. If you're going to show me a water droplet in a semi-spherical shape, I want to see 5 gallons in a ball. That's what I want to see. 5 gallons in the form of a droplet.
Water conforms to the shape of the surface underneath it. If the shape of the surface is a sphere, then water conforms to that sphere.
All right. Well, I'm going to call bullshit on that for you then, because if that were the case, be the case, the surface of the ocean would be following the contour of the bottom.
No, it wouldn't.
Why wouldn't it? You just said it assumes the shape of whatever it's on.
It's a puddle. The oceans are effectively puddles.
Okay. And what's underneath that puddle?
Yeah, like contours of terrain.
Yeah, right. So if it were stuck like that, wouldn't it follow that fucking same shape?
If I had one of my cups, where's a cup? If I had a cup that was like misshapen at the bottom, like, are you suggesting that it should like bulge up because there's a bulge in the bottom of the cup?
That's what you just said, was that water will assume the shape of whatever it's on. Did you or did you not say that?
Yeah, the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. So what is the shape of the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah, there's terrain, right? We know
All
there's
right.
terrain.
Well,
right?
There you go. What is the condition of the surface of the water? It's fucking level, man.
Well, yes, I agree it's level.
There
We
you
disagree
go.
on what level means.
So
Anyway,
I mean, if I go in there, is there some way that I could put water on this cigarette pack and have it be like a cubic type shape of water around this fucking thing? Not for a second.
Not on Earth, no.
It will assume the shape of the container that it is in, but it will never assume the shape of an object that it is on, ever.
What do you think a puddle is?
A puddle is water,
right?
Okay, that fills in a low spot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all.
Right.
Why?
Okay.
Because water is seeking the lowest point possible,
right,
in an attempt to seek relative density with the medium that it surrounds.
Okay. If I said the oceans are big puddles,
Yeah,
would you agree?
sure.
Okay.
Have you ever, let me ask you something. Have you ever driven over a puddle of water and it acted like a bump?
What do you mean acted like a bump?
Well, it's going to bulge up off the top of it or some
Oh,
shit like
no.
that. Should a puddle? No, why? Because the water in the fucking puddle's level, isn't it?
Yes, level,
Right?
but we
Okay.
disagree on what level
But
means. Yes.
if you were able to
How
freeze
can you
that water,
disagree with what level is? Just a question. If
Okay,
you built
I'll
a
answer
house
that question
that's
with a
3
mean.
foot, if you built a house that's 3 foot high on one side and 6 foot high on the other, is the house level?
No.
Exactly. So water can't do it either because
Okay.
level means level. It
I
doesn't
agree
mean
level means
humpty
level.
dumpty.
Words mean words. I agree.
in your
Anyway,
puddle
in the
example,
Well,
field
go
of
look up the
surveying,
word level and see what it says.
I have, and it's on
Okay,
screen.
then.
Can you see on screen now?
So you can't say that you, like Sovereign said, you can't put water on a ball and expect it to stay there.
I get
There is an
with your
acceleration down,
puddle,
so yes, I can.
with your puddle, hold on, with your
Well, then
puddle
prove it
example,
by creating one.
with your puddle
mean creating?
example, much like an ice tray, right? If I froze that water in there, the thing I would find is that the top of that water is level. However, the other side of that ice is going to be an exact imprint of the container that it was in. You
Right.
see?
Exactly.
Just like the oceans.
Right. So water doesn't stick to things like that, right?
It accelerates.
Water's not stuck to the earth. In fact, why would it need to be stuck to the earth? That's ridiculous.
Water doesn't stick to the earth.
So there's no reason for it to. It rests at the lowest point,
right,
in an attempt of equalization, relative density, man. It's everything is relative fucking density.
I'm trying to understand what you would think happens on a globe.
Well, I don't know. You guys make
the water would just run to the bottom of the ball, right? Isn't that what happens if you take a ball and pour a glass of water over it? Where does it go?
Well, that's what
it would all flow down.
The argument is that the bottom of that right there on the bottom left, at the bottom of that ball, you say there's an acceleration down. Technically, if we're on a globe, the downward would be down, so it would be just slipping right down the globe. That's the argument I'm seeing here.
This is not.
That's what I'm seeing. You said you did not. I see what they're saying.
No, that's not really what I'm saying.
Not even the air pressure would hold.
Is that water will never adhere to the shape of the outside of something.
Right.
You didn't just do that, did you?
Ever. Yes, I did. I did say that.
Really?
That would be like assuming that you could put water and it would be in the shape of a water pitcher on the outside of the water pitcher. It's like, why would you even assume that? Why would anybody even think that it would do that?
Well, explain
because
to me
in order to think that you live on a ball, you must believe this nonsense. That's all. It's a fucking religion, Rufy. It's a goddamn cult of the sun religion, 100%, complete with its priests and its saints, and they even got their own holy fucking trinity of gravity, refraction, parallax. I mean, it's sick. It really is. There's nothing about it is even fucking remotely realistic whatsoever. Just the whole concept of space is just preposterous.
Can you explain what gas is on a sphere?
Balls of gas forming in a vacuum and becoming so large that they crush in upon themselves and cause a nuclear fusion. Do you realize how fucking fantasy that shit is? I mean, right from the get-go, the behavior of gases, anybody with any kind of experience would know that that's ridiculous, man. For real.
But getting back to like 2015, do you guys understand that this is down on a globe?
Well, I know.
If you're standing up, your head is up, right? And your feet are down.
Yeah,
right?
Down is down, up
so
is
it
up.
doesn't matter if you were standing on a circus ball or if you're standing on a flat plane. We're claiming that Australians are not sipping tea upside down, or it would go up their nose.
But surely you have been in this debate long enough to understand.
Surely you've been on this planet to understand that water seeks level.
Right.
It seeks from shore to shore. I live out next to the largest ocean on the planet, which is the Pacific. From shore to shore, it is sea level.
Right. Do you understand that sea level on a globe is curved?
Hell no, the Earth isn't curved.
No.
There's mountains and valleys, but it's not curved. It's not round.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out whether we're in 2015 here or not.
I like that.
What does 2015 have to do with anything? It doesn't. It's the same yesterday as today.
Right, but you understand this green guy, his down is this arrow, right? That's his down.
I don't care what his down is.
Okay,
that's
but
not common sense.
That's what it is?
Why should I believe something somebody else?
Your point is, I know what your point is, Roof. You're trying to say that people stand antipodal to one another on a ball. That is just as fucking ridiculous. Up is up and down is down. There is no out and in and all this other nonsense. It's just mind fucking.
I understand you reject it. I understand you reject it, but do you understand it?
Well, as much
No, I
as
don't
can.
understand it, but I do comprehend the retardedness of it all.
When I played Dungeons and Dragons, you know, I also pretended that gelatinous cubes could actually kill people and do all this other shit too. When you're in a fantasy, you can make up whatever nonsense you want to.
Yeah, I understand you reject it, but I'm just asking that you acknowledge that those blue lines are not down on a globe.
Well, no, they're not down on a globe. That's why this is what makes it so ridiculous.
Okay, because I got very worried there.
All right. Yeah, I understand exactly what you're talking about, but the reality of it is that the whole concept of that is ridiculous. Okay? It absolutely is 100% ridiculous and designed to go against every bit of common sense and reality that could possibly be brought before it. Okay? It is completely the antithesis of anything real.
Now, if you want to say that the bottom of the earth is curved at the very, very bottom, and that the water and the land are horizontal to that with their dips and valleys, then I might get on board with that if it's in a bowl shape on the bottom and a bowl shape on the top, if that's the kind of bullshit you're pushing. I mean, I might be able to get on board. At least that's a little bit more logical.
What do you mean by the bottom of the earth?
On your little globe.
The center?
No. Did I say the word center at all? Are you that retarded? You can't follow along?
Easy, Dreamy, easy.
Is the blue line?
Come on. It was very
Earth?
simple. I said if we said that the bottom portion of the land, because we do know that there is land underneath the ocean, that it's got a ground floor. It's the same as up here on the land portion of it, the dry land portion.
Topography.
Okay. Well, whatever that word is.
Topography. Yeah. Mountains. There's mountains and valleys and shit under the ocean as there is on land. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. So if you're saying that and you want to call that a globe, okay, I might be able to get on board with that, but not with the bull crap of water being circular all around. You can't prove it scientifically. Nobody ever has. So it's just asinine to even think that way.
Let's do a little experiment, actually. Speaking of science. 1 sec. Let's go over here and I'll share this one. Give me a sec. How do I change what I'm sharing? I've got to stop and present.
Yeah, just stop it and share it again. Is all. Yes. That's what I have to do. It sucks, man. Unless you do just share your screen, then you can switch windows. But then if you play something of a video or whatever and you do it that way, then the sound doesn't come through. It's kind of a bitch. Hang on, I'll pull that up in just a second. I'm going to finish it. Cool. Trying to tell people, and I believe Thrashless was kidding when he said that. Because it's funny. ZXL put up, he does this all the time. It's really cool. He puts up shit in different languages, like the same comment. He'll do it in Portuguese, whatever the fuck. It's really kind of cool. And when Thrashless says, I'm just going to report all of ZXL's comments for spam now, I think he was just kidding because he threw that shit up in Chinese or whatever. But y'all don't fuck with ZXL. ZXL Master is the best goddamn internet moderator that anybody could ever have around. Yeah, and y'all are lucky to have him here because he's the first one half the time with a link that we're looking for or links to information that we're talking about. Also putting up stuff, just nobody fucks with ZXL Master. And if I find out anybody does, they're going to be held to pay for it. Anyway. It's been said.
All right, so I'm up. So I've put the phrase scientific proof in quotes.
Yes.
Okay. This is kind of what I was getting at the other day. First of all, the first result is scientific evidence. All right. So while the phrase scientific proof is often used in the popular media, many scientists and philosophers have argued that there really is no such thing. Mm-hmm. All right. There's a reason for this. It's not just believe what Google says. It's like what I said the other day.
Right.
If you have a hypothesis, you expect a certain result from your experiment. If you get that certain result, you can't therefore say my hypothesis is true. That would be a logical fallacy, right? That's the reason.
That's what
reason why we can't.
Wait a second, just to stop you. That's what y'all do. That's what y'all do. You've done it with fucking gravity. You've done it with the assumption of orbits. You've done it with the assumption of every damn thing and treating it like fact the whole way along.
Exactly.
Okay,
I think it's a fact. I think it's a fact, but I don't think
well,
people
because
say
it was shouted to
proven.
you and treated as a fact. That's why.
Yeah, it's reached my subjective.
So if I were to go
threshold.
like this, all right, let's suppose there's a guy. There's a lot of people in my town, right? And a couple people maybe I've had words with, and one day I get up and I find that my tire's been slashed, and I had just had an argument with some guy that I know, right? And my tire's been slashed, and right there by where it was slashed, I see a cigarette butt. And that cigarette butt just happens to be the exact same kind of cigarettes that guy smokes.
Yep.
Right? And I find a really blurry, faded out footprint in the dirt. Not really distinguishable, but it looks like it's about the same size shoe that same guy wears. Now, can I conclude from those anecdotal evidences that the person I suspect is actually the suspect that did the crime? Can I?
You've got very good evidence, yes.
I have good evidence, but then I look in and I find out, well, there's a couple other people who smoke that same cigarette, and I've had arguments with them maybe in the past too, right? And, you know, it might not have been any of them at all.
Right.
But I've got this anecdotal evidence, and I go based on that, and I treat it like a fact.
Yeah,
okay. This is what the Globe people do, man. They say, well, this is the only explanation for this. And you're like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. And so by acting as though it's the only explanation and backing it with a perception deception of who's going to tell you this to be fact, that it gets taken and treated as fact.
Yeah,
and then later down the line, after this guy's got in trouble, I've made my case and made everybody believe that he came over and he's the one that slashed my tire. And then I find out, well, that fucking guy was in Florida when that happened.
We're in violent agreement again.
You see what I'm saying? So no, but then again, we've got the same example as I've told before. Ruhif, I can say without a doubt, without having to prove it at all, right, that you cannot physically turn into a chicken, right? Does that require me to prove it? No, it doesn't. This is a fucking immutable fact that we accept and we know. Same thing when it comes to gas pressure. Same thing when it comes to water being level. It's always level except for if you were on a ball and if you were floating in a void and if you were spinning and if gravity was real and if it's a bunch of goddamn ifs that totally go against common sense logic and immutable scientific evidence, scientific proofs.
And water is the best evidence.
We were in violent agreement there. You had all this really, really good evidence that this guy did it, right? But you couldn't prove it. And you had one piece of evidence that disproved it. That's science. 100% that's science. Yeah.
Right. And so consequently, when someone shows that that there are alternatives and much better explanations for this so-called gravity than what we're fed, we get a bunch of shit. And merely the reason for it is because that would dispel the fantasy of being a ball in space and orbiting a sun and other planets and possible Martians and all kinds of other crazy shit. And like I said, it's like D&D for fucking math nerds is all it is.
There's a D&D movie, isn't there? I think
so, yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Do you think you have a better explanation than gravity?
Absolutely. I just did. The buoyancy and density factor are a much better explanation. And it also goes right along with your vacuum chamber test of things dropping. It goes right along with it. It's because it's real simple. It's because, of course, any object, regardless of what it is going to be denser than nothing. Isn't that true? So, of course, within a medium of nothing, both objects are dense and they're going to fall. Absolutely. Okay. Now, if we go the other way and start thickening the medium, we see different results start happening. As we change the viscosity of the medium in which things reside, we see extremely different results with all different objects of different densities and different materials. We've seen this when we float an anvil in a pool of mercury, or the reason a helium balloon will go up, but only to a certain altitude, because once it's found its relative density, it's home. Yeah. And this is the true with everything in nature. Right. Equilibrium at all times. And
where does the direction come from?
What's that?
Where does the direction, where does your down come from?
It's simple electrostatics. We have negative below us and positive above us. That's it. And this is demonstrably proven that we have these conditions. We've actually shown, there's some video I've got too of where they took a Van de Graaff generator. You know, when you have a party balloon and they've stopped being as buoyant as they normally are, and they're just kind of floating in the middle of the room, you know? All right, so they put a metal button on the end of the ribbon hanging from this thing, right? And hooked it to a Van de Graaff generator. And this thing's just hanging there. And when they increase the positive charge to that button, the thing actually lifts up away from the ground. And then when they decrease the positive charge, it comes back down. Why? Because the negative is going to attract to the negative, the positive is going to attract to the positive. That's how it works. Okay. Once the two come into contact, we have, of course, the electric field continuously through this thing. But it's a very, very weak. It only determines a direction. Buoyancy and density sort everything out.
All right, but so on the first tab here, I've got the gravity equation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're saying that doesn't apply, or?
Well, it only applies within the medium in which these things are residing. What does that do when I change the medium to something else?
Yeah,
where are we measuring the viscosity of the medium in which the object we're talking about resides?
Let's go into formula. All right, what do you think that is? Whoops.
I don't know. It looks like looks like something from the devil. I don't know. What is that?
No, that's the formula to work out the buoyancy of an object.
Okay. Well, great. Yeah, cool. You do understand that was already worked out before fucking Newton, about 2,000 years, right?
Yes.
Gravity wasn't even considered. You know what was considered though? The weight or density of the object.
Yeah, understood, Archimedes. Yep, that's fine. But buoyancy requires that 9.8. Okay, so you're saying that this formula
within what medium?
Well, again, if we want to talk about mediums, we talk about
that's
buoyancy.
What it's all dependent upon.
Right.
That's all dependent. That's what it's dependent upon, because as we've just stated, we could take a helium balloon and that thing will rise all the way till it till it finds equilibrium.
Yes.
And it won't go any higher. There's more space above it.
Yeah.
There's more space above it.
That's
so it will stay right at that level.
But let's assume this is in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we don't have any conflating factors of buoyancy. You're saying this does work or doesn't work, or?
I guess it works. Sure. Why not? Okay. It still doesn't. What is G though? You're measuring it down. All you have is a downward vector. You can call it gravity.
No,
we can call it whatever we want to. You can call it whatever. All it is the downward vector.
I know, but this one has mass in it, right? Mm-hmm. This one has charge.
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying electrostatics, you have to use this
No, I said electrostatics are what cause the downward vector. The downward vector is only to determine direction. It's not a force. It's merely an attraction. That's all. Much like when you listen, much like when you rub a balloon on your head and you stick it on the wall, right? It's the same thing. But it's not stuck to the wall. I can move it away from the wall. I can pick it up against the wall. A nice breeze will move it because of the material it is, but nevertheless, it's the electrostatics that's holding that they're determining that downward direction. Same thing when I go to shake out a towel. If I haven't used the static sheet in the dryer, right? And I go to shake out a towel so that I can fold it, right? Instead of going down, that towel wants to go toward me. It wants to stick to me, not go down to the ground, because the electrostatic charge is more than that of the ground.
What do you mean it determines the direction?
Is a million times stronger than this fucking gravity bullshit. That's proven.
What do you mean determines the direction? Like this determines the direction and then you just switch to the mass-related formula?
There's your downward vector. You can call it gravity if you want to. You can call it unicorn butt. I don't give a shit what you call it. It's a reference to the downward vector. You can call it gravity, but there again, I beg you, what is gravity?
All gravity is weight. The weight.
No. What is gravity? I didn't say gravity is a number.
What the gravitational constant, the big G is.
No. What is gravity?
Yeah, attraction between masses. You know,
attraction between masses. Then how come with the bigger of a helium balloon that I use, the more that I increase its mass? Take note of what the electrical charge of helium actually is too on your atomic scale. You'll see that it's full of little plus sign. Why does it oppose the mass of the Earth as its mass increases? Its tendency to be attracted to the mass of the Earth decreases as the mass of it increases.
The acceleration due to gravity is constant. What you have introduced.
But what is gravity? You're just talking, okay, acceleration due to the downward vector. Same thing. So, like I said, you can call it whatever the fuck you want to.
Yeah.
You can call it boson.
You keep talking about helium balloons bringing in buoyancy as a conflating factor.
No, it's not, because the entire thing is buoyancy and density.
I agree.
The entire thing this entire realm works off of principles of buoyancy and density.
Okay, what does buoyancy require?
Well, it requires that it is less dense than the amount of medium that it displaces.
Buoyancy requires a downward vector.
Okay, we have that. Okay. So what?
I agree, we have that.
All right.
Why do we have that?
Whatever you want. Now let's get to the meat of it, right? Yeah. You got to get to the meat of it, because we just disproved, we just showed how mass repelled from mass, right? Yes, my helium balloon.
Oh, you keep introducing buoyancy as a conflating factor.
Because buoyancy and density are the factors which determine where things will reside within the medium. That's all.
The downward acceleration, yes.
The downward acceleration, right? Yeah. Okay.
So the downward acceleration gives
downward vector
to buoyancy.
Right. Great. It's got a number. It's got a rate that does vary from place to place, but not by
downward acceleration.
Okay, so we have a downward acceleration. Great.
Which gives rise to buoyancy.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So buoyancy is not the root.
No. And what it does is it sorts the buoyancy. That's all. This is what keeps things from going other directions is all. That's all. This thing you're calling gravity, okay, downward vector. So what? Now we have to get the cause of it, right? Okay. And we also have to prove that this downward vector can curve water. We also have to prove that this downward vector can actually keep a pressurized gas system from equalizing with a vacuum of space. Okay?
It's the same.
These are things that just like you not being able to turn into a chicken. Okay, you cannot have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. Okay, this isn't something I have to prove. Okay, the ridiculous claim would be that yes, it can. And you're assuming that this downward vector, which is so weak that gases by changing temperature can defy it. Just by changing the temperature of a gas will change its buoyancy and density factor within this supposed gravity, right?
This whole thing of defying gravity or, ignoring gravity is just wrong. The acceleration is always there.
We didn't ignore gravity. We acknowledged it by noting the density of the object in there. Gravity from gravitas, meaning weight. Where does weight? What is weight? Weight is a representation of the density of an object.
Okay.
There you go.
A helium balloon doesn't defy gravity.
I
There's
know.
just a stronger force pushing it up. Stronger than gravity.
There's nothing pushing it. There's
What do you think
nothing
buoyancy
pulling
is?
it.
What's buoyancy?
What
is buoyancy?
All it's doing is seeking relative density within a medium. That's all.
Just like a boat or a submarine. It's going to be where it's comfortable. We'll use some simple language. It's going to sit where it's the most comfortable on the water, right? Just like that helium-filled balloon is going to go up until it finds its comfort zone, and that's where it's going to sit.
Right.
Okay. Is buoyancy an upward force?
Are you an upward force or a downward force?
Wait a second. I would say that given the direction, given my orientation, I would say it causes an upward direction. I don't know. The force is not really the buoyancy itself. I think it's the force is created by the by the equilibrium, by the equalization of these mediums. That's all. I mean, this thing is pushing through to reach its place, the same as something is pushing through to reach its place when it drops.
The medium is displacing it. That's what causes buoyancy.
Well, it's displacing medium. Yes.
Yeah. So it's an upward
and
force.
Whether and so if the gravitas or weight of that object is more than the medium that it displaces, it will sink. Okay, it is not buoyant, right? And the downward direction is just a weak electric charge. That's it. I mean, this is the same thing that drops and speeds to the earth. I can easily, in most cases, reach over and just pick it up effortlessly off the ground, can't I?
Sure, but this formula doesn't give you that downward force. The downward force is not proportional to the charges.
What do you mean downward force?
The force.
Downward force. There's no force going down. The only thing is the displacement of the fucking object through the medium.
What is weight?
What are you
Weight
talking
is a
about?
force that acts.
Force.
Force. Weight is a force. Yeah. So
you mean the
formula-
tendency to seek equilibrium acts as a force, right?
The
weight
force
itself can't be a force.
Weight's not a force?
The weight in itself cannot be a force. It has to have potential to be a force, right? Okay, so what's the potential of a weight sitting on the ground? Nothing, right? And so when I lift it into the air, its tendency to want to seek equilibrium in the medium in which I'm lifting it is the force.
Hang on. Chilling's asked a question. I'm a little stunned. Yeah, weight's a force. We calculate it relative to the masses, not the charges.
Okay.
So okay. Chilling says, if I'm standing on a hill in Wales, how can I see the Alps? I've got to stop and reshare. One sec. How can I see the Alps?
Slash I-58. Good to see you, Doll. I'm going to look through here real quick and say howdy to some people we've got in here tonight. We've got a few more since we first began. And I see we got, let's see, Lisa's here. Good to see you, Lisa. Slash I-58, of course. We got, let's see, Thrashless Smith is here. Barbara, she's always here. And ZXL Master. Yeah, y'all better be cool with ZXL Master, buddy. I'll tell you one thing. He's like one of the best moderators out there. He promotes channels. He does all kinds of cool shit, man. So if you're damn lucky if you have him as a moderator on your channel. I'll tell you that right now. He takes care of shit.
I'm on screen. Sorry. Yeah. So this is this alleged 700-mile observation from Wales to the Alps. What you can do with photos is, did we do this yesterday or the day before?
What was the observation height on that?
That's a very good question. 900 meters, I think.
Okay.
Something like that. You can plug in the coordinates if you want. And
yeah, I'm just gonna check it with my curvature calculator.
Oh, yeah, don't bother. Don't bother.
What did you say? Don't bother?
Yeah, don't bother. The explanation is
why would I not bother? I mean,
it's 700 miles.
Somebody just posts up some information on a screen and expect me to buy it. I'm not going to check it myself, right? Come on.
Oh yeah, the explanation is nothing to do with curvature. So
all right,
that's why I said don't bother.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I think we did this on a stream the other day where we got the azimuths to certain mountains and showed that it's like a linear relationship horizontally in a photo. We definitely talked about field of view. Anyway, what I've done here is taken that guy's identifications for each mountain. So Jungfrau, like he's picked these little white peaks and go, oh, that's Jungfrau, that's Grand Combin, that's, you know, all these bloody French names that I don't want to pronounce. And I've collected up all the azimuths from Google Earth. So from the observer location, draw a line to each one of these mountains and get the azimuth. Nice. All right. And get the height and the distance, blah, blah, blah. But the point of getting these azimuths is so I can draw a grid on the screen.
So you said that was you said that eye height. So that observation height. How far? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But how high did you say that was again?
I'll look it up on Google Earth. 1 sec. 1 second. So 53.06. 4.076. It is 1,080 meters approximately.
1,080. Okay.
Yeah, meters.
Okay.
Cool.
And what's that? I just want to see what that target distance is. That in kilometers too?
Yep.
Okay.
Over 1,000, roughly 1,100 kilometers.
Okay.
All of them. Yeah.
And is that as the crow flies or up and down all the mountains and valleys?
As the crow flies.
This is weird, man. I hate using my keyboard. I hate using my keyboard in landscape mode because it's like now I don't know where the fucking keys are. It just pisses me off. So let me see. 11. I'm gonna go 1141 because that looks like, or 1173, 1180.
Yeah, that's the furthest one I think.
Which one's the furthest away?
Bar de Cren's down the bottom, sorry. 1182.
Oh, okay. Wait a second. I'm doing something wrong. I put in the distance and not oh yeah, the distance. Okay. I'm good. So we're gonna go 1,182. All right.
In fact, if I finish, I don't know if I finished this meme series. This could be embarrassing. Hold on. Let me check what I've got. Yes, I did finish it, luckily. Phew.
So this says that there would be, from your view, that there would be a curvature, a target hidden height. This is how it gives a target hidden height of 88,349.6 meters.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, and the height of that thing is
4,314. Oh, sorry, Mont Blanc, 4,800 meters.
Mont Blanc, that's a pin. Yeah. Okay, so it's 4,800 meters. It still wouldn't be seen.
Right.
Even at that height, you wouldn't see that at that distance because we've got 88,000, over 88,000 meters of curvature. Correct. So is that like what? Is that refraction?
No.
Taking place there or something?
Nope. Well, sorry. there is always refraction, but this
right.
is
I mean, but the refraction's lifting that up. Let me see. It's the top of it's only at what 4,102 meters of that biggest
the
one.
answer is not refraction.
Okay, well.
All right, so I've got all these azimuths to the mountains, and this is how this guy went about identifying these peaks. All right, so he's got, you know, these azimuths line up. So we've got 125 degrees azimuth, 126, 127, 128, 129. So Grand Combin 129.5, right? So that fits, right? All these fit, these little peaks fit Google Earth azimuths.
Okay.
All right. So I've drawn the drawn this azimuth ruler across here because what I want to do. Whoops.
What kind of a span is that covering from left to right? Do we know that?
I can only answer that in angular terms rather than distance.
Because that would be interesting too, because we should also be seeing curvature in that direction as well.
Yeah. But
especially
anyway,
over a long distance like that. Anyway, I'm going to
So
send this real quick through a messenger, and then I'm gonna put a link, y'all, for the curvature calculator. This is a good one.
Use Metabunk. Don't use GitHub.
What'd you get on yours? How much curvature did you get there was supposed to be? Was it different than mine?
An absurd amount. I don't know.
Was it like 88,000 meters?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Well, then why what's the difference? Who cares?
Exactly. Yeah. The answer is not that we're seeing the mountains. That's the answer.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, everybody. We're not seeing the mountains.
Right. So, like I said, I drew that ruler across here, which, you know, all these mountain peaks that he did identify, all right, line up with that ruler. But I want to know what these mountaintops are that he didn't identify.
Did you try to identify them?
Yes. Yes, I did. And I think, did I do that on this? Oh, I didn't. I didn't finish it properly. Can I share Google Earth?
No, sure.
That's okay. But what I've done here, so you can see I've drawn these red braces, whatever they're called. He didn't identify this enormous mountain range or this enormous mountain range. I'm going to write down these azimuths. If I had a freaking pen. I don't have a pen. That's fucked. And I'll just use the image. All right, so I'm going to share Google Earth. Give me a minute.
God damn it. I fucked up.
So if someone can write down, I'll write them in the chat just so they don't get lost.
Disregard that link I put in there. I don't know where the fuck that came from.
137.85 to 141.90. That's the huge mountain range, and 144.44 to 148.65. All right, so let's
how I did that.
Go into Google Earth and see what enormous mountains are. What was the numbers again? I'm going to share Google Earth. 1 sec. Present, share screen, Google Earth. All right, boom. Is that up there now?
Here's a calculator for everybody if you'd like.
All right, so that's the observer location on that hill.
Mm-hmm.
And what was one of the? So 144.44 was one of them. Bring that over there. You see that now?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to go 144.44. Over this way. So there are the Alps there, right? That's the Alps. 144.44. Oops.
I think you can actually shoot that on the same azimuth as you picked up from the other picture where you worked out and just run the line, just shoot it there. That's why I miss AutoCAD. I need to get a copy of AutoCAD because I love that. I'll draw shit out to scale, you know, and then be able to shrink it down and show it to you full screen and stuff. I loved when I was working in engineering, I did all kinds of cool shit with AutoCAD, man.
All right, so 148.65 is the other. All right, so all right. This is that was the right hand red brace.
Mm-hmm.
There are not any tall mountains in this area. There's the highest.
Where?
Where is it? Hang on. It's all flashing. My screen's flashing and it's annoying the shit.
Yeah, it's hard. Google Earth does that really bad. Are you using one off of your? Is it the downloaded one or the web based?
The desktop version.
Yeah, I've had it do that to me too, and it sucks. It pisses me off.
It's giving me friggin' epilepsy. In short, there are no tall mountains in here. All right. There's nothing in here.
Well, I see mountains there. I could show you some areas of mine and you'd swear there was no mountains. And if I increase the magnification, you can clearly see that there are.
I'll rephrase. There are no snow-capped mountains.
Okay.
I think the highest I found was like 700 meters, something like that.
Yeah. What's that work out in reality? What's 700 meters in real measurements?
There we go. There's one, actually. There's a huge one. 1850.
Because you also have to take this into account as well.
What do you mean?
Mount Whitney, which is in Lone Pine, California. It's the highest point in the contiguous United States. It's close to 15,000 feet high. Normally, it's snow-capped, but in recent years, it has actually lost its snow cap in the summertime quite often. And there's photographs that exist of the snow-capped mountain and other photographs that exist of the not snow-capped mountain. So I would encourage you to probably look at some of those elevations and stuff. And the reality of that, though, is that is a large amount of curvature that we would see if we were on a ball. Those mountains should not be able to be seen even from that elevation, because
they're not
on a ball. You have a physical horizon, and as you can see here, that isn't physical. That isn't even a physical horizon. I guarantee you there's more beyond that, but we see a straight level topographical plane all the way to those snow caps that should be below 88,000 meters, which that's a hell of a lot of feet. Let me see what that works out to in feet.
But we just looked for snow-capped mountains in this range.
Yeah.
And we couldn't find
What did I just get done saying to you? What did I just get done saying to you about snow-capped mountains?
Yeah, but 1,800 meters is not going to be a snow-capped mountain.
So that's going to work out to be how much is?
We cannot identify these mountains. We cannot identify these ones. Look enormous, right? The ones on the left, right? Yeah, like Mont Blanc's the highest. So basically, this like 6,000 meter mountain?
They should not be seen, right?
Yeah, they're not seen.
So we're talking about the in feet now. That the hidden height. Okay, that's 289,857.
We're not seeing them. You get
That's
my point,
what it works out with in imperial measurements. That's what it works out to in imperial measurements.
Right. I don't care what the curve calculator
we were on a ball with an observer height of what I converted it over to imperial. I just hit the imperial button after I took your values.
Yep.
And you said originally that was 1,080 meters high, which works out in imperial to be 3,543. Wow, that's lower than where I lived in flat ground in Arizona. Do you believe that? Ain't that crazy?
Sure.
I was in the high desert. Right?
Yeah. I love driving from LA to Vegas, and you go through desert with snow, and it freaked me out first.
Yeah, it blows your mind. So when you're coming up when you're coming in on Vegas, especially at night, this is what I think is really cool. You start to come up where you're going to go over these mountains. And just over it on the above the mountain, you start to see a glow. You start to see this glow in the night sky. And as you come up and crest over and start back down, you see this huge little sprawling fucking gob of light. And then it's just like black all around it, man. It's like this little thing, And then here's another little group over here and another little group over here.
Oh, you've been up to, is it Mount Henderson? What's the one to the west?
Yeah, Mount Henderson.
Mount Henderson, yeah. I've been up there at night time a few times. It's it's incredible looking. Yeah.
Go to Telescope Peak in Death Valley. You love it. You will love it. It's awesome. But yeah, that target distance, that works out to 734.4 miles. So that's, give or take around 750 miles. And it works out in imperial to, man, that's a lot of curvature. And that's if we were on a sphere.
Okay.
Well, 24, what is it? 24,000 miles in circumference.
Yes. The bigger if is if these are the mountains, which they are not.
Well, did you see any snow-capped mountains between the target and those mountains?
No. This mountain, this lot here is clearly taller than I think you said that one was Mont Blanc.
Okay, wait a second. And those distances are? I mean, the ones, the Des Écrins could actually be further away than the other ones.
Yeah, like 1,100 kilometers. Yeah, they're all about 1,100 and something kilometers.
The time of year would determine too how much snow are on the top of the mountain. So
Absolutely.
you have to know the time that this picture was taken to know whether or not there would be snow or not during that time.
Okay. But there are no mountains.
We have Mount Rainier. We pretty much have snow year round on it.
Yep. Cool. But there are no mountains here. We looked on Google Earth. The highest I could find was 1,800. Okay. These are clouds. This and this are clouds. Okay.
Zoom in on that. I don't believe they are, man. Do you have a zoom?
There are no mountains in that region. There are no mountains in that region.
Why do none of the other clouds look like that? I don't know.
We'll get there in a minute. These are clearly clouds. There are no mountains in that area.
Then why do they work out to that azimuth, man?
We'll get there in a second.
It looks like mountains to me.
We will get there.
Because if it was just flat land, the darker blue would just be completely flat, but it's not.
Okay. If you think they are mountains,
regardless of that snow, it's all you still see a terrain line.
Yeah.
The terrain line's here. That's the terrain line.
Yeah, up there, right there, just alongside of where that snow and shit's at. That's definitely a terrain line, man.
Yeah.
You see jaggedness in it. You don't get jaggedness like that in the sky.
Anyway, these are clouds. All right. If you think they are not, please identify them as.
Well, I'll tell you what, they sure are a first sight clearer than the ones that are closer. Okay. Do you notice that the ones that are closer aren't like that? Do you notice that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get there in a minute. Okay. If you think they are not clouds, please identify the mountains. You will not be able to. Okay.
So this is another. Now this is a great photograph, and I encourage you all download this photograph if you can put a link to it to make it available to people.
I think I've got it.
Put it in the private chat or whatever. I'll stick it up on the screen. All of you feel free to dissect that. And yes, of course, that is well and good over land, and I encourage you all to look at it. The most damning evidence occurs over large bodies of water. It really does. At actual man-made objects. That is the most damning evidence that we have on that. Okay. This one, it could be possible that those are clouds. I'll say that. Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely possible. Is it a concrete proof of that? I don't believe so. Secondly, and so that's what I say. There are more examples, even better than this, where there's no confusion of topography and things like that. You can just pull in an object. Oh, look at that boat that just went over the horizon, and you pull it back in full view and notice that there seems to be miles and miles of horizon beyond the craft, on that beautiful flat fucking level water that doesn't curve around objects.
Alexander.
Oh, cool, FE Nation. I'm glad. I want to see that. That's really good. FE Nation has been doing a lot of really cool shit. Some videos of the moon, other objects in the sky. He's been doing some really cool stuff with that.
I've emailed you the photo.
FE, I'm going to give you.
That's what I've heard about Polaris too. Is that the sailors use that a lot.
The North Star,
stay
yeah.
on course.
Oh shit. Did I do it? Yeah. FE Nation, I just gave you the ability to be able to share links. So if you do me a favor, if you would share the link to your channel for people in the chat that might not be aware of your channel. And as I said, he's doing some really cool stuff with some video of the moon during different cycles and things like that. Very interesting stuff, man. I think wasn't it you that got that alignment showing some other planets in alignment with the moon? I'm not sure. I saw somebody put that out. I think that was FE Nation.
I've emailed you the photo, the original photo. All right. Anyway, back to the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we've identified all these mountains by their azimuth,
okay,
which means we can extend that to get a horizontal field of view for the entire photo.
All right, cool. How much is that?
40,
what does that work for?
46.56 from left edge to right edge.
Okay.
Okay. According to these.
Do we know what that do we know what that would equate to in linear miles?
I'm sure you could work it out. Do an exercise calc.
I'm just curious because this is one of the big things that gets obscured into with a lot of these is it's like, we don't live on a cylinder, right? And this is a big thing that I see, especially with these high altitude photographs showing us a level stationary plane. And here we have these photographs of that. And you have to realize that at that altitude, not only are you seeing a great distance ahead in the camera, that field of view is an extraordinary distance.
Right.
Extraordinary distance that we still see none of this. We don't see any of this. We don't ever have to look down, continue to look down as we go up to see over the fucking curve or nothing like that. Airplanes remain level. I mean, a lot of this globe shit is you must believe this crazy nonsense that goes against all reality in order for us to have this ball.
Okay.
There is really a lot of requirement for belief and faith, like a religion.
And when you go back
if this is 1,100, if that's 1,100 kilometers distance, then the distance from left to right is 945 kilometers.
All right. So 945 kilometers.
If it's 1,100 kilometers away,
right,
which it's not.
So 940. Anyway, what'd you say? 945.
945 from left to right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we worked out the horizontal field of view, 46.5.
I'm going to go ahead and give that distance the same as that mountain, and I'm going to calculate that. Let's see what we should be seeing from left to right.
Yeah, like I said, it's not actually 945 kilometers. Anyway. We worked out from the photo that the horizontal field of view is 46.5 based on his identification of mountains.
Yeah, it should be actually 896 or 89,602 miles of curvature, just total in that horizontal direction. I don't know if I can show this screen on here. I should go ahead and pull it up on the thing and do it on the screen and show it.
So what I've done now is I've lined this photo up in Google Earth, all right, to objects or to locations that I could identify in the photo. So I've got this in the photo. There's that, paddock that's cleared, and that's on Google Earth as well. The peak of the mountain, I've lined that up as well. And this lake, I've lined it up. Cool. So I've aligned this in Google Earth with stuff in the foreground.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that gives a horizontal field of view of 66 degrees, okay, which is different to the horizontal field of view we worked out based on those identification or his identification of the
right.
peaks.
Are we also taking into account the millimeter size of the lens, which also changes that. Your field of view will actually change depending on what kind of a lens you use. You know that, right?
Right, but one
Right.
photo
So
has
what
one
we-
horizontal field of view.
Right, but that horizontal
So what is
field
it?
of view will increase or decrease depending on the millimeter size of the lens that you use. Okay,
Right.
so
But
it's
one
all
photo
about
has
the
one
increase
field of
or
view.
decrease. So, as if I was standing there by my eyesight looking at that, and the difference between what I'm seeing with my eyes and what I'm seeing through the viewfinder is going to be a little different. Absolutely.
Okay, but what is the horizontal field of view of the photo?
Well, I mean, the view that we're seeing in that is the 46.5, I guess. This is what you're telling us. And okay, that's great.
Or is it 66?
But we're not seeing the curvature that we should be seeing, but okay. I mean, you should be. Look, there should be apparent curvature. There isn't any at all.
Well,
regardless of what,
you're assuming it's 945
I'm not
kilometers
assuming anything. I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
you told me that distance right there that I'm seeing is at 9, whatever.
No, I said if those are the mountains, then yes, it would be 945 kilometers.
Okay.
Those are not the mountains.
I don't have any reason to believe that they're not.
Okay, so then what is the field of view of the photo?
I don't know, man.
Okay, I'm telling you it's 66 based off things that we can align.
So how do you explain being able to pull in objects at sea that should be well beyond hidden curvature? How do you explain that?
Okay,
and
so
don't tell me refraction, because that's stupid as shit I ever heard. There is no case where it's going to lift up. Refraction is going to lift an object up and make it look like it's right in front of you, unless it's upside down in a mirror image. Okay, that's
we're done with this.
The only way a mirage like that takes place. So,
are we done with this observation?
Sure.
Okay.
So
how
do you account for the fact that we can, in several hundreds of instances, see objects at sea that should be well below a target hidden height?
Yeah, show me one.
Sure. Hang on. Let me pull some up. They're everywhere. Holy God. I can't believe you've never seen any?
I've seen plenty proposed, yes.
You've never seen it.
The field of view for this photo is 66 degrees, not 46. These are clouds as well. These are not mountains. He has drawn lines.
Claim. That is your claim. Okay.
Oh, let's go back to the first one. Hold on.
That's your claim. So I'm gonna pull up. Hang on a second, right here. So
La Tournette. Yeah, he has literally drawn lines from the observer location to whatever azimuth these white fluffy clouds are, and just picked whatever mountain is close by, because there are thousands of mountains in the Alps.
Sure.
Yeah, that's all he's done.
It's still too far of a distance to be seeing.
Because they're not the mountains.
Because you can actually, I'll guarantee you, many of the objects in the foreground would be beyond the physical curvature if you were on a ball as well. Especially if that proposed distance is actually what we say it is. All right. So over that span right there, we should actually see some kind of a curvature. We should see a physical horizon, but we really don't see a physical horizon. It keeps extending. And the more you zoom in, the more that apparent horizon extends every time. Let me see. Where's this? This is a good one right here, I think.
Flatzoid apparently is here. Hello, Flatzoid.
Oh, good, Flatzoid. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see
he's gone. He left 4 minutes ago.
He left.
Flatzoid.
That sucks.
I can't needle him about celestial navigation.
Trying to find that one that I had. It was really a good one.
Question: do you have a intentional or unintentional spelling mistake in your email address?
In my email address?
Yeah.
What, Taurus Field 369?
No, the sovereign part.
No.
Hang on, what was your email address then?
It's Taurus Field 369 at Yahoo.
Taurus Field, hang on. Taurus Field 369 at yahoo.com.
Damn, now there's so many fucking videos in this thing. I can't find shit.
I sent you the whales photo. Oh, I've got to go in like 5 minutes, people.
Shit. Oh, we're trying to find. Okay, well, I have to find. I mean, there are hundreds of these videos on here, but this one right here, I'm trying to find the one that's not going to be like 15, 20 minutes long.
Does FE Nation have a channel? Does he?
Yeah. I told him to put his
link in the chat.
Link in the chat. If you can do it again, that'd be great. FE Nation, spam that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one on whales too, but it's humpback whales.
Yeah.
See, that's what we got. You guys got that guy with bad teeth. It looks like he'd come off a Mad magazine.
Oh, speaking of bad teeth, hold on. Speaking of bad teeth, I got something for you. My bad teeth, which are not actually bad, but whatever. Give me a sec.
This thing is fucking up on me really hard, man. They're bothering me.
All right. Yeah, so I broke my jaw when I was 19 and had it wired up, and and it fucked up some of my teeth. And it's made me what's the word? Susceptible to having cavities.
Quickly share with everyone.
No, that's not the
No,
one.
it's funny. It's funny.
Proof of the flat Earth.
What does it say? Neutral flavor. Hold on 1 second. I was just let me tap that thing. Neutral fluor.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's got 5 times as much fluoride as normal toothpaste.
I would run like a motherfucker away from that shit. Are you kidding me, man? So you think fluoride's good for your teeth?
Yes.
Really? Why? Why do you think that?
It stops the enamel eroding.
Well, okay. So I think that air is good for my teeth. I don't see the enamel eroding.
Okay.
I mean, what I'm getting at is this: is that you do realize that that's a neurological toxin, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you?
And I believe the 0.25 percentage point of IQ or whatever it is. Yeah.
0.25 percentage of IQ. It's an accumulation. Aluminum accumulates in your body and it calcifies on your pineal gland, dude.
Sure.
Yeah, it's an aluminum byproduct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're putting, and that's good for your teeth somehow.
Yeah,
Here's the thing you got to look at. Where's the clinical evidence of that?
Oh, we can bring that up.
There isn't any.
Yes, there is. I'll show you the Australian
Look
studies.
on the very back side. Look on the. Do you guys have warning labels on your shit?
Not as hardcore as yours. Precautions: do not swallow. It's got benzoates.
Does it give you a number for poison control in case you do swallow it? Because ours does.
No, but that's America, right?
Yeah, that's America. So a little bit of poison's okay. Ain't got to worry about that. But
Yeah. No. I've looked into all the studies of particularly childhood.
Let me tell you about the studies on it. I brushed my teeth after every meal before I went to bed. Growing up, all right, drank fluoridated water. A good part of my life. Look how good my teeth are.
Yeah. Thanks,
right?
fluoride.
Looks good, don't it? That's because they're fucking dentures, bro.
Oh, okay.
It's because they're fucking dentures.
All right. So not thanks to fluoride.
No. Fluoride doesn't do anything. You know what, though? You ever see those kids they got like lines, little white lines in their teeth? You ever see those kids?
Oh, yeah. That is over fluoridation.
That's fluorosis, they call that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, that shit ain't no good for nobody, man. It's a toxic waste. And instead of having to expensively dispose of it, they just give it to you. All this shit that they give us, Rufy, you got to think about this. Why do you think that if you get your body buried when you die, right? If a cow dies, you just dig a hole and bury it, right? A dog dies, you just dig a hole and bury it. Anything else, right? No fucking problem. But if a human dies, you have to be hermetically sealed up in a vault that your coffin goes into. Do you know why that is? It's because you are toxic waste, man. Same as me, we all are. All the shit that they give us, and they know it. This is why they do the same thing with waste, right? Nobody freaks out about cow shit. They spread all manner of animal shit all over our crops and shit all over the place, right? But somebody finds a goddamn human turd and they got the hazmat team out there, baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
That's so true.
God damn.
I'm
But
trying
no,
to
I
bring up
gotta say,
my.
Rufy, you were like, you're a nice guy and everything, but I gotta tell you, you were like one of the most all-in people I've ever seen in my life, man. I mean, you believe in the jabs, you believe in
Yeah,
fluoride.
I'm trying to bring it up. I'm trying to bring up my jibby jabs. Oh,
He's thoroughly brainwashed and he accepts it all, hook, line, and sinker.
Did you continue education beyond public education? In other words, if you went to university, okay. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Oh, I was just listening to this thing that says from like 18 to 25 or 27 that's the most time when kids go to universities and colleges.
Dude, those are all Fauci ouchies. No way.
And that they are the easiest.
So do you got to like show that? Do you have to show that to people and shit for certain things? Like
just for shits and giggles.
It's just what?
Just for shits and giggles.
Oh, just for shits and giggles. Because I know that's going to be their next thing. They're going to want you to have some kind of a passport that shows that you've had all your poisons pushed into you. And shit.
Oh, we did have that. We had it for a little while. Yeah.
I'll wipe my ass on one. I won't do it, man. Listen, you got to understand. You don't understand the American spirit, man. No, you ain't gonna be telling me what to fucking do. That's all there is to it. I ain't doing it.
Can you see the dates on those?
No. Let me bring you up full screen. Maybe then I can. Hold on.
Free will is free will.
I can't. Oh, wait. There. Stop. So we got 4th of August. 2017 September. So you were even before any of this nonsense. You were doing that
because it's just a flu shot.
Oh no. I had leukemia in 2016 and had to get revaccinated for everything. So yeah.
Do you know why I don't get a flu shot? I don't want to get the flu.
Okay.
Everybody, I'm serious, man. Everybody, they go, yeah, I went and got my flu shot. Next thing I know, they're fucking sick. Cool. You got what you were after, brother.
Yeah,
my mom did that one time.
All right, Rufy. Well, thanks for coming on. We'll see you next time, man. All right. Don't be a stranger. See you next time. Bye.
Bye.
So yeah,
my mom only got the flu shot one time after she had her heart surgery recommended by her doctor. She said she'd never been so sick in her life. She'd never take another one.
Yeah, I mean, there's some, I don't know, but we're not going to talk about all that shit here tonight, all because blue-haired lesbian communists in the basement and cut us off, and you know how they are. I mean, I couldn't believe that they actually made a case and blocked an entire video for less than 2 minutes of what? Showing a fucking eel swim? Are you kidding me? God damn. Man,
that must have been some serious information. Makes you wonder what it was really all about.
Lisa says she got the flu all the time until she started getting the flu shot. You know what? I had the flu, I think, 3 times in my life. I think I can remember that I had the flu 3 times in my life. Various sniffles and colds here and there, but nothing like that, man. Even when people around me be just fucking devastated and shit, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I must be immune,
Yeah.
I must be, because I've only ever had it twice in my life, and I was really young when that happened.
So yeah, I'm gonna for the next one, I'll have some queued up that I want to show. I mean, we see things impossible distances to be on a ball 24,000 miles in diameter. The mathematics just don't work out, and I'm sorry, it just isn't going to ever. I mean, this idea that for some reason, because of a word, that makes it so that water can stick to the outside of a ball or adhere to it and assume its shape. Why would it assume the shape of something that it's on? And of course, then we get back to the part of the Holy Trinity. Well, because of gravity. Well, what the fuck is gravity? I don't know. A downward vector. Well, how does that mean that it's going to make water? Can you use this downward vector? Can you show this downward vector making water curve around something? No, of course not. So I don't even know. It's more this we have to pretend shit. It's more of this, just like with Santa Claus. Well, where is Santa Claus, Mom? Well, he lives way far away, so you can't really go there. But you have to trust that he really comes around and, despite all logistics, is able to deliver toys to all the kids and shit. It's like, oh, okay. I never bought it.
Whenever they make things so far-fetched, that's when you just know. I mean, because there's no, well, it's like I watched this one and this guy was talking about the flight patterns and where they fuel up and why do they head north and then drop down south, and you know, instead of just going like straight across these oceans or whatever. And they showed on a globe, and then they showed on flat. They go that way because the earth is flat.
You watched one on the flight routes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's some really telling shit in that. And then of course now what they've got, they come in and say, well, but what about Qantas Flight 27? What about it, man? Well, how are they doing it? Well, they're either going faster than they're telling us or lying about the route. That's your two options. Or the actual flight doesn't really exist, and you just see it on a flight tracker. Okay?
No, they were showing the difference between, you know, if they were supposedly flying on a globe versus flying like with a flat Earth model. And they showed how I think one was in Africa and then one about halfway north, and then on the other side where they would land actually is the flight path. Not the other way around, when it should seem closer.
Well, you take a look at like people say, well, how did Pearl Harbor happen then? You take a look at an azimuthal equilateral map, like the Gleason's map, and you look at where Japan's at, and you look at where Hawaii's at, and it's like, well, yeah, they just came straight, boom, right there. Did you know we had a war, or we had a battle in the Aleutian Islands? You know where the Aleutian Islands are? You know that little string of islands that comes off of Alaska?
Yes.
Right there? Yeah.
That's what I mean.
There was the Battle of the Aleutian Islands. In fact, it was the first time that the U.S. had actually shot down an intact Japanese Zero without it being completely destroyed. And so they were able to use it and find out about its flight characteristics and everything else like that. And they used it to train American pilots. But a lot of people don't know that it was actually part of World War II. Fighting the Japanese was in Alaska. Now take a look at where Japan is at and where Alaska is at. Really not that far from one another.
Right.
On the azimuthal equilateral map, they're right there. Let me see if I can pull one up. You can actually see some of this shit.
All right. I hate to cut on out of here, but I'm gonna have to get ready, go to bed, get ready for work.
No way.
Yeah. Again, 7 comes early.
7.
Yeah, we gotta wake up and do some stuff for Amanda before we go.
So what do I want to do? I want to hit the home button here real quick. Just hang for a second. I'll show you this. What I'm talking about.
Oh, you're good.
All right, so let me get a image for it so I can pull it up fully on screen. And well, this one will work, I suppose. Well, let's go view image. It's enough of the map that we can actually show what we want to show. So if you look on here, right here, can you all see my little cursor moving around? Zippity zippity. Yeah. All right, there's Japan. There's Alaska, right?
Right.
There's Japan. There's Hawaii, right? But everybody was worried about the west coast of the United States. Hell, all they had to do is come in like this to hit the west coast of the United States. They ain't got to go all the way to fucking Hawaii out here.
And when they released a bunch of the documents, there was they already knew what was going to take place in Pearl Harbor.
But I mean,
So,
there's your
another
straight
lie to
line.
feed a war.
So here's the Aleutian Islands. You see this area right here?
Yeah.
Off of Alaska, those are the Aleutian Islands. There's Japan. Zippity zop, bang, bang, bang. And they'd already invaded up into this part of Russia. The Russians were fighting the Japanese too. The Chinese, the Russians. And what were the Japanese fighting against? Communism. Same as the Italians and the same as the Germans, man. A lot of people don't realize that. So that gives you a better idea. When you look at the actual true Earth, you can get a better understanding of what people are doing, how travel is taking place and things like that, you know. And then it makes sense on some of these flight routes. When you look at some of these flight routes on a regular map, they just go zip up here and then go down here. Why the hell are you going way north to go south? Right? All southern flights, okay, just about all southern flights cross the equator to reach another southern destination. Why would they do that?
It's a bunch
No
of
northern flights ever cross the equator to go to another northern destination. Right?
Yeah.
So like even on, I think I got some of those flight routes. I think I have some of those. Let me see. I have to go to the, I think it's on my desktop, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just do it like this and say flat earth. Right? And then I have that whole fan. Oh, look, he's in the car. We're
Look
riding
who's in the
along.
car.
He's taking
I heard some talk about flight routes.
What's that now? What?
I
Oh
heard
yeah,
some
we
talk
was
about
looking
flight
at some of
routes.
these flight routes. I know you're going to bring up the Qantas Flight 27, right?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yep. Of course. Yeah, we had addressed that too. It is not proof of a globe, I can tell you that. It's just proof that we don't know how they're attaining this flight in this time differential. I have suspected trade winds because that flight often gets canceled, delayed, or rerouted. We did note that. And they've got some winds at high altitudes that really fucking smoke along, man. I mean, outpacing the spin of the Earth, supposedly. That's
Hang on, I cut out for a second.
Yeah.
I missed a lot of that. Yeah.
Before we get too deep in that, like I said, yeah, I'm gonna have to skedaddle, get ready for work. I appreciate you having me on, man.
Yeah,
Y'all
right
take
on,
it
man.
easy. Have a good night.
good
and we'll
night.
see y'all again on the next time.
See you, Sebastian. You have a good night.
Yep. Thank you, man.
Oh, don't I have those in here? I thought those were in this fucking thing. See, we jump around so much. I got shit everywhere. I do. It's insane. I'm trying to find those. I was wondering where I had put those flight routes. I had a whole folder of those. It might be on my
Yeah,
tablet.
that's one of my favorite topics, by the way, flight routes.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's interesting how just about every northern flight stays in the north. Every southern flight crosses the equator. It's like, wow.
No,
come
no,
up
it doesn't.
north and then go south again. You know.
No, you don't.
Well, it's when you look at these flight routes as laid out on a globe, and God damn it, why can't I find them? When you see them laid out on a globe, they make absolutely zero sense. But when you lay them out in an azimuthal equilateral map, they make absolute perfect sense. Especially like, for instance, there was like, who was telling me that? A friend of mine, and when I was a kid, I can remember him talking about this. And he had just got back from Vietnam. And I remember him, he was sitting there at my folks' house and they were smoking weed. And he says, man, the fucking government and the military, this shit is so crazy what they do and waste money. So they flew us from fucking Vietnam to Japan. And then we stopped in Alaska. So they flew all the way up to Alaska, and then they came right on straight back to the United States. And I was like, yeah, that really makes zero sense to me. You know, you look at it on the ball, there's Vietnam, and they go to Japan, and then they go way up here to Alaska, and then they go to this other fucking place. And it's like, wait a second, you lay it out on an azimuthal equilateral map, and it's right on the way. All those points are right on the way.
So you've seen Banjo's videos on this, right?
Yeah, I've seen a few of his videos on this. Absolutely.
Okay. His issue, right, is that he doesn't draw the correct globe great circle route. Right, that's his whole issue. So this flight from, it's like the first one he does, it's from I think it's Japan to Los Angeles, and they stopped in Anchorage, Alaska for this woman to give birth.
Right.
Okay.
Let's just pull that up on this map. Let me see this real quick.
Yeah.
Let me share the screen. I have this Gleason's map up here right now on the screen. Right. Okay, so he was where? Japan? It's right here.
Japan. Yep, Japan over to Los Angeles, I think it was.
Okay.
And he claims that it should have stopped in Hawaii. Right. But if you draw the correct route on the globe, the closest is like Anchorage is way closer than Hawaii. Hawaii's like,
well, from Japan to the United States. Well, on the globe, it would be, right? Because on the globe, you're thinking you're going like this. You think you're going like this, right?
Can you draw it on the globe?
I can't draw on this thing. Okay. But you would be going in if you put this in a ball, these lines, these latitude lines now become like parallel, right? So you look at that route and it does take you in a curve like this to the United States, right? But that's not really what's occurring. And to do that, if this were actually that route like that, you would stop in Hawaii, which is here. But instead, on the way, you're right there. I'm gonna.
Can you draw the globe route?
Hang on, I have it.
Yeah.
Hold on un momento. Oh, hello, welcome to the moon.
Oh, no.
Welcome to the moon. Would you like to buy slushy? No.
Open up. Do you have Google Earth on your desktop?
Yeah. Hang on a second. Yeah. I've got this. So hang on.
Yeah. So draw a line from Tokyo to LA, and then draw like a circle from Anchorage to that line, and the radius of that circle will be, the closest it ever gets to that point, and then draw a circle from Honolulu up to that great circle route.
Is this the one? Hold on a second.
I can't see what you're doing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, nobody can. Only I can.
Cool.
I'm talking. That was vocal internal dialogue. Sorry about that. I was actually speaking to myself. So that's not the one. Hold on a second. That's that one.
Or you could look up my videos on the topic that I responded to Banjo with. That's possible.
You've got a wrench, don't you?
No, actually,
no?
I don't think so. I'm driving anyway. But
put something in there, and then that way you can share the link if anybody wants to pick that up and go to it.
All right, I'll be at my destination in 5 or 10 minutes anyway.
Let me see here. So let's see, this is one, a New York to Hawaii emergency landing that stopped in Seattle. That's not the one I'm looking for, though. Damn it!
Is that the one that made the big dog leg, though?
No, actually, it didn't. I mean, it does. It shows it making one on the. Let me see. This one shows going to. No, that's not the one either. Damn it! Damn it! They got all these fucking South America ones to Africa, to Australia and shit.
Yeah. I think I've got a dozen memes in my little folder back on my desktop.
I've actually somewhere I've got that book about the emergency flights, but God knows where it could have gotten to.
I'll just re-download it. Fucker.
Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah. No, that's not the one with the big dog leg. God damn it. My eyes are bad. I got to tell you this, Ruhif, man. I've really got to go make an appointment for my fucking glasses because believe it or not, when I was 20 years old, I had 10/10 vision. That ain't no shit. I could see twice as far as most people, man.
Nice.
That's why I scored so good on shooting and shit too. Plus, I'd been learning to shoot my entire life.
That was a reasonable shot as a kid as well.
You saw did you see that picture of me with the rifle and the pistol? I was just in a onesie. I was like about 4 months old. I still have both those guns too.
Yeah.
Yeah. One's
my uncle was a professional shooter.
Am I a professional shooter? I've done competitions. I've done competitions and shit like that, but it's just something I like to do. And I've done it for years and years since I was a little kid. You know, I think my first rifle, and believe this or not, I had a JC Higgins bolt action single shot 22 long rifle. And in 4th grade, I took it to school for show and tell, and there was no problem, man. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah,
And my uncle was a professional shooter, so I'd go out with him, and he'd like clean up properties of kangaroos and pigs and foxes and whatever else. And yeah, he had a triple 22 and a 307, I think. And yeah, that was fucking awesome. Go out shooting roos with him. And then because I was like, I don't know, maybe 12 at the time, he'd have all the roos on the back of the truck, and he'd say, all right, just stay in the front in the truck for a little while. I'll do some stuff out the back. And like I'd be looking in the rearview mirror, and he'd be like gutting all the roos and smashing all their arms and you know, just doing the work out the back because he thought I'd be grossed out by it. Pretty funny.
I'm trying to see if I can
Good fun,
send
though,
this here to here. Maybe. Yes, I did it. Yay. This is just an example, of course, but it's not the one we were talking about, but it does show like what you were talking about. Let's see, what do I have to do here? Need to take a bong hit. That's what I need to do.
That's what you need.
It is, man. All right, so this is a good example right here. Okay. And it's showing from Argentina, they're going to India, right?
Okay.
And during this flight, the flight from Argentina to India can only happen with a stopover in Europe. Why not anywhere in
Amsterdam?
Whatever. See,
is that the Amsterdam one?
Is that what? Is
that the Amsterdam one? So,
yeah, it landed in Amsterdam. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a meme for that one. Give me. I'm about to pull over anyway, so I'll get my meme out and send it to you, or share it or something.
Oh yeah, say something in the chat. Can you just say something real quick, and then I'll give you a wrench, and you can just fucking post things.
One sec. In the chat, in the YouTube chat. Hold
on.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm. Is this going to post to YouTube? Hang on, that's comments. Whoops. YouTube, join the chat.
Yeah, just type hi or something like that, and then I can give you moderator status, and then you have more flexibility. Just promise me you won't hack my channel and kill all my videos, man.
I won't ban all your friends.
Yeah, right. See, I'm giving a high level of trust to you for this, you know. That pissed me off, man. I would love to just get my hands on whoever did that, because I don't care if they did that to you, Ruhif. I would want to fucking wring their shit out of them. That is just such a sneaky bastard motherfucker thing to do. I'm sorry. It makes me mad just talking about it. I can't help it. And I usually don't lose my shit like that, but I mean, I just like, oh, I can't stand people like that, man. Did you get something in there? Is he still with us? Did we lose him?
Not sure.
So what do you think, Dreamy, while we're waiting here? Wait, he's undercover for FBI and some fellow with a green tee. Did you ever hear that? Did you ever listen to Jay Giles' band Dreamy?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember the preamble that dude said before Must Have Got Lost? Is he always play it live on stage? Where he goes, so he started walking over to a house. You get over to a house, you start pounding on the door. You pounding on the door, you say, hey, Reputa the Buta. Open up the door, let me climb down the ladder of your love, because this is what we're going to saying to you. Love come once, and the love you grab it, you want to grab it fast, because the love you grab ain't going to last. And then I said, hey, baby, I must have got lost. Dude, you know, and I was like, what the fuck? He just rambled a bunch of crazy shit, but you sitting there picturing it in your fucking head, too, while he's saying it.
Yeah. Words paint pictures.
Oh, cool. I'm sorry. I must have missed that. So Flatzoid's got his channel back. Cool. If one of my moderators could go over to Flatzoid's Perspective and get that link for his main channel, put it in the chat. I wish he wouldn't have skedaddled, but he's probably making his rounds, making the news go, because I probably would have given him a link as well, or a moderator wrench as well. So, hey, that's good. Whew. Now I don't have to be all mad and shit. I can't wait to hear what happened. I wonder, did he post a new video maybe as to what had happened? I don't see anything in my notifications yet. So we'll see. I don't know. Do I have to resubscribe? Or I don't know what happened. Let's see if we can take a look real fast. We lost Ruhif. I don't know where the fuck he went.
Maybe he froze. He was driving.
Yeah, it's probably not the best thing to be trying to be on a live stream while you're driving. We used to give Chili shit for that, right?
Yeah.
So let's see if we can find Flatzoid's Perspective. If we're not already still subscribed, we should be. But I don't know what happens when you lose your channel and then all of a sudden it comes back. I don't know how that works. So let's go Flatzoid.
Should bring up his videos.
I'm gonna put up. There he is, and I am still subscribed. Yay! He's back. So I'll put the link in if nobody else has already, but I'll do it again just because that's how. Oh, looks like Barbara's on the case. I'm gonna tell you, I have some really good and valuable moderators in my chat. There's Ruhif. He's back.
I am. Whoops.
All right. But I just want to give a shout out because I really do. They said you drove over the edge, Ruhif. They said you must have driven over the edge. That's what Chilling says.
I can't share screen.
How come?
I can't share screen. I can't share screen.
Why won't I share screen?
Don't know. In the StreamYard chat, there's a link to my meme. If you can bring that up.
Let me see. I can't breathe. Oh, there's my shit going. I don't see anything yet.
In the StreamYard chat?
Oh, in the private chat. My bad. Okay,
Yes.
you're talking about the StreamYard private chat. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is from Dropbox.
Yeah.
Here goes. This is where the viruses come.
It is.
This is it.
All right.
Right here. You're fucking secretly working for Bill Gates, aren't you? I knew it. I knew it.
Exactly.
So I can probably just go save image from there.
Yeah, should be able to.
And then I can go, whoops, where am I at? I'm on StreamYard. All these fucking tabs, technographical difficulmations shall follow me everywhere. All right. So
is there a StreamYard app?
On the phone, I don't know. I think that there is. If memory serves me right, I believe somebody was there is an app, but I don't ever use my phone for this.
All right. I'll try and get it anyway.
Because that shit's just too little for me to fuck with. It just really is. Anyway, I got share screen. Bring this up. There we go. Buenos Aires, Argentina to New Delhi, India. Before they had space travel.
Yes.
Are you buying it, Ruhif? Do you really think that India landed something on the south pole of the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, is that meme I can't even make it bigger. Hang on. Let's turn it around the other way.
I can make it bigger. I mean, it's already
There we go,
pretty
that's
well
better.
full screen, but if we need to, we can actually go zoop.
No,
Is that
but
a little
it's,
better?
that's better. It's better, yeah. Yeah, so this one was the, shall I say, the worst for the globe, even though it's even better than Flat Earth. So this one, to get from Buenos Aires to New Delhi, you've got to make 3 stops in the Southern Hemisphere, which is a pain in the ass, but you still get there faster than going via Amsterdam.
So you're saying taking the red line is faster than taking the white line?
Yes.
So were they not on one of these red line faster routes when they had to make this emergency landing in Amsterdam?
It's not an
So
emergency landing.
that would mean, hold on, that would mean that they were part of the way around that red arc, right? And an emergency took place. And so then that means that they flew, they're going along, they're bebopping along, diddly, 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 here we are, we're on our great little arc. And the guy says, oh shit, man, dude just fucking hemorrhaged in the cockpit. What are we going to do? Let's land in Amsterdam. Okay. And we go zoop right here to Amsterdam. Why are we landing in Amsterdam when the closest point would be right here, right?
This is not an emergency.
Well, that was the emergency route that I showed that took place, the emergency landing. Look,
this is not an emergency flight. This is not an emergency flight.
Okay, whether it's an emergency flight or not, the flight wasn't an emergency.
Say again? You're breaking up again. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I heard you
Well, hang on.
breaking up too.
This is what
good.
we're looking
Good, it's not me.
All right. So we got this, right? And I'm gonna put yours back just for a second, and I'm gonna bring this one up. Right. So here's what we have, right? Is that they were going along, I guess, even on your little circle route or whatever. You still on the globe, it's still Amsterdam is here and India is over here. Whereas the whole thing should be from here to here, right? But they don't go.
This is not an emergency route.
I understand.
This is not an
that.
emergency
I
landing.
understand that. This was during a regular flight. They've done this. All right.
Right.
So why are they going to Amsterdam?
Because those flights exist.
I know, but why? Why would you bother? Why not take another? That's an expensive. That's an expensive detour, man. Especially for the destination that you're going. The fastest.
We're only concerned about the time.
The shortest point between two distances is a straight line, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
We're not concerned about the cost of it. We're concerned about what's quicker, right?
Well, that ties into the cost of it. Because the quicker the flight, the more flights you can have in the air, right? The more flights you have in the air, the more money you make, right?
Okay. We're not concerned about the ticket price for the consumer. We're just concerned about the time the flight takes.
Well, you should be concerned about the ticket price of the consumer, because when you've got flights that are going to cost between $1,500 and $2,000 one way, that would be a problem. You know, there's not a lot of people that have that kind of expendable cash to keep that route open every day or even 4 days a week. You'd have to have a lot of people that want to fly that route in order to make it pay for itself, right?
Yeah, but the argument about whether it suits a globe or a flat Earth has nothing to do with the expense. It's just, is it quicker?
Well, this
Which
isn't
route do they
quicker. This isn't a straight line. So if we're going from Argentina and the destination point is India, as far as the closest, the best way is to go directly there, not to go all the way up to the north. Why would they have to go into the northern hemisphere at all?
They don't.
They
Bring
do.
up my thing again. Bring up my thing again.
I mean, there's a bunch of these flights that do that. All the flights in the south all go into the northern hemisphere before they go to the south.
No, they don't. There are flights that go from the south to the north to the south, but they don't all do that. And it takes longer. It takes longer if you go into the northern hemisphere. That's the point.
I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me at all.
So that you can see what I've done in the middle there, right? I've
Yeah,
got the AE map, right, showing the
Yeah.
straight line, line approximately between Buenos Aires and New Delhi,
Mm-hmm.
right? The red line,
which is still shorter route than your red line.
right? Why does it take longer? Why does the white route take longer?
Because you're not riding in the trade winds.
Oh, okay. Let's do it in reverse then. Let's go backwards.
Okay.
Why would it be faster backwards then?
It isn't always.
It is.
No, it isn't always. It varies. It varies, and in some cases, even by a couple of hours.
No.
These things are regularly late
No.
due
You
to
missed the point here.
crosswinds
Hang on.
and the trade winds, man.
No. We're talking about the return flight comparing flat to globe. All right. You're
Right.
saying that the red route is faster because of trade winds.
It could
Right.
be
Maybe
faster. I
it
don't
is.
know. I don't actually know that it is faster.
Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Right. But
Right.
let's go from New Delhi back to Buenos Aires, and the globe route will still be faster.
No, it can't be because
Yes.
the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Right.
So unless you
Agreed.
have an increase on your arced path that you show, and unless you have a much faster velocity involved than the other, that's the only way you're going to even make it close to the same amount of time. If you have something traveling that red line and something traveling that white line at the exact same speed, that person's going to meet the destination at the end of that white line well before the person on the red line does.
That's the point, right?
Right.
That red line on a globe is not a big arc. It's pretty close to straight. If you draw the globe, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Draw that line between Buenos Aires.
Right. You have to have a
New
line
Delhi.
you take a line to scale, and for those distances between those points right there. Right. And that's how big you'd have to represent of a line for an arc in order for that to be even accurate. Right.
But do you understand what I've done on
Yeah.
the map?
Yeah. And I also
Okay.
understand what actual flights do.
Yeah. If I was
Okay.
to draw that on the globe instead of on the AE map, yeah, you'd have this
Right.
silly detour, this massive detour up to Amsterdam and across to New Delhi. But the red line will be approximately straight because it's the straightest path between 2 points on a sphere. That's why it's faster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
and it will be faster in reverse.
that's an explanation of why possibly it's faster.
Yeah.
But there again, an airplane, flying level, right, between any destination is not an indication that you're on a ball either. Okay. So with everything else involved with this, a flight route doesn't actually say, oh, well, that despite everything else, despite water not being able to bend around things and adhere to its shape, despite the fact that gravity's never been proven to make this whole thing stick together, and despite there actually being no real proof of a globe, right? This airplane is what just does it all in, right? No, because
you keep using the word proof.
you're assuming one, that's the only explanation, and that it isn't. There are several explanations of possibility as to why one way would be slower than the other. Have you actually looked at a wind map on an AE projection?
Yeah, I've looked at it on both the AE and a globe. That's why I said do it in reverse.
So on a globe, what you have is all this willy-nilly shit zigzagging around everywhere. And on the AE map, when it's projected out like that, it's perfect concentric circles. Perfect concentric circles. Absolutely it is.
Do you understand that all they're doing is projecting this wind data?
I understand that someone made it a convenient map to look at and display by taking an azimuthal equilateral map and wrapping it around a ball and pretending that the midpoint of the sun's journey north and south is the fucking circumference. That's what was done. Okay, that's exactly what was done.
But they're taking the wind data.
Actual globe, right? 1492, and they still to this day don't use a goddamn globe for navigation. And I don't know, do you got one in your glove box? Do you got a globe in your glove box, or do you have maps?
Hang on. We've got to address the wind data first.
Yeah.
Right? That wind data is the same wind data regardless of what shape the Earth is, right?
Right. So take a look at that wind data on a globe and how nonsensical it is. And then take a look at it on a flat Earth and how orderly it actually is.
Okay. So
it's very orderly.
If it has those wiggles on a globe,
it doesn't. If it does.
Okay, I agree it does. It will also have those wiggles on the AE map.
No, it doesn't. You take the same wind map, you take the same wind map and convert it over to a fucking AE projection, and we get perfect concentric circles, man.
No, you don't. It's the same data.
I know it's the same data, and when you transpose that data onto a ridiculous globe, it comes out chaotic.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Completely,
but it's the same.
Chaotic.
Yeah, it's the same on the AE
but
map.
it's a false representation of what's actually occurring. When that data is transposed onto a ridiculous ball, the information becomes distorted.
Let's say those wind circles follow latitude lines perfectly, right? Just assume that. If you then project it on a globe, they will also follow latitude lines. They won't go wiggly.
No, they don't follow latitude lines.
I know, but just
they
assume
follow
that they
longitude.
do.
No, they follow longitudinal lines.
No,
but on the globe, they have to make up for it because you've bent everything into distortion. It causes that to distort as well, just as equally as the rest of it's distorted when it's wrapped around a ball.
But you're saying the AE map has these perfect things, right, that follow the latitude lines.
When you take the wind maps right there, when you pull up data off of the fucking internet to look at the wind map, you can look at it on either a globe or a top-down projection, right? An azimuthal equilateral projection. You have that choice. And when you switch from one to the other, you see the difference between chaotic wind pattern and an orderly wind.
So again, let's say that on the AE map, they follow the latitude lines. Just assume that's true.
Okay.
Right? Now project that on a globe.
Let me just clarify that a little bit. They're not actually following a latitude lines. They seem to be concentric, the same as the latitude lines.
Right. Okay. But just assume that they are following those latitude lines on the AE map. If you then project that onto a globe, they will also follow the latitude lines of the globe. They won't suddenly become
won't.
wiggly.
They go up and down all over the fucking place, dude. They're all over the place, man. It's because you're squishing it. It's because you're squishing it. They're squishing it. If I take a loop and I squish it, it has all these fucking wrinkles and shit in it, don't it?
Okay. This is a mathematical thing of transformation.
So when you take like a ring and you distort it, what happens to it? It's no longer a ring anymore, right? It's something else. In fact, we call that a spline.
There we go.
So the wind patterns are splines. They turn into splines when you squish the map around a ball.
If you wrap the AE map around a ball, do the latitude lines get all wiggly?
No, you have to pull them all down into one another. Yeah. So I don't know. In order to make it work for the geographical locations in which the winds are being indicated, you absolutely do, because the distances are distorted on a globe.
We're just talking about wrapping the AE map around a ball.
I know.
The latitude lines don't go all wiggly.
I know. Well, then why?
So neither would the wind.
All right. So then answer me this, riddle me this. Yeah. Why then on a globe map are they all wavy everywhere, and on a AE map they're like a fucking target? I'll listen because I have to go in the other room. But
they are wavy on the AE map, but because the longitude lines are stretched out, it's less easy to see. Anyway, I've got to go. I'll join again next time I stream. Love you.
Take care. That sure was noisy.
I'm just gonna bring a fucking coffee can in here with me, and then I won't even have to use the bathroom. I'll just put a can on the floor down in here. We'll be in good shape. I want to find that thing too, man. Gotta win. I got that map somewhere.
Your friend had to run.
He had to run. Bummer.
Yeah. It's very windy.
Well, the thing is that we've all seen this. I'm sure he has too, and it's like more of this idea that there's some kind of order out of chaos, and it's like no.
The thing is when I see things or hear people like that, it just puts me on high alert because I pay attention to his expressions and whatnot when he's talking. In certain words, he smirks.
Right.
So I don't believe that he believes he lives on a ball. And if he does, he's just, super, super well trained. But
well, and I don't mean this, as like a slam or anything else like that. But when I say, it's like one of the most all-in people I've ever seen.
Yes.
I mean, for real. I mean, with all of it. If it's everything that I see is bullshit as he's down for. It's like I've never met anybody like that before. It's kind of
right.
cool.
I mean, people usually have their, strong beliefs and stuff like that. But that's usually what traps them, is having too strong of a belief in something. Where, because it takes blind faith to believe. But to know takes a lot more than that, in my opinion, anyways. Because when you know, you know. But when I was watching that video on those flight paths and why they fuel up and stuff like that, the way they do, is because on a flat Earth it works. But on the globe, it doesn't make sense.
Do you know how fast? Okay, so in those areas right there, let me see, that goes right to that area. What is that wind speed going? 11 meters a second is what the jet stream current speed, and that's like right now in that arc between those two destinations that we're showing on this map right now.
Yeah.
11 meters per second. Could you imagine getting a tailwind like that? I bet you they drop down into this other current one that goes the other way, because it's really wild. These wind patterns in that jet stream, they go like there's some going this way, and then beyond that, there's going the other way and shit. They're concentric fucking circles. In some cases, going that fast, 11 meters a second. Christ, how many meters a second is the Earth rotating? That thing's outrunning the wind, outrunning the Earth, man. You know what I'm saying? That's outrunning the fucking Earth. I don't get it.
And I think it's the way they play on the words, because like if you just take our human body, you have a right and a left. That's what they claim, and a top and a bottom. So you have north, south, east, and west. If you just put your arms out, and think of it like that. I mean, I'm one of those kind of people. I can be somewhere where I've never been before, go off into the woods and come out exactly where I want to.
You got like a natural sense of direction, right?
I do. Yes. Very much.
My son Corey has that, and has since he was a little kid. It's crazy.
So when people ask, or, parents would tell you to get lost, go away. And I used to joke around and say, I can't, because I'm always right here. Because I know right where I am. I'm right here. But I also, my son's that way. So in Tennessee, you know how the woods in Tennessee are. Oh, yeah. I drop my kids off and tell them where to meet me. Now, I would give them two. I would give them two things that if they came to the road, to the blacktop, to go downhill and do not cross that road, but just go downhill.
Right.
And the other thing is not to cross the river. So what would happen is they would come out close to where we were at, down at the bottom of that.
Right. Right.
Because it was a big park, along the river. But by doing that, people would freak out and go, "Oh, your kids are going to get lost." I taught them that for a reason. That way they can go anywhere they want to go and not lose track of where they are.
Good night, ZXL Master. Good to have you here. Hope we didn't give you too rough of a way to go tonight. You're a good guy.
I've traveled this country back and forth without a freaking map.
Oh, you hear that little pop? I don't know if you could hear that. But teacher says that every time there's a little pop means another flat earther got the app. Yep. Cool. It's
Nice.
growing by leaps and bounds, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. My son Corey has got that. You would be amazed. This is crazy. Ever since when he was a little kid, it's like this kid could spot a cop that nobody else would see. Too. I mean, he was a perfect cop,
Yes.
and he would be top tar. Like you look and it's like, oh fuck yeah, there's a cop car.
Yeah.
Dude, you take him one place one time and he could
take you
tell
back.
you how to get there. I didn't matter. And he's done this ever since he was a little kid.
Yes.
And it was funny. We were in California and we went to LA and he goes, "Oh," he says, "I don't know." He was driving and I says, "How the fuck do you know where you're going?" He says, "Dude," he says, "I know everything about these streets." He says, "I've been playing Grand Theft Auto so fucking long. I know all of LA streets." He said, and we're passing this building. He says, "Yeah, that place there's a laboratory. I killed a bunch of people in there one time." And I'm looking and it's a fucking laboratory. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean,
My
he
son,
knew this,
he
and
was
it was
like
funny
that.
because he learned his way around LA from playing Grand Theft Auto. I mean, for fuck,
Right.
that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
took
keep
my
this.
son with me when he was 2. And that's because he was he kind of talked a little late and everything because he was preemie. So, he was a little later. But when he was about 2 years old, I'd just stand him next to me in the truck, go wherever. And then the next time I'd go, I'd have him give me directions. And he could do it every single time. He was incredible.
Yeah, that's how
My
cool
dad
it
was like that as well. My dad has a good sense of direction.
Peter W is asking if the FEA app works on a desktop. I do not believe so. I think it only works like on your phone. It'll work with an iPhone or an Android, and I have it on my phone and on my tablet. And I only actually had to buy it once to put it on both of those devices. I didn't have to pay for it a second time to put it on my tablet. So I know that they work on those. I don't think there's a desktop app yet. Let's look on deep inside the rabbit hole. And so I put the that curvature calculator. If any of you don't have that, I want to go ahead and put it in here. I'll set it to default so that it's at 0. I'm just going to refresh it so that you don't have all my data that I had in it. And I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it down here. This is the curvature calculator. It's really cool. All you have to do is put the target distance and the observer height. Like if you're 5 foot tall or 5'5" is where your eye level is at, you put in 5.5 for your eye height, and then you put in the distance. Let me share this real quick so I can show people before I take it down off of my screen. So it's like this. You just hear, I'm going to zoom it in a little bit so y'all can see it. So as you can see, you can set it from metric or to imperial. You put in your observer height here. For instance, I would say my eye height, I'm just going to guesstimate it about 5.5 feet. All right. And say we see an object that is 15 miles away. Okay, so it's 15 miles away. I hit the, okay, so the horizon, the apparent horizon, right? Or what they would think is his physical horizon actually is almost 3 miles, right? But the target hidden height is going to be 98 feet at 68 at that 15-mile distance. Okay, so that's how much of shit is going to be hidden, and it actually draws it out as the diagram here and shows exactly what you would see. So it's really a good one to check and see, hey, should I be able to see that or not? So
Right.
I think it's a great little tool. He said to use some other one. Fine. I don't know which one it was, but
But you
go ahead, because you're going to get the same fucking results. You know, that's all.
But you're going to have to believe in that you'd have to believe you're on a ball.
Right. So there you go. If the earth is curved and I'm looking at a distance, that's the way I use this thing. If I'm seeing a thing this far away, how much curvature should there be between me and the object? And this is just a handy thing to go ahead and calculate that out. So what I was going to do is I was going to go to deep inside the rabbit hole, and we'll take a look-see real quick for Peter. And I'm going to put that, oh shit, what happened? Why is that not? I think you got to go www.dirth.
One of the things I was doing while you guys were jabbering was I was looking up the origins of the word South. Ended up finding historical origins of the term, and they said terms, not definitions, but terms for north, south, east, and west. I posted that link in the chat so people could look it up. But that was very interesting. In Latin, south is talking about the sun, referring to the sun.
And what was this in again?
I'll repost a link in the YouTube chat. It was in linguistics. I like to, when everyone's assuming they know what a word means, and we all are just assuming we know what it is.
Yes.
That's where we become babblers. Nobody's making any sense because, like he said, he had his own definition for level. And you just have to laugh at that.
I've got this meme that shows this level that's curved like that, and it says a globetard's level. That's perfect. It's like I'd like to, yeah, I don't see.
But do you see it says linguistics, that there has the north, south, east, and west. If you scroll down a little bit, it goes into the Latin terms and things like that. But anyways, I just looked it up because I thought it was interesting, because now that the more I keep looking up these words, north is center, south is, away from us, and east and west, it's like he says, we live on a clock, we have a circular, bit of lands that we kind of hop from.
Good news, Peter. And I'm going to do this for myself as well. I'm going to put the link in here. This app is available for all your devices, it says. So yes, you can get it for your PC. I'm going to put the link in here right now. It takes you can download it from the Google Play Store. It's $2.99, but I'll tell you what, you're going to spend that and not even look at it. I mean, you'll eat that in a hamburger that'll kill you from McDonald's, for crying out loud, and this is much more valuable. So yeah, that's really cool. I'm gonna put it on my PC. That's great. I didn't know that. So now I can actually, it's easier for me to share shit from this during the show. Awesome. So this is fantastic. I'm glad you asked that question, Peter. You are awesome, man. Probably awesome regardless of asking that question or not, because you're here. If you're here, you can pretty much bet on it that you're an awesome person. And that's all I got to say. I really do have quite an affinity for the people in my chat, in my audience, Dreamy, you've become like a part of this big time because you're a lot of times on the streams.
Yeah.
And I like it because I think that in the whole scheme of things, you're relatively new to this flat earth thing, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No.
When I was about third grade,
Okay.
You know how Seventh Adventists have their own schools, right?
Right.
I was in a private school, and so we had one teacher for 1st through 8th grade. I was like 3rd grade, but I heard her talking. They were doing their history or whatever, anyways, and she was talking about before Columbus and everything, and how the people believed the earth was flat and blah blah blah, and she was telling them all that, and from that day on I just knew it was. Now there was a time or two I brought it up and I was attacked so bad I just didn't talk about it with anybody until I found y'all people and I'm like, oh great, my family.
Right.
It's like you arrived from your little spaceship into my little world.
Right. And I'll tell you what, it's hard to a lot of times here, especially like people are already a little bit skittish, in some cases. And I've had people in the chat just fucking absolutely trash on people that are genuinely, and this is the reason you don't do it. Have you ever seen somebody named Hello Baby in my chat?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I like her.
Hello Baby was a Glober until she started watching my channel.
Right.
And that's one of many. Okay. And so it's important that you don't alienate them. You can't alienate this. Listen, you were there too. Everybody, we all were at some time in this fucking hypnotic state. Right.
It's
So
something or another. Yes, I agree with you.
Right. And then, there's some frustrating shit because of that, people will leave and they don't come back or they'll unsubscribe. And I'm like, this is no good. Right. Or somebody asks for a link to something in the chat. Right. And I say, well, one of my moderators, please put the link to such and such in the chat. And you guys are usually really good about it. But then I got people putting their own goddamn channel in there instead. The person looking for the link clicks on it and goes, that's not the fucking shit I was looking for. It has nothing to do with what I was looking for.
Right.
And so then I end up having to put the fucking thing in there myself. And I'm like, wait a second, man. This ain't just for you to be able to promote your channel. I mean, from time to time, if you want to do that, that's fine. But come on, man. And that kind of shit starts hurting my channel. And as I was said the other night, moderators, you represent me, and if you look shitty, you make me look shitty. That's all, and I understand there's a bit of frustration that comes along with talking to these guys because you get tired of the same old fucking bullshit talking points and everything. And it starts to wear on you, especially since they usually come in with a hostile attitude most oftentimes. Just blow it off and be cool. Pretend you're at church, man. You're welcoming these people. You want to bring them to that thing. You want to get them away from the mean and agony that they're in right now. And
But
that's
see,
kind
they
of
will never talk about when they like the Rufy, he agreed that, you can put it in a container or ocean or a lake or whatever, and it will hold that shape, right? But if you push them past that logical thinking, I mean, they'll totally redirect the conversation, change the subject, do whatever. And that's what he's done time and time again. That's why I say what I said. He uses the words, he says things, and then he turns around and flips like it's like, somebody trying to manipulate you. You know what I mean?
Gaslighting.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of the globe shit is gaslighting.
Yeah.
Truly, by definition. No, you don't see that. This is what you see. No,
you can't. Like you said, I like the way you put that. You can't have water sticking to a round surface. Never, ever.
or any surface that's not level or flat.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna. I mean, you can have a basin like if you was like I said with this mud puddle thing, right?
Right.
Let's wait and let the water freeze in that pothole, right?
Right.
And we pull that piece of ice out of there. One side of that's going to be flat as a goddamn fritter, and the rest of it's going to be a mold of the contour of the container that it was in.
Exactly.
It's all there is to it. You're not going to have something, take the shape of some object and just be there. It just doesn't
Our
work.
deepest valleys are what we call our oceans,
Oh, that right on, LHP. That's right. And it's, and a lot of times, hey, if you got content and you're growing in your channel and you're doing it through putting out content, right? And that's what it takes. And that's great because it's all your content. Linking it on my channel is great because your content has to do with the shit that I talk about, right? So hell yeah, that's the kind of thing we want. I noticed you didn't beg anybody to subscribe to your channel, but we put it out there.
Sovereign, there are some channels they're just about helping others build their channels, so their mods are asked to post everybody's link that comes into the room, where others, they don't ask for that and don't want that.
Well, I'll tell you a great example of someone who, example of somebody who has a channel like that is the XL Master, right? Yeah. Because constantly it's like, and it's not really necessary. I mean, all the topics that are there, I've seen him promote so many channels. He does QR codes, and he just did that with my channel, and I didn't even. I was like, wow, thanks. I mean, it's just what he does. And I think it's really fucking awesome as shit, LHB, if y'all haven't, and go ahead and put your link in, LHB, put it in again, because you just put out another video. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. And I intend to. It's already queued up on my tabs. I have so many tabs open right now. To watch. He's putting out content, and it's pretty good stuff, man. So I urge people, go over there and look at it. He's growing his channel. Give him a sub, hit the bell. That way when he puts something in a new video up, you'll hopefully know about it, unless the very biased algorithm that they have here shadow bans him as well. And just remember, LHB, if they start doing that, that means just remember you get the most flack when you're right over the target. Okay. That's the reality of it. You get the most flack when you're right over the target.
Yeah.
So let's see. Is this still working over here? Nope. Last one was still Jehovah's Daughter. So yeah, LHB, lead people right back here to your channel. It does. So it's kind of to my advantage as well. But no, he's putting out some pretty good information. He's pointing out, again, other channels like Brian Stavely and places where you can go and get some really good information. And like I say, shit, I'd rather sit and talk with somebody. You realize just that exchange that we took between Ruhif and I, do you realize on Twitter that would have took us 2 fucking days? No shit.
I would rather talk than type.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I give these idiots on X, it's what it's called now. I give them all the time. I'm like, well, cool. I'm live right now. Let's discuss it. Go, and they're like, oh, well, I have some weird excuse as to why I'd rather sit here and type this out for fucking weeks on end rather than just come out and discuss it and be done with it, right? Jesus Christ.
I don't even use all my fingers to type. I rarely use my pinkies ever. So my typing is fast only whenever I'm irritated.
I can usually type really fast, but recently I found myself with digital, and I mean digital by finger. Yeah, I mean, and I'm saying digital dyslexia.
Oh yeah.
I'm sitting here like I go to type like note and I'm going NTOE, you know, because it's like, wait, no. I mean, I'm hitting all the right keys and I'm going fast, but it's like I'm for some reason getting digital dyslexia.
I am dyslexic, so I have to fix a lot of words before I can ever hit enter.
Did you ever hear about the dyslexic atheist?
No.
He didn't believe in dog.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because I started pointing out, you know, different words like lived. If you flip it around, it's devil. Live is evil.
Yeah.
And I started pointing those things out, and people would be writing it down. This is when I was a kid, you know.
Right.
But when I was young, I didn't find out till I was like 22 that I was dyslexic. And
What?
I learned that
Oh God.
from a lady that was teaching me macrame.
You got me with that one, Chilling. Hold on. You look at Chilling's comment. Can you read that? I was about to ask him, what the hell is a axacdylic? It's
Psychedelic.
fucked up dyslexic is what it is. It's all misspelled dyslexic. It's
But,
dyslexic,
you know,
dyslexic.
Well, you know, Sovereign, because of that, I was watching this thing. I think it was like ancient Egypt or ancient Israel, whatever, you know. Anyways, I mean Hebrew. And I was watching the guy as he's, you know, telling everybody, you know, and supposedly reading these, you know, writings from way back then.
Mm-hmm.
But Hebrew is written right to left, not left to right. So I knew he's full of crap. You know, it's little things like that we have to pay attention to, because otherwise, you know, they're just feeding us full of BS. You know, if it's an ancient language, it's not in use anymore and nobody's used it. Don't tell me you figured it out when you don't even know the sound of it.
They say that all the languages east of Jerusalem go from right to left, and all those left of Jerusalem go from left to right.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that little aspect. That's cool.
That's kind of some cool shit. You kind of go, huh, wonder why that is. I've also heard, as we've talked about cymatics and cymatic patterns before, that if when the Hebrew alphabet or letters of the Hebrew alphabet are sung in the correct tone and frequency, they will make a pattern of their shape in Hebrew writing. Now, I don't know. I've never seen this in practice. It's just something I was told. And if it's true, that would be extremely interesting, I think.
Yeah.
But I've got a riddle for you. All right.
Oh, I suck at riddles. Go ahead.
You're going to love this one. So what's invisible and smells like worms?
Wormholes.
No, man. Bird farts.
Oh.
Go, man. There you go. We got Thrash in here. What's going on, brother? Did we get some other people that I'm unaware of? Let's see. I don't know. I think everybody's been acknowledged. Knowledged. Yeah. Keyword.
Yeah.
Keyword. Because that's what we're about.
Another thing that I've heard, you know, I mean, just through the grapevine and different things, is that some of the ways that we have been deceived was the use of compound words.
Yeah.
By combining the words, and that way it confuses people as to what they're saying. And, you know, people say what language you speak, and someone will say English. Well, what English are you speaking? Because there are so many different, there's proper English. There's the type of English you would use in a courtroom with its own definitions of words that they use. And then you have your, you know, Southern slang, and then you have your Northern, you know, I mean, and all the different places in between. So what English are we speaking? You know, it's not, to me, it's the most babble-filled language we have because of all the different meanings.
I'm trying to show something.
Sounding word.
I want to show something on the screen from my phone, and I'm trying to remember how I can do it. Maybe I can show it at the camera. I just wanted to show you what's within a 78 mile radius of where I'm at, as far as how many flat earthers there are that have this app. I don't know if you can see my screen or not. Hang on. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
You see all those blue dots? I'm going to make myself huge, huge, just me for a second. There's dots stacked upon dots, stacked upon dots, stacked upon dots, and that's just within a 78 mile radius of where I'm at. And that's, I zoomed out just to show you that. That's on that friend finder on that app, and it's really cool. It really is. You can send out, like when I did that interview with Dave Weiss and I had that one going, I sent out a message to everybody within a certain radius of where I live, just a group message with a link to that it was coming on, and got a lot of response back from the Flat Earth app talking, the people on there saying, hey, that was really good. Let me know if Anthony starts learning any more and this, that, and the other. I mean, it was really kind of cool, man. He said 6 dots around your town. Where's your town, Thrash? You out in the woods. When I zoom in, it's there's not very many around like my house, but there's several in the Shenandoah Valley, and I have this my circle that I have is shit. It's only going over. I just have it within the immediate valley, and I see probably about from Winchester down to Stanton. Within that circle, I would say there's probably about 50 or 60 blue dots in there. We're a sparsely populated area, but you have to keep in mind too, those are just flat earthers that have the app and the ones that are on Friend Finder, because you don't have to use Friend Finder. You can use all the other things that the app has without using the Friend Finder. It's just really cool. And every time there's another flat earther gets this thing, you hear this boop on your phone, and you're like, it reminds me of It's a Wonderful Life. Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings. I think of that line every time I hear that thing go boom. So I think
that is my ultimate favorite movie.
What's he say? With Thrash, he says, I was asking Thrash where he's at. What's brown and green and falls out of the sky? It'll kill you.
Oh,
Pool table, yeah, no doubt, right? Good God.
A branch.
Oh my God, yeah, that's another. Jesus criminally. Yeah, and some nights I get into a thing where I'm just like fucking rattling jokes and shit, and then other nights it stumped me to think of one. It just depends on which one of us is in charge that day, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a whole council going on up here, and that's just the way we have.
Oh, I know. Does your mind ever shut down?
No, I can't get it to at all. I can't. I've tried.
Yeah. What I have been able to do, and something that I practice, is I practice listening. Mm-hmm. It's really hard for me. It used to be super hard for me, but the more I do it, the easier it becomes. And by actually listening and hearing, that is so totally different than already having something ready in your mind to say, because when you hear bullshit, you'll call it out.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time. I'm like, wait a second, you can see me a lot of times. People they know what's going on. I've seen them in the chat, and one of these guys is rolling their shit on me, and I'm sitting there and they're going, "Look, Sob's paying close attention to what this guy's saying. He's going to nail him," And I'm like, "Yeah, I am."
Yeah.
I mean, what was that nonsense I hit with Ruhif? I mean, it might even just been a miscommunication upon words, but where
that's what I'm saying.
Well, no, that's not what we're doing here.
That's what I'm saying, though, is because people are assuming they know a particular definition or origins or a language, that they assume they know the definition, and we don't. And it's like take NASA, a play on words, I mean, almost everything. Well, we'll just call it gravity. They won't look up the word and know it means weight,
Right.
And so these very simple, basic things, if they paid attention, they would see the deception. And sometimes you just want to shake them.
Well, and if you
got
use,
it. You're right there. Just
Dreamy, we've seen it within our lifetime. Okay. If you use a word incorrectly in a new context,
oh my gosh,
it'll eventually become the definition of the word. For instance, we use the term gay.
I know.
Which as soon as you say it now, it means to be a homosexual.
Right.
But if you note in just about all old towns anywhere, there's always the same names of the streets, and a lot of towns have a gay street. Doesn't mean that's the homosexual district. It was named that because it was a happy street. Okay.
One of my aunt's middle name was Gay.
Right.
And because of all this nonsense and everything else, and a few rude remarks when she was giving her name, her full name, she went and changed that shit because of the things other people were saying and doing, but it's like the word Richard, and
right, Dick.
Dick, and then everybody's got to associate that with the male.
Exactly.
Part. So you're constant, but there's a country song that I used to listen to a lot.
Well, British
about the different words when a hoe was a hoe,
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. That's when Coke and a Coke. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Real quick, Jehovah's daughter said these guys are talking about Colorado, and when I was asking Thrash, he said he's close to Colorado Springs. I believe ODD TV is from Colorado too, isn't he? Does anybody know for a fact? I suspect that he is, and it seems that I remember him saying that he was from Colorado, but I could be mistaken. You're absolutely right. We get these new definite. For instance, the slang term I remember because we'd crack up like Beavis and Butthead. There was this UK, or it was a BBC television show that was called Prisoner Cell Block H. And we would get that on BBC from Canada because we were in Michigan. We could pick that up on the antenna TV, and him and me would watch it, and we'd laugh because like this one real tough, it was about a women's prison. And this real tough, dykey woman, she'd like, give me a fag or I'll bust you in the face. And they were talking about a cigarette.
Right.
And every time they'd refer to one as a cigarette or as a fag, we were little kids, about 11, 12 years old. And so, of course, we're going to be like Beavis and Butthead, snickering and laughing every time they say it,
Right.
But now, you look at it, and British people, they still call it that. They have some kind of a meal called fags, and it's some kind of a meat product wrapped in dough that they bake, kind of like a shepherd's pie or some shit like that, right? Yeah. So that's some craziness that goes, but we get these words and people don't understand the real meaning of them. And one you pointed out really good is gravity.
Right.
Because you look at it, you hear people all the time say, well, let's look at the gravity of the situation. What does that mean? How heavy is this thing? That's what it is. It's how impacting it is. Gravitas, which means weight, the weight of something, gravitas, and of course, gravity. And another one they do that with is planet. Okay. Right. So Planitia, the Greek word meaning wandering star, it doesn't mean fucking ball of terra firma floating in space. It means wandering star.
Right.
What do I mean by wandering? Not fixed in its position in the sky in relation to the other stars. It moves in a different pattern altogether. And that's something else I want to get with Austin from Melodome about too, because he pointed out something really cool about that 1587 Urbano Monte map that we were looking at, and how the edges are, where they have these, they almost look like banana peel shape, almost like the edge of what a spirograph would be. And he was talking, what if that's like the pattern at the extremities of what a certain wandering star does, because I've looked at what their patterns look like on an AE map, and they're just like a fucking spirograph or something, you know, a perfect orderly pattern that's making like a flower design.
Right.
And then I got to looking at the name of the map. Okay. And I'm going to bring that up just again real quick so we can look at it.
Yeah, I think we need to look more deeper. Like, what are these names? Like south being sun, you know, and just the language itself and the origins when it was originally used, because we do know that anything you say can and will be used against you, right? In other words, they're telling us they are twisting things.
Yeah, much love, Sovereign Dream.
What's up, Kai?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, it is. It's made very purposefully in order to, you know, that's like one of the number one ways to control reality through speech.
Yes, I agree.
Why is it
absolutely.
How is it formulated? Why is it formulated that way? Right.
So real quick, I'll go through this and then I'll be done with it. But this is what I wanted to get with Austin and talk about, because that was really a remarkable. I want to try to take these movements of these wandering stars and see if I can't transpose them onto this and see if there's a correlation to this frilliness around the outside of the map. But notice what the name of it is. Monty's 10-foot planisphere of 1587, right?
Right.
But what did we say a wandering star was called? Planitia?
Right.
Planisphere, maybe showing the pattern. Am I actually showing it? No, I'm not. There. I'm sorry. There you go. So this is right here, the name planisphere, right? Planitia, meaning wandering stars. And then Austin hits me with that idea that it could be the outer extremes of where one of the wandering stars is actually going. So I want to look deeper and see if there's a reference to any of the wandering stars in conjunction to that, because there was some interesting shit we saw on that map in around those. And let me see if I can, is this the interactive one? No, here it is. Okay. So I can close that
The
out.
Count of Monte Cristo, we're escaping out the cage, bro. Don't worry about it.
Also, when you want to take something and wrap it around a ball, you do have to make these incisions all the way around the top of it so that you can shrink it down to make it curve.
Right.
To stick to that ball.
Those aren't nearly big. Those aren't nearly big enough in order to do that.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, they could have.
That's what I'm saying.
Cut it short. They could have cut it short. You know.
So do you see? Do you see what's inside this blue field? You see that?
Stars, right?
Little stars. Why? And they're not full stars either. You see like partial ones and shit like that. I'm wondering if there's, what are these representing? And I don't think they're all the same.
I would call it.
They're not. They're not all the same.
You know what interests me there? What are those texts in between those lines there? There's something.
Yeah, you got. I have a copy of this that's 30 by 30 on actual.
We have to get the translation on that. I think that's the important thing they're hiding there.
One of the reasons why I said what I said is because the globe idea theory came about before the 1400s, well before that.
Yeah, well, the idea of the heavenly bodies being a sphere of stars was, that was not really the idea so much as it was a cool way to display where they would be in relation to where you are. These people take these things and say, look, they thought Earth was a globe, 8,000 years ago or some shit. It's like, no,
the globe theory came out centuries before this came out.
Well, the globe, what, before this map right here?
Yes, goes all the way back to 500 BC.
With the Pythagoreans and whatnot.
The globe or the sphere idea.
Yeah. See, this was well after the creation of the globe. This was 1587, and we know the first globe really didn't appear until 1492.
But the globe theory came out in 500 BC.
So just because they hadn't actually wrapped paper around, cardboard ball.
Here's what's also to note about that too. Those people that supposedly claimed that, if indeed they existed and if indeed they made these claims, were laughed at and ridiculed for having a retarded idea.
Well, of course.
They really were.
But look at how long it took to get everybody brainwashed into believing the BS.
And really think about this, right? So what is the benefit? Because usually there's some sort of power differential, like some sort of power benefit or monetary gain off lying off this, right? So I really believe is this, right? If people were taught that it's an electromagnetic hologram and you project through the subconscious mind your reality, and it's really just like everything's within the mind, kind of like the ancient Hermeticists kind of taught. Yeah, then all of a sudden now you have control over reality. Yeah, let's trip.
I don't know if y'all heard that or not, but that was a flat earther getting their wings. It popped again. This is great. It's happening like a bunch of times a day.
I don't like that. I don't like that fucking term, flat earther, globe, whatever, truther, all that shit. You know what that is? It's divide and conquer tactics and shit. That's how you control people.
Labels.
You have to break them down to smaller categories, make them fight amongst each other and shit. This is exactly how it is and what's happening. You know it's true.
Well, what else? How else do we denote those with the mental
common sense? What about the common sense?
Well, wait a second, just a second. Yeah. Let me finish my sentence.
Sorry.
So how do we denote the difference between those still afflicted by this insanity and those of us who are not? I mean, we could use sane people and lunatic.
It's not difficult to tell, but these people, the only reason why they're like that is through brainwashing, subconscious brainwashing, through repetition. So if you give up and lose your cool and just fuck them, they're never going to learn. The only reason why they're in that position is because they've been brainwashed through repetition with people with patience,
Right. And the thing is that's why I say you don't have to be them, right? Most of their anger and their frustration is coming from what we know as cognitive dissonance. And it's a result of challenging that brainwashing, that deep belief system. A flight or fight response is triggered in the mind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Olympic, or whatever it's called. Right?
So most of you, and I hope everyone realizes this, is that you were once them. Okay, you were once them. So you gotta look at it. You gotta approach it with more understanding. You don't have to be them and say, we don't want any globe believers here. Fuck that. I want all the globe believers to come here. I want all of them to come here. I want to expose them to the information. I want to cure them. So yelling at them and telling them they're fucking retarded and shit and sending them the wrong way. Now, that's not to say that somebody
you gotta be stern. You gotta have tough love.
If somebody says some nasty off-topic shit that is just designed to be fucking hateful, well, that's a different story. But you still, if you don't respond, it doesn't carry any fucking weight.
Personally, I feel like this reality is curated almost like a test for every individual in a way. But it's running off like an algorithm off a substrate, whatever you want to call it. So I feel like, all this stuff is a projection of you, and you have to be held accountable. And you can't really blame all this other shit. That's like an easy cop. We'll just blame all these people are doing these terrible things, and we have no control. That's fucking bullshit. You have control over everything.
Sure,
you can do whatever you want. You know what I
mean? And a lot of it's going to be your perception. It's all based on how you decide to react, or even
they are weak. They have nothing on you, or anyone listening.
You go like this, man. It's real. It's. Are you actionary or are you reactionary? Okay. Anybody can be reactionary, really. So you want to be actionary.
Are you a cause or an effect?
There you go.
Irritating is every time we can, no matter how much proof we came up with,
the global or the globe minded ones have never ever, when as soon as you ask or request for a globe model that works identical as they claim, they want to deflect from that, not answer that question, when it's just obvious.
Well,
they can't prove their theory, just like they can't prove they came from a monkey.
Right.
I mean, to be taught that what's around us is nature itself, and how the whole entire system works, and how it takes, people go, oh, well, people are the worst. Actually, we're actually pretty dang good, because we travel and we take plants and seeds and whatnot, just like all the other animals, and birds and whatnot. They transplant plants. It keeps the ecosystem alive. We are part of that.
Yeah, everything's
bad.
integral.
We are part of it.
Everything's an integral part of this entire fucking system. And that's what it is, a system, a machine, whatever you want to call it, a terrarium.
Right.
Each and every one of us is an integral part of that.
Look,
but also on top of
flowers.
that, we are a divine creation,
right,
that was given the task of caretaker of the machine, man. And what
I
do
mean,
we
you
do?
look at a flower. How does every little flower know what to look like? And that just a leaf in what
The
it does for a
algorithm.
tree or
Yeah,
a
it's
plant.
like the algorithm of reality, right? We see how nature.
Yeah, it's incredible. It is so mind-blowing when you start to just think of it in those terms. You can just go, pretty deep into it, and it's just spectacular. But when you get into all
things
this,
naturally react.
right?
What we're seeing nowadays is social engineers, epigenetic. It's completely manipulated. It's not how people are supposed to be reacting and living at all.
Right.
They're being used like an energy source, a battery, if you want.
I call it artificial entertainment, but it's an artificial world that they are kind of stuck in.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's easy to be because it's comfortable. It's the world in which they were made to believe that they're in.
Right.
And now, wait a second, this is totally alien. Well, of course it is, because you believe the opposite of everything that is real.
Right.
Okay, you were told and you took on faith based on your perception of someone or an institution to guide you in your thinking. Not even guide you in your thinking. They did your thinking for you. Because let's face it, let's look at this. If nobody had ever told you that the earth was a globe, right? What in the fuck would ever make you think that it was? What would ever even lead you to that? Because like you were saying, they want to, let's go, okay, different subject now. We're going to try to figure out what this place, another angel got his wings. God.
Because it goes back to the language.
I mean,
But wait,
they
hold
use
on.
the word
Through the
they use
language.
the word level. They use the word horizontal. Those have very specific definitions.
Exactly.
Vertical.
And so we're going to try to figure out the condition on the realm in which we live, right? We want to know, is this thing level or a ball? Okay, let's look at the sky. Why in the fuck are you looking at the sky? You don't even know what the shit in the sky is. Let's stick with what we fucking know, right?
Yeah, but it goes back to the whole thing, right? So a ball, a sky, all these things are words that someone else gave meaning to for us in a program.
It's perspective from where you're standing.
Why would we think any of this? Why? Because we've been indoctrinated and put into a way of thinking and speaking. The spelling. The fuck? This entire thing is all within your mind.
Well, the reality that we experience is, of course, the interpretation of the electromagnetic fields that we, through 5 senses or 6, that we weave into a cohesive, interactive reality that we experience. But now the grand scheme of things, outside of that little place inside your mind about this big, where this whole reality is being interpreted and displayed to you, is no different than the computer screen or phone that you're looking at right now. Between you and I is nothing more. This is nothing more than electromagnetic signals, zeros and ones, for instance, right? Back and forth between your device and this device that I'm broadcasting on. But it goes even deeper than that. Right. Because what I'm looking at on the screen is, again, my interpretation of this machine's interpretation of this, of the shit that's being put into it. You see? So it's kind of, in a lot of instances, we can work in method, like nesting dolls, you know?
Very few people have understanding of what they're using, really. Like, we're staring into a scrying mirror, technically. Magically fucking all talking to each other from all across the world.
Right.
Broadcast. Does anyone here really understand how that actually works completely? No. Just happens to go along with it and use it blindly.
Right, right. So yeah, I'm getting ready to wind her down here. I was going to do it a couple of minutes ago, but yeah, it's going up on 5
I'm
hours.
saying it's like our level of understanding at this moment, in this moment of time.
Right.
If you went back 400 years ago, I handed you a phone and started making you talk to Dreamy and Sovereign Soul. You'd be like, that's magic. That's fucking witchcraft. You know, that'd be like the craziest thing anyone's ever seen.
Well, magic is, you have to understand, magic is nature. Okay. What magicians or alchemists do is harness those hidden forces of nature to their advantage, so to speak, or to create some kind of a reaction. But it's all within, it's all within nature, every last bit of it.
Everything is. You can't use one law. You can't destroy a law of nature, technically, what you're saying. So you're completely correct on that. All you can do is you can use other laws against, not really against them, but in harmony with them.
In harmony with them, absolutely.
Yeah, to get a result that may seem like magic or something out of the norm. Right? That's all it is. You can't break it. You can just utilize the other, you know, in harmony with the other things. And
despite whether or not it's us co-creating or manifesting or any other thing like that, we still see that this realm that we live in is governed by certain immutable rules. Okay. And some of those immutable rules are that one kind of animal is never going to turn into another kind of animal, right? It just, where did the additional genetic information even come from to do that? It's beyond me, right? Or anyone else. It's
all right, so what if someone gets clever and shit and they start manipulating DNA, making hybrids and shit?
Well, you're still going to ultimately be within that genome. I don't think hybrid, I don't know. But nevertheless, these are immutable things, you know, and what if we had a magic wand? So we can what if all the time. We're talking about.
No, it's not what if, it's happening though.
Right. So other immutable facts are that water undisturbed will remain level. Always. And that, what does that mean? What does level mean? That means flat. That means horizontal. And level here in Virginia, if there is such a thing, this place is really hilly, but level still is indicated here. And that level is going to be perfectly parallel with level in Japan and Moscow.
Why'd you have to mention Japan first? This is how I know you're simulated, bro.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, I'm picking very far distances and places around the world.
You had to mention the Japan. You just slide it in there. That's very good, Dave.
But I mean, we've got all these different, you know, the level is level, up is up, down is down. Another immutable fact is that a gas requires containment in order for it to be. A pressurized gas definitely needs containment. Otherwise, there's no pressure. This is all there is to it because of the behavior of gases. So that's an immutable fact that you cannot have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without containment. Ever.
And we know
all right, Dave, hold on.
We know there's pressure because we have the barometric pressure.
Right.
Dreamy. Hold on, because think about this, right? If we're being lied to, let's go on this. Like, why are they lying to us about how reality is formulated through physics and all these different theories and stuff, right? So if you take that line of thinking, it's like, okay, have you done the experiment? Do you know about how these things react? Have you personally done it? No. So if these things are another program that they're trying to trick you into that someone else gave you, unless you've experienced it and done it yourself, then you're falling trapped into this paradigm that someone else.
That's right. I hear
it's a mind fuck.
I hear the Globers all the time say, "Well, if you go up to the top of Mount Everest with a barometer," and I'm like,
"No one's fucking doing it."
When was the last time you were up on fucking Everest?
Never. There's a bunch of people talking. It's all programming, all of it.
Right, and it's like, oh, if you go up to 40 miles into the Atmos, then you got that. How the fuck do you know that? You don't know that at all. You've been told that, and it kind of fits your little convenient narrative, but it still ultimately doesn't work. Okay, because in order for that ridiculousness to be true, you have to give me a demonstrative and repeatable experiment proving
Let's do it right now.
That the theory of gravity can prevent the equalization.
I can show you this. I can show you the theory that
man, you do this every time to me, man. I swear to God, Gage.
I'm sorry, just because I'm getting too involved in it, but yeah, we can prove demonstrably every single time right now. You can grab a dice right now. We can prove probability doesn't exist, and this shit is all a fucking framing of your imagination. But you can make that fucking shit roll whatever you want multiple times over.
Right. So as I was saying, you have to prove this through a demonstrable and repeatable experiment, proving that the equalization of gases that can be prevented through the theory of gravity. All right. So this would require you to show me a gob of compressed gas without any containment in it. I mean, what is providing the pressure?
It's a bunch of fucking nonsense, and no one can prove any of it because it's not true. Real truth is easily demonstrated, it's easily explainable to even a child. If it's overcomplicated, it means it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Truth
it's supposed to be so it fucking hurts your brain and you won't bother thinking on it.
Exactly, and that's what they do purposely. They weaponize that.
Yeah. So FE Nation says in Virginia, there's a town. There is a town, Flat Ridge, I think. I'm not familiar with it. Virginia is a really big state. I'm over in the western part of Virginia in the Shenandoah Valley, right on the western side of the Blue Ridge Mountains. So I don't know. There probably can. There's some really weird towns around here. We got one called Short Pump. And some of these places misleading. Like there's a place called Steele's Tavern. And you go there and you know what's there? Absolutely nothing. Not even any houses. It's like, fuck, what's going on here? But anyway, I got to get off of here because it's late and I got stuff I want to do. And plus I just now got this going during a palindrome, 1:51 a.m. So I'm going to give everybody just
a perfect palindrome. Last final words. Thank you guys for having me on here. Respect the palindrome. I'm off.
Right on, Cage. You have a good night. Thanks for coming on. Dreamy, you got anything you want to leave everybody with? Oh, Ruby emailed me again. Okay, well, I'll check that out here in a minute. I'm not in my email right now, I don't think. Go ahead.
It's all right. But I would just like everybody to consider language and start looking up the origins of certain words and find out, when was it first used? How long has it been used and what was it used for? I think we have to go back to our roots, and that linguistic seems to be our key.
Right. Yeah, I agree 100%.
The manipulation is happening through words, both spoken and written.
Words are powerful.
Yep.
Words are powerful. They really are. Their vibration is powerful. Intent, along with words, can do a lot more than what you think, especially if you have a lot of people doing it.
Right.
So the intent is an integral ingredient in the use of words as well to actually.
Well, like the other night when I used the word globe. No one let that slide.
You
But
done that?
I am so glad they didn't, because what would I have learned? Because you're right, we use words without thinking sometimes.
You did
know?
it with Ruhif tonight. I didn't say
did
nothing,
I?
but you did. Yeah, you did. It's like I said, it's hard to get the fuck out of the word global, right? That's been bleat down our damn throats forever. You know, it's really a hard one. Atmosphere. That's why I always I make it a conscious effort. I drop that sphere aspect of it.
Right.
There's no sphere.
And if you take that and remove that S, what do you have?
Sword.
Fear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of words. Take that S off the end and put it in front. What does it become? It's a sword.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Exactly.
I mean, spelling and proper spelling and grammar. Where's grammar come from? Grimoire. What's a grimoire? It's a book of spells. We write in cursive writing. And now they've taken that away. Whoop,
yes, they have. And we couldn't turn in anything if it wasn't in cursive. We would get, points off in school. I remember that.
Oh no, really? Yeah, I can remember that too.
They would take points off if you didn't write it in cursive from about third grade on.
Yeah.
So
I just heard another.
Keep an open mind and keep boosting your vocabulary.
Yes. At all times.
Comprehension of words.
So I don't know why I'm still showing a message or another one came up. I don't have one from the Flat Earth thing. That thing's going all the time doing something. It's crazy. That thing's really, I'm using it more and more all the time. And like I said, if y'all, it's $2.99. You're going to get that at McDonald's, hurt your health and shit it out and forget all about it. This is something you got forever, and it's a great tool, and it's getting better and better all the time. And the only reason that I encourage it is because it has such great information available to it. It's really a valuable tool. Even if you're a globe guy, get it, check it out. You probably won't be a globe guy after you do. The daily videos that come up on it, they're great. They last like maybe 5 minutes and packed full of a lot of really cool shit. And I think Dave Weiss has a challenge, and I forget what it's up to, 2 or 3 Bitcoin, that if you download the app, watch a video every day for a month, and then if you've got one proof, anybody that can give him one proof of a globe, supposedly you're able to get 3 Bitcoin. And that's a lot of fucking money. So I highly encourage you to get it and check it out. Also, the links that I put in, be sure everybody go over and check out Flatzoid. Be sure you subscribe to his channel and his backup channel. In case something like this happens again. I have a backup channel as well. Subscribe to that, Sav's Place. You'll want to make sure that you're there in case something happens here, because who knows? YouTube's like a fucking woman, man. They get on their PMS and just start fucking whacking a lot of people, and then all of a sudden they're chill and cool for a while. So I don't know how that goes. But anyway, what do you have something else?
I was just gonna say, have a good night.
Yeah, man, you too. Good to see you, Dreamy. We'll see you probably tomorrow night. I will be back on here tomorrow night. And as we always like to say, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him, because he'll probably fucking kill you. So everybody, good night. Thanks for showing up, and we'll see you tomorrow night.